League of Legends, The Lord of the Thousand Year War. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 501 Emerald Territory vs Shadow Island. But just when the soldiers were at a loss, terrible elemental energy suddenly burst out from the energy node, and the range-based holy light purification magic suppressed the rolling black fog, making it impossible for the ghosts and spirits in the black fog to continue to rely on the black fog to maintain their immortality. Kill. The deadlock has been broken. The soldiers of the Emerald Territory abandoned their fear and rushed towards the monsters that came out of the black fog. For a moment, Fidlet's murderous intent made the ghosts retreat 3 points, and they developed a rare fear of ghosts. In particular, the Narxus Blackguard Corps, with the Magic Steel Cross Sword and the Blood Emerald Elite Armored Cavalry, equipped with the Magic Steel Armor-piercing Enchanted Lance, caused huge damage to the monsters in the black fog, and the situation began to become one-sided. Defeat these monsters. The blood-colored river composed of 5 heavy armored cavalry rushed back and forth like heavy tanks in a cone formation to crush the black fog monsters along the way. Even the powerful Hungry Butcher could not withstand the impact of the magic-breaking armor-piercing lance, and could only turn into a wisp of disintegrating black smoke. Note: Blood Emerald Elite Armored Cavalry, based on Leicester's Blood Knights Magic Steel Heavy Plate Armor. The Magic Steel Heavy Armored Knights were improved. Each of them was selected from thousands of people. The weight of high-purity mountain copper armor and weapons was imposed on pure-blooded warhorses to reduce the burden on the soldiers. Since the mountain copper could not be replenished after Leicester left, the number was extremely scarce. They were more powerful than the Blackguard. In addition, Cled's Dragon Lizard Knights, the ghostly Nightblade Assassins, the bloodthirsty Executioners and other special forces were also scattered in various places to effectively eliminate the black fog monsters. In addition to Fidlet, Thresh and Cled looked at each other. The battle situation in front of them was far beyond their imagination. They couldn't believe that there was such a terrible force in the current material world. What exactly is this Emerald Territory? How can there be elite soldiers comparable to the Undead Legion? Thresh was also confused by Plut's question. It would be too stupid to say that he didn't know. The Emerald Territory is an independent territory of Narxus. Its founder is Leicester, the person the Master wants to capture. Since he is valued by the Master, it is not incomprehensible that he has some abilities. I believe that, as long as Leicester is resurrected, he will submit to the Master's majesty, and then everything in the Emerald Territory will be pawns for the Master to conquer the world. Yes. Nodding, Cled saw the scene of the Lord's fortress in the inner city through the intermittent magical images in the black fog. Since Fidlet is so powerful, then wasting troops in the periphery will lose the meaning of containment. Next, it depends on whether Milne can bring Leicester out. If he fails, we can only make preparations again next time. After all, no one expected that there would be such a powerful human force in the mortal world. Will the Master not be angry because of our failure? Don't underestimate the Master's generosity. The Dark Lord will be happy to have such a powerful enemy. Just wait and see. Regardless of success or failure, what the Emerald Territory has exposed this time will become the basis for our success next time. In the inner city of Fidlet, outside the high wall of the Lord's fortress, countless evil spirits surged towards the Emerald Territory soldiers waiting in formation, and the battle entered a white-hot state. The rain of arrows turned into a scarlet streamer and killed some of the lowest level evil spirits on the spot, leaving only a group of the most difficult Shadow Island monsters. This was the main force of Shadow Island attacking Fidlet. Milne, who came out of the black fog, stood behind the army. The Death Knight, who was isolated in front of the fortress by the city defense formation, did not care that he was isolated and helpless. He just watched coldly as the Blackguards were killed by the soul-devouring leech demons, soul collectors and soul devourers, who were specifically designed to restrain souls. They devoured human souls for their own use and strengthened their own strength. Woo woo woo, the soul callers transformed from the resentful souls made a weeping and numbing cry. More ghost cannon fodder emerged from the black fog, consuming the magic steel arrows of the Emerald Leader and sharing the firepower of the Black Lightning, Mage Force. The soul-devouring leech demon, which was invulnerable to swords and guns, and looked like a slime monster, was 3 meters tall, and crawled forward with tentacles. It had a human face, but its mouth was the same as that of a leech. After devouring enough humans, the soul-devouring leech demon began to split, and excreted a large number of larval soul-devouring leech demons from the holes under its body. The soul collector pulled open his cloak, exposing his skull-made body. Each eye hole of the skull would spray out light blue death energy. The human's head would ignore physical and magical defenses, and be directly hurt by the soul. After reaching the critical point, the soul would be directly absorbed from the body by the skull. The Soul Eater floated in the air, like a non-existent blue ghost, possessing every human body it touched, causing the human body to be directly parasitic and controlled. Even the assassin killer of the Nightblade was not spared after being possessed, and turned around to attack his former companion. The tall destroyer raised the sawtooth axe, and with his broken and corrupt body, he forcibly resisted the human attack, and killed the enemies in front of him one by one. In front of the most powerful evil force in Shadow Island, the power of Emerald Territory seemed a little stretched, and casualties began to increase, but it was difficult to cause effective damage to the monsters of Shadow Island. Let the Black Iron Guards withdraw. The Black Guards hold the front. The Black Lightning magic covers, and send out the Blood Emerald Armored Cavalry. The current commander of the Emerald Territory, Esther, nodded and left Sinner's room. A sad and solemn military call sounded, and the Emerald Territory's front began to change. The 100 Blood Emerald Armored Cavalry, who were ready to go, received the strengthening blessing of Black Lightning, and rushed into the enemy formation, finally causing casualties to the soul-devouring leech demons and soul eaters, and even 3 destroyers were killed on the spot by lances. Seeing the Emerald Territory's armored cavalry, Milne's soul fire burned violently, and the tyrannical Death Knight finally rushed into the battlefield, and launched a counterattack against the armored cavalry on his own. An illusory Black Lightning rushed into the battlefield, and met the Blood Emerald Elite Armored Cavalry head-on. The heavy Fangshan halberd turned into a black whirlwind, knocking the armored cavalry off their horses along the way. The horses without the protection of pure magic steel were directly crushed by the whirlwind. With just one charge, the armored cavalry lost a quarter of their combat effectiveness. Various black magic and purification spells hit Milne's nether plate armor. The souls absorbed from the battlefield consumed the energy of the spells as scapegoats, so that Milne did not receive any damage. Raising his horse's hoof, Milne did not stop, but directly charged at the Emerald leading army formation further inside. He wanted to disrupt the formation, so that his soldiers could gain an advantage on the battlefield. As long as people kept dying, the soldiers of Shadow Island would only become braver and stronger. The black fog would absorb the souls that had left the body, but the monsters of Shadow Island could be replenished in the black fog. At this moment, a sudden dark purple starlight spell flew from above the fortress, hitting Milne, who was about to charge into the Black Guards. The magic chain bound the Death Knight to the spot, and made him unable to move. With the rage of a volcanic eruption, Sinner finally appeared and imprisoned Milne with the power of the Star Spirit. The next second, the purple flame purgatory that burned the soul rose from Milne's feet. The burning of the soul made Milne unable to maintain the form of the ghost bone horse, and the bone horse melted on the spot, forcefully controlling the soul to blow up the nether plate armor on the body. Milne broke free from the restraints and escaped from the range of the soul purgatory with the force of the shockwave. However, Sinner refused to let the Death Knight go and imprisoned Milne with magic chains again. This time, Milne lost the way to break free. The divine power in the chain continued to burn his soul. When he was on the verge of death, Milne laughed, threw away the Fangshan halberd, and pointed at the lofty Sinner with his broken finger bones. So you are not Lester, ha ha ha. Even with such powerful soldiers, it is still difficult to resist the attack of my lord. Think about it, if Lester falls into the hands of my lord, what kind of pain and torture will he suffer? Finally knowing the real reason for the attack on the Emerald Territory, Sinner's eyes turned cold, and her hand spread out at her side suddenly clenched, and the chains that bound Milne began to twist and rub. The powerful force strangled the Death Knight and his soul directly, and his body and soul were destroyed. Kill those monsters. Without Milne's suppression, the remaining Shadow Island monsters were finally killed on the spot under the attack of the armored cavalry. The cleanup work continued until the next night. At least on the surface, all the ghosts and evil spirits of Fidlet were killed by the sergeants. The black fog in the sky retreated, and the sun had set in the Urus Mountains in the west, starting the next reincarnation. Fidlet was like a wounded young man, licking his wounds amidst the cries of grief. Although he suffered a certain degree of severe damage, the strength displayed by the Emerald Territory made Fidlet's people understand the true strength of the Emerald Territory. At the same time, Sinner and the top leaders of the Emerald Territory also began to take the Shadow Island located in the east of the Shurima continent seriously, and began to study methods and policies to deal with the invasion of the Shadow Island, especially the immortality of ghosts, which made it difficult for conventional weapons to cause harm to ghosts. The dead have ended their journey of destiny, but the living need to keep working hard to continue living. After walking out of the conference room, Sinner, who looked worried, returned to her small room and locked the door. The woman who took off the mask curled up on the bed and hugged the puppet cat. Ixtal in the eastern part of Shurima. This is a force that even the Night's Edge finds difficult to penetrate. Brother Lester, please be careful. Sinner is waiting for you here. Damn bastard. You actually used me, a noble person, as a machete. You let that disgusting green juice cover my body, and you didn't even help me wipe it clean. To be honest, you're so clumsy that you can't wield it here at all. You're really not as useful as a machete. You're not even good enough to wipe your butt. Lester, Lester, Lester. You're clearly using my body, but you're saying bad things about me. Lester, I want you to die 1,000 times. 10,000 times. Counting the previous hatred, you should say that you want me to die 39,156,000 times. Wait, have you Ascendants never studied math? Do you know what number comes after 10,000? Come on, read with me. 1001. You actually thought I was an idiot who couldn't even read numbers. Lester, Lester, you will regret your actions. When I get a body, I will chop you into pieces. Your intestines. Hang my intestines around my neck to strangle me, right? You have used my large and small intestines hundreds of times. Can you be a little more creative when you curse me? It's a pity to hang them around your neck. If you were a woman, I would let you know the real use of intestines. For some reason, Artrix calmed down strangely after hearing what Lester said. Lester also realized something and suddenly closed his mouth. It has been 3 months since we entered the eastern rainforest. After leaving the Kahali River, the road became more and more difficult to walk. There was no road at the back. We could only build roads through mountains and bridges over rivers, taking one step at a time. Deep in the rainforest, Lester was arguing with Artrex, while using Artrex to cut off the thick vines blocking his way and clear a path to the south from the tree wall. Others might get lost in the rainforest, or be blocked by Ixta's primordial axiom array, but he knew that Ixta was in the southeast corner of Shurima. As long as he found the right direction and walked in, he didn't have to worry about getting lost. With enough time and the confidence of immortality, Lester didn't worry about not being able to find Ixta. Mosquitoes, poisonous miasma, leeches, locusts and other deadly threats to ordinary people in the rainforest were not effective for Lester at all. The evil spirit emitted by Artrex was enough to scare off those blind jungle beasts. Of course, Lester would rather think that the jungle leopard and saber-toothed tiger were stinking because of Artrex's roar. After passing through the tree wall, Lester frowned and looked at the swamp in front of him. There were many annoying things in the rainforest, and this was ranked first in the most dangerous. TSK, stupid Lester, you have to take a detour again. Look at your own miserable state. You can't find what you want to find. You will only waste your worthless time in this deserted ghost place, and eventually become a skeleton eaten by wild beasts. I say Artrex, can I use you to explore the way in the swamp? For example, try to poke the mud or something to prevent me from getting stuck. Dregs, do you think I'm afraid of your threats? Come on. Use me to explore the way. Artrex smiled coldly. He knew that Lester liked cleanliness and hated trouble. He had chosen to take a detour in the swamp before, and this time would definitely be no exception. He didn't believe that Lester would take such a bad road. With Artrex's approval, Lester didn't plan to continue taking a detour this time. He made a foot cover similar to a ski board with a thin rope, made of plant fiber combined with a curved wooden board. Lester officially walked into the swamp and poked Artrex directly into the mud pit of the swamp. After a moment of silence, Lester heard excited curses. "Artrex, remember, I don't need you." With a sneer, Lester loosened the hilt and let the heavy sword slowly sink into the swamp. Without tempering Artrex, Lester couldn't stand the lively Darkin who was comparable to the beast ancestor. With an increase of more than 10 points every day, after a year, the collection of this book finally reached 20,000. It's a cause for celebration. This month is about to end. In order to thank everyone for their monthly ticket support, although there are not many manuscripts in stock, if the total number of monthly tickets can reach 550 before August 1st, I will update one more chapter on August 1st. I hope that everyone can subscribe to all of them if possible, so as to extend the life of this League of Legends fanfiction, and give Poppy some motivation to stay up late to write. Okay. Chapter 502. Who is the one who is angry about? By the time Lester fished Artrex out of the swamp, Artrex had already stopped making any sound. This situation made Lester suddenly feel a little uncomfortable, but Lester didn't care about it. He wiped it and directly inserted Artrex. It's always good to make Artrex shut up. At this moment, Lester has bigger troubles to face. A large number of mosquitoes formed a curtain wall and poured in. Leeches and leeches in the swamp were frantically attached to the body. There were also some brightly colored insects and poisonous toads lying on dead branches and skeletons, making crisp sounds. In the rainforest swamp, every inch of land is the best vampire. Microorganisms and hunters all use the shortest time to make people die. Stopping, Lester lit the small insect repellent incense burner he carried with him. The incense burner was mixed with herbs prepared by Lester in advance. Although Lester was not afraid of bites, mosquitoes had become a roadblock, so he naturally had to find a way to solve it. When the insect repellent in the incense burner took effect, Lester could finally see the road ahead and move forward. The more inaccessible the place is, the more likely it is to be the border of Ixtal. There is no doubt about that. The stars moved, the sun and the moon tilted to the sky. Lester looked up, and a few beams of light like fences were sprinkled on the treetops. This was the 35th day in the rainforest. The number of human bones in front of him gradually increased. Judging from the clothes that had not yet rotted, most of them were the remains of Shurima people. There were no open wounds. Most people should have died in the harsh natural environment. For Lester, he hoped to see man-made wounds. In the extremely depressing swamp, Lester finally saw the shore. Leaving the green hell-like swamp, Lester stepped onto the land again. At the same time, Lester also saw a pair of vigilant eyes hidden in the dense forest. I have no ill intentions. Lester did not intend to hide anything, and walked straight towards the guy, who was disguised in the tree. If he had not exposed his hostile aura, Lester might not have seen a living person in the treetops. There is no doubt that this is an excellent jungle hunter. Outsider, stop. The warning was followed by the sound of an arrow. With a whoosh, the poisoned arrow brushed Lester's right foot and stuck into the ground. Lester stopped and spread his hands to indicate that he was not a threat. It seems that you can understand Shurima. Considering that I have finally passed through the swamp, why don't you come down and talk to me? I still yearn for Ixtal. The Nashiana. Note, in the Ixtal language, Nashiana represents the outside world outside of Ixtal, or the other world, are all polluted by the void evil demons. The man's voice was full of hostility, and he looked unwilling to give in. Lester did not care about the man's attitude and said seriously, "Do you really believe this? I think since you can appear here instead of being locked up in an isolated country by the elders, you must understand part of the truth that Yunta has concealed. Don't deceive yourself. The outside world is no different from yours. The void did not destroy the world. It has long been sealed in Icathia by the Ascended. If you are willing to listen to the stories outside and make a friend outside, put down the bow and arrow in your hand, and let's have a good talk. One more friend is always better than one more enemy, isn't it?" Hearing Lester talk about Yunta, the man was very surprised. After thinking for a while, the man returned to the ground from the canopy with the help of the drooping vines, and put away the bow and arrow. "Doyle, the hunter Eri." The man pointed at himself, and then at Lester. "Your name?" "Lester, a wandering wizard." With a bitter smile, Lester shook off the mud on his clothes. He probably looked no better than a beggar. Doyle, I need to take a bath. Do you have any good suggestions? Doyle, who remembered the name Lester and glanced at the scabbard of the great sword behind Lester, turned around with a cautious look. Follow me. Following Doyle into the dense forest, Lester, who observed the environment along the way, roughly understood the natural defense line built by Ixter. To be honest, he had walked a long way. This swamp filled with the breath of death was an obstacle that the Ixter people could not cross. Together with the miasma forest in the west and the vine tree wall controlled by elemental magic in the north, it formed a deadly national border. I'm afraid that only a small part of the non-swamp area is the way for Ixter to the outside world. Without looking down at Ixter from the sky, Lester guessed that Ixter might have a unique way to hide and cover himself. Otherwise it would be easy to find Ixter's man-made buildings from the sky. When they came to a stream, knowing that Doyle was a man, Lester did not shy away from anything. He took off his clothes in a few seconds and jumped into the stream to take a bath. The mud was quickly washed off, and Lester regained his appearance before entering the rainforest and washed his clothes again. Doyle looked at him with disdain, but his eyes were fixed on Lester, and it was difficult to move away. He had never thought that the human body proportions could reach such a perfect level. It was like some kind of undiscovered axiom. If Lester knew what Doyle was thinking, he would not mind explaining to Doyle what the golden ratio was. At this moment, he just felt that someone had taken a fancy to his back garden. Your body is very beautiful and perfect. He couldn't help but say the words of praise, and it was not until he said it that Doyle realized that his behavior was a bit rude. Thank you. This body is really rare. The only regret is that it only likes women. Not quite understanding Lester's attitude, Doyle thought for a while and said, wait, I'll get you clothes. Watching Doyle disappear into the jungle, Lester also laughed at the misunderstanding. It seems that, although Ixtal chose to isolate itself from the outside world, the people living here are still very simple and sincere. After hanging the clothes on the big rock, Lester lay back on the pebbles of the stream again. The icy cold water flowed over his body, allowing Lester to completely get rid of the painful torture of the swamp. Closing his eyes, Lester enjoyed a moment of tranquility. Since swallowing the void pearl, he has gained the ability to breathe underwater, so Lester can sleep in the water without the ice jade. Plot the sound of splashing water echoed in his ears, followed by the sound of paddling water. Thinking that Doyle had returned, Lester opened his eyes and saw a little face as cute as a flower. The girl had a pair of bright golden eyes like a lizard. Her big eyes with natural purple eyeliner were like anime characters, perfectly proportioned on her innocent face, exuding a curious and worried look. Her blue-purple hair fell on her full chest. She wore a simple cloth dress that looked very plain, but she was wearing the seductiveness of Victoria's Secret underwear. A seductive lizard tail drooped in the water, just touching her toes, cold and soft. Scar after looking at the man, the frightened strange girl took a few steps back. She instinctively simulated the man's body and thoughts through the brief touch just now, and used it to judge the danger. The Shuoma of the Mistel tribe began to undergo a wonderful change. The girl turned into another Lester with wide eyes in the form of a flashing fluid and a Lester's witness. It seemed that the part of the ability belonging to Vastea was stimulated, and Lester also became a part of the shared mind channel, and heard the voice of the Mistel girl. He woke up. It seems that he is fine. Why is he lying in the water? What a strange human weight. Is he worried about me? Don't he have those weird and scary thoughts? With his mouth closed, Lester was talking in his heart channel, while stroking his chest muscles, and questions came one after another. Lester witnessed the girl's changes through the water curtain. The scene in front of him reminded Lester of Nico in the League of Legends. Nico was a Vastea from the Mistel clan. The Mistel clan can perform soul mimicry transformation through contact. Lester, who had lived in the village of the ancestors for a period of time, understood that this ability was derived from the Vastea soul shaper shifting method, which was a unique talent of the Mistel clan. Perhaps one of Lot's descendants was a member of the Mistel clan. There was no doubt that the alien girl in front of him was the mysterious Vastea Mistel clan. A rustling sound came from a distance, and the girl's transformed Lester was stunned. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a bluebird and spread his wings and flew away. Lester could no longer understand the girl's thoughts. Doyle emerged from the dense forest and just happened to see Lester sitting up from the stream, and also just happened to see the towering Mount Everest. The two looked at each other and turned their heads away awkwardly. Doyle even took a half step back, making the atmosphere even more subtle. "Here, close. I'll wait for you over there." Doyle always felt that he was in a very dangerous situation, while Lester smiled bitterly and stood up. Thank you." Doyle took the simple white robe and waited until Lester dried his body and put on the clothes. Then Doyle came back and the two sat by the stream. "Lester, I want to know why you are here." When Doyle said this, his body was cold. As a patrol hunter guarding the border, Doyle would naturally not let people with unknown intentions enter Eichstal casually. In fact, he planned to take Lester in another direction after asking questions and send Lester out of Eichstal's territory. "I heard that Eichstal is a country that worships magic. I came here for elemental magic and axiomatic magic. To be fair, I will teach rune magic and natural magic to some Eichstal people who have passed the trial." Doyle was shocked. He stood up and looked at Lester again, but he could not feel the slightest fluctuation of magic power. His face changed. "You are lying. You are not a wizard at all. But you want to trade magic?" "I'm a wizard, but I can't cast spells now." Picking up a stick, Lester drew a few magic symbols on the ground with disdain. "Doyle, I think you should use your brain more. Such deception is meaningless. I think I know the consequences of being exposed better than you. Don't treat me as a fool, and don't make yourself a fool. It will do no good to you or me. The reason why I have no magic power is only because I have experienced some special things. This does not affect my teaching of magic." Sitting down again with a frown, staring at the symbols on the ground that looked very profound, Doyle knew that Lester was telling the truth. If Lester entered Eichstal by deception, it would be easy to expose the scam with two magic apprentices, not to mention that there was also the Archmage of Eichstal to check it, and it would not stand the test at all. If that's the case, maybe you can enter the city of Eichsokn. Note, Eichsokn is the capital of Eichstal, but I need to report to Junalee. Note, Junalee is the royal family of Eichstal. Of course, no problem. Find me a temporary residence and I'll stay there first. Come to me after you've discussed it with your Junalee. Okay. Doyle, who didn't dare to neglect him, took Lester to the small hunting tree house where he lived and settled Lester down. It was getting dark, and the two returned to the ground and lit a bonfire. As the host, Doyle took out his treasured fruit wine and roasted a jungle deer. Tearing off a piece of deer leg meat and putting it in his mouth, Doyle glanced at Lester who was feasting on it and gestured back and forth with his fingers. It took Lester a while to understand that he wanted to express the number 15. "I'll go find him tomorrow, Junalaj. You stay here first. At most, for this number of days, I will come back to tell you Junalaj's decision. If Junalaj disagrees with you, then I can't do anything about it. Okay, I'm not here to fight with you Eichstal people. If you don't want me to go in, I won't go in." After wiping his lip, Lester looked up at the treetops. A white-faced owl was tilting its head and looking at him. Lester smiled slightly. "If you can't go to Eichstal, it seems that it's not bad to go and see the situation of the Mistel tribe." Following Lester's gaze, Doyle also found the white-faced owl on the treetops and couldn't help but wonder why a white-faced owl appeared here. It's rare here. Most of these white-faced owls are in the south. Yes, it's a rare little guy. Waving to the white-faced owl in a friendly manner, Lester took the initiative to show the white-faced owl the roasted venison in his hand and called it softly. What surprised Doyle was that the white-faced owl, which had always looked down on humans, actually flapped its wings and landed beside Lester. It took the kebab handed over by Lester with its mouth and tilted its head to take a bite. "Lester, you are very special." Doyle, with a complicated look in his eyes, always felt that something was wrong, but he could not find any fault with the harmonious scene between man and beast. Instead, Lester seemed very friendly and kind, which made him a little happy. People who are kind to nature and small animals are unlikely to be bad people, of course. This excludes some exceptions. I'm indeed special, I cannot deny that, but you are leaving tomorrow. Are you telling me this tonight? Don't you want to hear stories from the outside world? Being stared at by the handsome Lester, Doyle's heart suddenly jumped. He unnaturally turned away from the man's gentle gaze and recalled the scene by the stream. He found that the man in front of him was indeed very attractive, especially his deep black eyes like the abyss, which made it difficult for people to look away. It would be better if it wasn't Nantong. In fact, until now, Doyle didn't know whether he was the reason for the appearance of Mount Everest. I think I have never been out. Please tell me about the situation outside. The bonfire was crackling, and the firewood Doyle chose was dry and flame-resistant smokeless wood. Obviously, Doyle had prepared it. A man and an owl gathered around the fire, listening to the other world and the man's mouth in the joyful night of the dense forest. The void invasion land of Acathia was sealed by the ascendant core of the Shurima Empire. After that, the terrible Dark War and Rune War broke out on the continent. In a sense, it was the right decision for you, Ixtal, to close the country. It is indeed dangerous outside, but there are many beautiful things in danger, and you have missed these. Lester smiled gently while stroking the little head of the white-faced owl. Doyle also stretched out his hand, but saw the white-faced owl walk around to the other side with proud little steps. Doyle couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. There once lived an angel who had fallen into the mortal world on Mount Targon. She had a single horn and took care of a group of Vastaya mermaids living on the coast west of Mount Targon, until one day, she left Mount Targon. Under the curious gazes of the white-faced horned owl and Doyle, Lester closed his mouth. Why did she leave the giant godstick? Lester smiled after getting the question he wanted from Doyle. Because she wanted to save me. At that time, I was imprisoned by another ruthless woman covered in ice in the northern part of the Valoran continent, on the polar ice field called Freljord. Chapter 503 Encountering a girl from the Mistel tribe. During the time when Doyle was away, Lester was not alone. As he guessed, the white-faced owl who paid close attention to him was the Vastaya girl from the Mistel tribe. After the Shoma transformation, the girl once again became Lester's appearance and heard Lester's voice in the mind channel, which made the Vastaya girl more convinced that the human in front of her was different from others. Lester, who knew the Vastaya very well, only opened a part of his filtered thoughts to the girl because he knew how innocent the girl named Loy was. Letting Loy touch the darkness she had experienced would only scare this Vastaya child. Loy, I'm more used to communicating with words, which makes my thinking more organized. Okay. You can continue to communicate with me through the soul channel. Don't worry that I will hurt you, because in a sense, I'm also a Vastaya, and even have a special relationship with your ancestors. Another Lester with wide eyes nodded, sat next to Lester, and crossed his legs, looking very well behaved. The emotional fluctuations from the other end of the soul told Loy that Lester was telling the truth, which was why she was confident and bold to talk face to face with the terrible human. Looking at himself sitting in front of him, Lester suddenly found that he was really handsome. By the way, do you Mistel people still live on the island in the east? Are there other Mistel people here? Are you alone? Listening to Lester's series of questions, Loy nodded. Brother Lester, my people are still living on Mistel Island now. I ran out secretly to cause trouble. There are no Loy people here, only Loy. The same strange habit of speaking and cautious eyes as Nicole made Lester instantly like the Vastaya girl in front of him. The only problem was that it sounded a bit strange to say such cute words in his heart with his own face, and it felt like an old woman being a virgin. However, he was not an ordinary person, so he quickly suppressed the strange feeling. Lester touched Lester's dog head unexpectedly. In Lester's bewildered eyes, Lester said softly, "You didn't encounter any danger alone, did you? Can you tell me about it?" The sincere concern made Loy's body gradually relax. Lester narrowed his crescent-shaped eyes and took the initiative to rub his face in Lester's palm. The man in front of her gave her a very kind and comfortable feeling, just like an elder in the village who was trustworthy. It was very dangerous outside, just like what her parents said. Loy met many terrible people. They wanted to take Loy away, so Loy ran away. Are these humans you are talking about the Ixtal people like Doyle? Or are you talking about the Shurimans on the other side of the mountain? The Vastaya girl shook her head. Loy doesn't know either, so he can only hide in the jungle, away from humans. Is that so? Lester withdrew his right hand with the soothing skill. Maximum doubt under Lester's reluctant gaze. Loy, why did you come out? Tell me, maybe I can help you realize your wish. Hearing Lester say this, Lester's eyes instantly sparkled. Luoyi wants to go to a fun place and eat a lot of delicious food, but Luoyi hasn't eaten delicious food for a long time. In that case, before leaving here, I will treat Luoyi well. After all, he has lived for 400 years, so he must have something to show off. Luoyi, can you change back to your original form? It's really strange for me to talk to myself. Don't worry, no one can hurt you around me. Really? Shuoma began to flash, and Luoyi turned back into a 1.5 meter tall girl from the Mistale clan. Her blue-green hands with gecko scales were entangled together, feeling both uneasy and expectant. Smiling and nodding, Lester began to think about what delicious food he should get for Luoyi during this period of time. Before confirming this, he needed to explore the surrounding environment first. No matter which world it is in, the rainforest is the largest ecological reservoir, and there will definitely be no shortage of good things. Little guy, do you want to come with me to find something delicious? If you want to eat something delicious, you must first recognize what is delicious. Let me think. Let's eat meat for lunch today. Good meat is delicious. Roy likes to eat meat, cheerfully jumping a few times. The Vastea Mistale girl followed the man out of the treehouse. Looking at the cheering Roy, Lester suddenly felt like an old father taking care of his child. There is an ancient kingdom deep in the jungle. As the first batch of Shurima immigrants in the Great Western Migration of Runeterra. Note, the Great Western Migration refers to the large-scale migration and settlement of Villorans to Shurima, the Serpent Islands and Ionia before Valrigad became Freljord. Ixtal spent 1,000 years to establish his own secret kingdom in the eastern rainforest of Shurima. Ixtal is also the only country where large-scale bipedal elemental dragons can be seen except for the mysterious Dragon Island. Seriously speaking, Ixoken, the capital of Ixtal, was built even earlier than the establishment of the Shurima Empire, but most people don't understand this. Riding on horseback, Doyle crossed the border of Ixtal and galloped all the way to Ixoken. It was not that he could not report the incident with Lester to his superior, a noble Yunta, who would then report to Junalei. However, if he did so, it would take a long time, which was inconsistent with the 15-day promise he made. Secondly, it would be difficult for him to get Lester to accept his favor, and he would not attract Junalei's favor and attention. Anyone who is not a fool can understand how important an outsider wizard is to Ixtal. Most of the time, the things that come from spending more effort cannot be measured by value. After all, if what Lester said was true, Junlei would definitely treat Lester as a guest of honor. Such a merit is definitely much more important than guarding the border for 10 years. Knowing that he had seized an excellent opportunity to make a contribution, Doyle became a little anxious and sped up his horse again. Finally, he arrived at Ixoken when the horse was severely tired. Looking down at the rainforest from a high altitude, the green ocean formed by the rainforest in the east of Shurima is divided into 4 distinct areas by the white and solemn Grand City. Below the entire city is the Great Abyss Waterfall. The inland lakes coming from the Sea of Watchers in the east to the west converge in Ixoken, forming a huge river abyss, pouring down to the 100-mile valley below, irrigating the entire rainforest, and the river water nourishes all things. The magnificent white tower of Yunta is like 2 overlapping cubes, one large and one small. The extension line of the diagonal of the inner tower overlaps with the edge center line of the outer tower, presenting the harmonious beauty of a city within a city. In the center of Ixoken is the highest sacred tower. The elemental energy released by the sacred tower supports 4 giant floating towers that can accommodate tens of thousands of people. The floating towers are military defense buildings of Ixoken. They have never been used for thousands of years, but no one dares to ignore the floating towers and the Ixtali mages living in them. The higher inner towers are inhabited by the royal family of Ixtari, Junalei, and the outer towers are inhabited by the ruling class of Ixtari, Junta. The other small towers surrounding the towers are where the Ixtari believers who study elemental magic live. Further out are the Ixtari villages and towns distributed along the rivers and rainforests in the 4 major regions of Ixoken. Temples and libraries are also built in the villages and towns for young Ixtari people to study elemental magic. Arriving at the north entrance of Ixoken, note, Ixoken, which covers a large area, has 4 gates, divided into the east, south, west, and north gates. Doyle greeted the Ixtari soldiers at the gate. The identity of the patroller Eri was enough to make the Ixtari soldiers put away their weapons and respectfully bow their proud heads to the border guards of Ixtari. Lord Doyle, you've worked hard. How have you been? Thank you for your concern, Philemon. I need to get into the city as soon as possible. Let's not talk about it for now. Philemon scratched his head as he watched Doyle ride away on his horse. So urgent. It seems that there is something important. Could it be that the Void of Nashiana is going to invade us? What can we do if the Void comes? We have Grandmaster Reichstali, the powerful Junala, and the unbreakable Junta Seat. Philemon, no one can defeat us and destroy our country, not even the Void or the Darkborn. With a chuckle, Philemon nodded and agreed with his companion's words. That's right. Naturally, he didn't know about Philemon's somewhat arrogant conversation. Doyle came to the outside of the inner ring of the tower and walked into the tower's magic passage under the supervision of Master Ixtari under the city. As the elemental magic quickly charged, the elemental energy began to operate according to certain rules. Buzz in the rising dust, 103 square floor tiles rose from the ground, forming a floating stone brick staircase leading to the upper level. The stone brick staircase at the top sank again, turning the stone brick into an elevator of the magic era. Nodding to Master Ixtari, Doyle jumped onto a floor tile and quickly moved towards the upper city tower in the flying and floating floor tiles. About a minute later, the floor tile reached the outer wall of the upper tower. Doyle jumped off the stone brick, and the stone brick began to sink and return to the ground. Generally speaking, unless there is something extremely urgent and they need to see the royal family Junalei as soon as possible, the Ixtari guarding the city will not open the floating bridge. There is also an elemental gate under the tower, but the process of verifying the identity and opening the gate is cumbersome, so Doyle did not use it, but chose to take the fast track. After 3 more levels of inspection, Doyle successfully came to the hall outside the central tower, where the contemporary queen of Junalei, Savannah, met with her loyal hunter Eri. Kneeling in front of the hall, Doyle explained to the noble queen on the throne the reason for his skipping the level of reporting under the surveillance of the Ixtari magic guards on both sides of the golden steps. When Doyle finished speaking, Savannah, wearing a precious-sized silk grey-green gold-edged royal robe, opened her bright red eyes like flames and motioned Doyle to raise his head. You mean, a wizard from Nashiana wants to enter Ixtal to learn elemental magic and the primordial axiom. As a condition of the deal, he is willing to teach us rune magic and the natural magic of the vast air? Your Majesty, to be precise, he is willing to select a group of people to teach rune magic and natural magic, and the foreign wizard also has his own conditions. After saying this, Doyle, who was a little uneasy, lowered his head again. He understood the principle of saying more and making more mistakes better than anyone else, especially in this kind of situation. The consequences of saying the wrong thing would be terrible. Savannah, who saw Doyle's performance and could not see anything, temporarily suppressed the murderous intent that suddenly arose because of Doyle's contact with outsiders, and looked at Elder Youngful, the old royal wizard who had guarded Ixoken for many years, with charming eyes. Master Wilmot, I wonder what you think about this matter? The old man in a purple and luxurious robe opened his eyes slightly restrained, and his temperament was like an ancient well. Your Majesty, we will know at a glance whether it is true or not. If what Lester said is true, exchanging my Ixtal's elemental magic and axiomatic secrets for his rune magic and natural magic will promote the progress and exchange of magic. No foreign wizard has come to Ixtal for so many years, and such opportunities are rare. Perhaps it can take elemental magic to a higher level. If Lester is a liar, your Majesty naturally has enough means to punish the sinner who deceived Junalaj. However, in my opinion, since he dares to say that, Lester must be a capable person. Is there a suitable candidate who can go with Doyle to prevent Doyle from getting into danger? I'm going. Mom, I'm going. I'm bored to death staying in the palace every day. Before the Ixtalian Grand Wizard Wilmot could speak, a short-haired girl who was only 1 meter 3 inches tall ran out of the side room. Looking at her eldest daughter who was kneeling on the ground and saluted her, even Savannah had a headache. This is the person who will inherit her mantle and throne in the future. His strength is not bad, but his temperament is a bit erratic. Alyssa, stop fooling around. Get out of here. Woo woo. The girl pursed her lips at her mother's rebuke and ran out of the hall unwillingly. This sudden fuss eased the heavy atmosphere in the hall a lot. Is there a suitable candidate? Your Majesty, I think Babbitt is qualified for this task. Babbitt? Is he the Ixtally wizard who just passed the Yuntal trial this year? Your Majesty, that's the man. Yes. After a while of hesitation, Savannah looked at Doyle again. Doyle, you go with Babbitt this time. You must bring Lester back without any mistakes. Doyle quickly agreed and followed Wilmot out of the hall. Archmage Ixtally quickly summoned Babbitt, who was practicing elemental magic in the tower in the inner city, and explained the will of Queen Savannah to Babbitt. Knowing that this was a good opportunity, that his teacher had fought for him, Babbitt immediately agreed, and set off with Doyle. Chapter 504. Only cowards and slaves kneel in Naxos. In the tree, housed in the border jungle of Ixtal, Lester, who was making honey barbecue, heard a knock on the door. The frustrated lord beside him hurriedly transformed into a white-faced owl and stood on the windowsill, tilting his head to look at the door. Pushing open the door, Doyle walked in with Babbitt and spoke in stuttering Shurima. Lester, the Queen has agreed to your request. This is Babbitt, the Honorable Yuntal, to protect us. Sir Lester, from now on until you meet the Queen, I will protect your safety. My name is Babbitt, and I'm also a mage. If there is a chance, I hope we can have magic exchange. Although he could not feel the breath of magic power on Lester, Babbitt felt a kind of frightening power, which made him dare not underestimate the man who was grilling meat in front of him. You speak Shurima well. Thank you for the compliment. Shurima is a language that every Yuntal needs to master, and I'm no exception. Lester took the golden, translucent, crispy kebab off the stove and handed the kebab to the white-faced owl in the puzzled eyes of Doyle and Babbitt. Surprisingly, the white-faced owl on the windowsill really opened its mouth and began to peck at the kebab. During the journey, I hope to start learning Ixtal. I wonder if Lord Babbitt can meet my small request. Of course, it's Milner. Doyle looked at the two people in a harmonious atmosphere and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Everything was going in a better direction. Lord Lester, when are we leaving? Babbitt asked after a few simple compliments. Tomorrow. It's late today. By the way, where are you staying tonight? Don't worry, we have other tree houses that you can stay in, not far away. Doyle responded quickly, trying to show his presence. After confirming the departure time, Doyle and Babbitt left the treehouse. The wooden door closed, and the white-faced owl changed again, returning to Roy's original state. Big brother, can't you really take Roy with you? Roy doesn't want to go home. The poor girl of the Mistel tribe began to wipe her tears, which made Lester a little confused. He didn't expect that after just cooking for Roy for a few days, Roy would pester him and insist on going to Ixtal with him. She almost regarded him as a support like her parents. Lester, who no longer wanted to experience the pain of loss, couldn't help but regret that he got too close to the little guy. But if he rejected Roy coldly, he would violate his oath to take care of the Vastea people within his remaining strength. He had not forgotten the promise he made to the old guys in the village of the first ancestors. In fact, this was an important reason why he accepted Little Water Splash. Be obedient and go home. Maybe I will visit you on the eastern island when I leave Ixtal. Woo woo woo. Lester sighed and decided to deal with it coldly. The next morning, Doyle and Babbitt came to the treehouse again. They saw Lester, who had been sitting outside all night and looked a little depressed. The two of them looked at each other in bewilderment. Sir Lester? You? Let's go. After carrying Artrex on his back, Lester looked back at the closed wooden door, but he didn't open the door again. But before he took a few steps, a small white-faced owl flew out of the house and landed on Lester's shoulder. It looked very aggrieved and pitiful, but its claws tightly grasped Lester's shoulders and refused to let go. Sir Lester, do you want to take this white-faced owl with you? Sir Babbitt, does Ixta not allow owls? Of course, Ixta has always respected nature. That's good. Taking a deep breath, holding the cute bat on his shoulder, Lester stared at the white-faced owl's big eyes and asked seriously, If you choose to follow me, you will be by my side for the rest of your life. I will never let you go no matter what. Have you really made up your mind?" Under the confused gaze of Babbitt and Doyle, the cute bird actually nodded seriously, as if he really understood what Lester said. Lester sighed and turned his bag in front of him, holding the cute bird and placing it in the bag, revealing only a pair of big eyes full of pity. "One by one, there is really nothing I can do about you." All the way south, the three of them passed through the thick tree wall and vines and left the maze-like green barrier in the green maze. When they arrived on the other side of the tree wall, their vision suddenly widened. Lester looked into the distance. The majestic and solemn Ixoken was located on the other side of the sky. The 4 floating towers were as precise as clocks, rotating at a constant speed around the central tower. The central tower was the destination of his trip. Yunta was the ruling class of Ixoken, and Unalay was the royal family of Yunta. They lived in the central tower and guarded Vidalion. The village elders of Ixoken were Yuntas directly appointed by Ixoken. There were a few hundred households and 1,000 households. They mainly engaged in gathering, planting, fishing and animal husbandry, providing sufficient living materials for the central Ixoken. It was a self-sufficient small peasant economy. Most of these scattered villages are built on artificial rocks. In Babbitt's words, Ixtal is surrounded by mountains in the center. The rainforest and poisonous miasma are natural barriers that can isolate all external dangers, but the jungle is not 100% safe for many Ixtal people. Jungle leopards and saber-toothed tigers can still take people's lives, so building the settlement on higher rocks can make the village safer. The change of seasons is meaningless in Ixtal. It is spring-like all year round here. The climate is rainy and repetitive. Many times, sunny days turn into cloudy clouds in an instant, and heavy rain falls. Therefore, the lower level Ixtal people like to wear straw hats similar to bamboo hats. As for the residents living in Ixoken, the elemental energy of the central tower is enough to defeat the clouds and lightning in the sky. Ixoken can only rain when the royal family wants to see rain, and it can also snow and fog when necessary. It took about half a month for Lester, who traveled leisurely all the way, to appreciate many of Ixtal's customs and folk customs. For the Ixtal people, there are 2 very important festivals in a year. One is May 15th, Element Day, and the other is Yun Festival, which is similar to National Day. The Element Day for comprehending the element has passed. At the end of the year, the Ixtal people began to prepare supplies for the Yun Festival. Young Ixtal people will undergo preliminary selection and be centrally managed in the temple library. Boys and girls with elemental magic talent will be selected by the elders of Ixtal village to go to Ixtal seat for in-depth study. Note, every Yuntal elder is an Ixtal wizard who has practiced elemental magic, and becoming an Ixtal is a necessary condition to become a Yuntal. Boys and girls without elemental magic talent will learn basic professions under the arrangement of their family and elders, and become farmer-eri, fisherman-eri, warrior-eri or lumberjack-eri, until they grow up, marry and have children in this rich land in a certain profession, and live their whole lives. The teenagers who practice elemental magic in the tower can go to the central tower, Vidalion, to take magic exams under the recommendation of their teachers. There are 2 types of exams. One is the basic exam to become an Ixtari elemental mage. From an Ixtari apprentice, you only need to have a basic grasp of elemental magic and the original axiom to pass. The other is to advance from an Ixtari elemental mage to the ruling class Yunta. This is also the only way to cross classes in the closed jungle country of Ixtari. To become a Yunta, you must have a deep understanding of the original axiom and elemental magic, and become the master of a certain elemental magic system. After passing a link similar to political review, the trialist, under the witness of other Yuntas, transcends himself in the chaotic axiom normal lines in the central tower with the help of the weaving device, Vidalion, and constructs the most stable elemental magic of a certain system created by himself. The Yunta woven robe woven by Vidalion will become the symbol and pride of Yunta's life. Every Yuntal is an outstanding philosopher and thinker, and a master of a certain elemental magic. Yuntal will be demoted as a village elder, or he can continue to delve into the path of elemental magic, and become a respected Ixtal master who masters multiple elemental paths. The more Lester knows about Ixtal, the more he understands the 4 words closed door policy. In today's world, where rune magic is popular, Ixtal has no knowledge of rune magic at all. He just works behind closed doors every day, exploring the path of elemental magic that has almost reached its limit. Just like the difference between a master's degree and a doctorate, elemental magic has not made any new progress for a long time. But overall, Ixtal's resources are enough to support hundreds of thousands of people in Ixtal, and the people's happiness index is still good. As long as there is no external pressure, the balance of Ixtal is difficult to break. In fact, it is true. The Shurima continent has been ravaged by the Void, the Dark Race and the Rune Wars several times. Countless people have been separated from their wives and children, and their families have been destroyed. After the disaster, warlords and bandits are rampant. All Shurimans live in turmoil and chaos, and are worried all day long. On the contrary, the closed-off Ixtal can have such a harmonious and happy living environment. It must be said that it is a wise decision to close off the country in the dangerous Runeland. This also made Lester understand that no matter when, we must learn to adapt to local conditions. Forcibly bringing advanced ideas of the future into this chaotic continent will only make everything worse. It is too stupid to expect a group of mortals who picked up sickles and hammers to follow the stubborn gods who can destroy the stars with their fists, to talk about some red truths. In this world, only the extraordinary can suppress the extraordinary. Coming to the north gate entrance of Ixoken, Lester followed Doyle and Babbitt into the city smoothly. After staying for a night, he entered the tower base of the inner city of Ixoken through the normal way of entering the city the next day. The giant stone gate controlled by the power of element floated in the air, making way for the three people. The inner city tower was divided into several areas according to different heights. The more noble the Yuntal was, the closer it was to the central tower. After staying in a hot spring hotel that looked like an ancient Roman noble garden for one night, Lester changed into the Ixtal elemental apprentice robe after washing up. With the order of Queen Savannah, Lester traveled smoothly all the way, followed Doyle and Babbitt directly into the Ixoken Palace under the central tower. After comforting Roy, the palace guards took away Artrex and the bag containing Roy, and Lester stepped on the long red carpet and came to the Queen. Doyle and Babbitt were the first to kneel on the ground and pay homage to the Queen, but Lester stood there like a pine tree and performed an ox and two-handed noble salute to the beautiful woman on the throne with a solemn face. He had no intention of kneeling down to pay homage, which made Doyle and Babbitt's faces change. While winking at Lester to kneel down and salute quickly, they hurriedly looked at the Queen, fearing that the Queen would be angry and take it out on themselves for not teaching Lester the necessary etiquette. "Why don't you kneel when you meet me?" The Queen's majestic voice echoed in the palace, and the guards instinctively slowed down their breathing. "Your Majesty, in our country, except for slaves, there is no etiquette of kneeling. Please forgive my offense. This is Ixtal. In Naxos, there are only warriors who died in battle, but no cowards who kneel. I came to Ixtal to exchange magic. I hope the Queen can understand this." Lester raised his head, his gaze as deep as the abyss met the pressure deliberately exerted by the Queen. Savannah instinctively used the royal technique of observing people to see the man's background, but in the instant she opened it, Savannah seemed to have come to a battlefield full of corpses. The once prosperous Ixoken had turned into a dead place. Under the bloody setting sun, a throne composed of millions of dead souls stood on the ruins, and a man like an emperor sat on it, covered in blood, with an indifferent look in his eyes, treating all living things as straw dogs. As if noticing her in the sea of blood in the mountain of corpses, the man on the throne began to shift his gaze. The majesty and fatal pressure that could not be described in words made Savannah tremble. The woman seemed to have returned to her childhood. When her father, who controlled the entire country, inspected the dungeon, he also looked at the death row criminals in the cell with this kind of eyes. This is the eyes of the superior, the calmness and arrogance of the extraordinary who holds the power of life and death. And the man on the corpse throne is countless times more terrifying than the feeling her father gave her. Her heart began to beat violently, her chest felt stuffy, her vision was blurred, and a sudden feeling of suffocation made Savannah unable to continue standing and looking directly at the man on the throne. The noble queen turned into a lamb, and could only kneel down on the ground, and put her head on the ground according to her instinct, crawling on her body, as if only in this way could her humble life continue. In humiliation and uneasiness, she withdrew her skill of observing people, and the illusion in front of Savannah suddenly disappeared, returning to the real world. The feeling of suffocation gradually faded, and the queen's stagnant thinking began to work again. The vision the man had brought to her was still vivid in her mind. Savannah felt her thighs suddenly become warm and her dry body began to become moist. The queen closed her legs and avoided the man's indifferent gaze unnaturally. She took a sip of the juice from the maid's plate to relieve her tense body and pressure. The beautiful queen raised her swan neck and softened her tone. "Since you are a distinguished visitor from Naxos, Lester, I allow you not to kneel." Babbitt and Doyle, who were kneeling on the ground, finally breathed a sigh of relief. They did not expect that the queen today would be so magnanimous and willing to forgive Lester's disrespect. "Thank you, your majesty." For some reason, Savannah always felt that the man was staring at her skirt, as if he had seen her ugly appearance through the skirt. Coupled with the terrible vision she had just seen, Savannah, who was physically shy, lost her previous calmness and majesty. She did not even dare to look at the other person's eyes, so how could she continue the conversation? Feeling like sitting on pins and needles, Savannah finally had the desire to escape. "Since you are an honorable guest, take a good rest today, and we can talk in detail tomorrow." After saying that, Savannah left the throne with her waitress, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Lester smiled faintly. "Your Majesty, please walk slowly, don't step on anything and slip." After stumbling, Savannah quickened her pace and left the hall without looking back. Chapter 505. In the underworld, ideals cannot be discussed, let alone dedication. Under Savannah's arrangement, Lester spent the night in the side hall. Because there was only one room, Lloyd, who had transformed into a white-faced owl, returned to her form and refused to sleep alone in bed. She insisted on dragging Lester to sleep with her. Lester had no choice but to compromise with the little girl from the Mistel tribe who was dozing off, but insisted on dragging him. He slept in Lloyd's arms all night. Except for the inconvenient big tail, Lester understood that the Mistel tribe was actually no different from humans. They were soft where they should be soft, and hard where they should be hard. The next morning, Lester came to Queen Ixtal again. This time he still did not kneel. Savannah seemed to have forgotten what happened yesterday. She was solemn and majestic. Babbitt and Doyle were not here. "Lester, this is Archmage Wilmot. He is the most outstanding Ixtal in the field of elemental magic in Ixtal and an elder of Yuntal. Next, he will communicate with you about magic to prove that you are indeed capable of bringing rune magic and natural magic to Ixtal." Lester looked at the old man standing not far away, wearing a luxurious dark robe, and nodded. The old man smiled and nodded in response, handing Lester a clean scroll and a feather ink pen. "Sir Lester, you only need to write the basic theory of rune magic on this scroll in Shurima. I will only use it as the most basic basis to determine whether you, who have no mana fluctuations, are really capable of being a magic teacher. Whether it is elemental magic or rune magic, they are all processes that are continuously extended and expanded from the most basic things. I believe that there are still many similarities between magic. Sir Lester, please sit down." As the most outstanding student in the Black Rose Mage Academy, Lester would naturally not fall on such a thing. Taking the quill and sitting on the desk, Lester began to write furiously. He began by describing the most basic magic symbols of rune magic, briefly describing the principal composition and classification of rune arrays, and finally expounding on the general system and function tree of rune magic. After writing a long article, Lester put down the quill and made a gesture of invitation to the old man. "I haven't seen such a vigorous and powerful Shurima style for a long time. To be able to write such words, even if you are not a mage, Lord Lester must be a knowledgeable sage. Master Wilmot, you are too kind. In fact, I can only say that I know Shurima, and I'm not very good at writing. Narxan, Demacia, Freljord and Vastea are the languages I'm better at." Lester's indifferent voice echoed in the hall. Everyone, including the Queen and Wilmot, was shocked by Lester's words. It turns out that there are so many countries that continue to exist in Nashiana. It was difficult to get Wilmot's praise. If Shurima was only at the level of recognition, how advanced would other Nashiana languages be? Thinking of this, everyone's eyes were filled with awe. Ahem. Queen Savannah rolled her eyes and coughed twice. Wilmot came back to his senses, took a deep breath, sat on the stool, and began to interpret the overly beautiful Shurima language on the scroll from the beginning. The hall was very quiet. The guards slowed down their breathing. Queen Savannah avoided Lester's sight, picked up a peeled grape, and put it in her mouth, her bright eyes flickering, and I don't know what she was thinking. I see. Born from the world runes, simplified magic runes form functional magic arrays, and finally achieve the control of element in a balanced state through the series of magic arrays. Too exquisite. It turns out that in the outside world, magic has developed to such an extent. If possible, Sir Lester, can you allow me to take this manuscript away? I still need to study it carefully. Reluctantly moving his eyes away from the manuscript scroll, Wilmot looked at Lester with a little more respect. Of course, I just want to know if I passed the test. Under the Queen's gaze, Wilmot said seriously without a smile. If you only have a superficial understanding of rune magic, it would be impossible to write such a clear and concise magic theory manuscript. The value of this manuscript is enough for our magic scholars in Ixtal to study rune magic from scratch. Your Excellency Lester, you have shown enough sincerity and trust. Thank you very much. Although we still don't know why your body has no magic power, there is no doubt that your achievements in the field of rune magic are enough to make you the most respected magic teacher in Ixtal. Your Majesty, I'm very sure that your Excellency Lester is capable enough to bring knowledge of rune magic to Ixtal. Before Savannah could speak, Lester spoke first. Master Wilmot, don't forget that there is also natural magic. I can teach it to my students, provided that Ixtal can also provide something of equal value. Of course, there are only two types of people who unconditionally teach valuable knowledge. One is the great sage who changes the world, and the other is an idiot who has no idea how precious knowledge is. Don't worry, Lord Lester, our Ixtal's elemental magic and the original axiom will definitely satisfy you. Seeing that the two finally finished talking, Savannah spoke. Master Wilmot's vision is not wrong. Lester, I allow you to stay in Isuakan. Except for the restricted area and the palace, you can enter and leave the Yun Tower at will. Tell me, what do you want? I heard from Doyle that you have your own conditions for accepting disciples. Tell me. Lester was quite satisfied with Ixtal's attitude towards him. Since the Queen asked this question, he was not going to hide it. I need an identity that everyone will respect, a secluded place where I can study magic and a beautiful environment. As for my standards for accepting apprentices, this needs to be formulated in class, because I don't know whether the Ixtal people who have been learning elemental magic since childhood will have unnecessary side effects in the study of rune magic. As for who to teach, it is up to Her Majesty the Queen to decide. After thinking for a moment, Savannah stood up and said in a deep voice after roughly understanding Lester's request. From now on, Lester will be the Royal Mage Consultant, and all the treatment in life will be the same as that of Master Wilmot. Accompanied by Master Wilmot, he is allowed to enter and exit all the Yun Towers including the Central Tower. As for the residents, the manor outside the palace just meets your requirements. Sir Lester, I wonder if you are satisfied with these conditions? Thank you for the Queen's gift. Nodding to Lester, Savannah forced herself to forget the terrible scenes she saw in the art of observing people. Ahem, there are some things that I still need to explain to Lord Lester. As for the situation in the outside world, we in Ixtal have always kept a distance from it. People who have not become Yuntal do not have enough judgment to understand the true situation in Asiana. I hope Lord Lester can pay attention to this aspect and not disclose the true situation in Asiana to others at will, so as not to cause unnecessary unrest. Your Majesty, please rest assured. I'm here to exchange magic, not to cause trouble for Ixtal. I will not disclose to others things that should not be said. But please show mercy to Doyle, Your Majesty. He is a dedicated hunter and he should not be blamed because of me in this matter. Knowing that Lester was pleading for Doyle, who was not Yuntal, but knew the situation in the outside world, the people in the palace added another label to Lester, loyal and righteous. Their eyes became friendlier, and even the resentment of not kneeling when seeing the Queen disappeared a lot. People with ability often have bad tempers, and as long as they have ability, it is understandable. On the other hand, after Lester expressed his opinion, Savannah felt relieved. In general, she still didn't want to stand on the opposite side of a man of unknown strength in such an inexplicable matter, not to mention that the things the man brought had special value. At this moment, looking carefully, the man named Lester was elegant and handsome, and it was difficult for people to look away. Recalling the scene of their first meeting, especially the last sentence Lester said, the Queen, who had been a widow for 3 years, felt a little itchy in her heart like a cat was locked up, and her tone became softer. Sir Lester, you stay here for the time being. Master Wilmot will lead you to appreciate the style of Ixtal. After the Yune Festival, we will start a formal magic exchange. What do you think? Lester smiled softly and saluted the woman on the throne. I obey the Queen's order. Following Wilmot out of the palace, he brought the white-faced owl version of Lloyd to his new home outside the palace. This small manor is called Grandis, covering an area of about 1,000 square meters. From a bird's eye view, it is roughly trapezoidal. There are 100 royal servants who maintain this manor alone. The main building is a 3-story castle in the style of Zuta. Behind the castle is a quiet and refreshing forest. The spring water extracted by the power of element flows out from the narrow cracks in the ground to form a gurgling stream. The stream flows through the solid and straight castle to form a lake with rippling blue waves. There are many colorful fish in the lake. When necessary, you can use a fishing rod to turn the fish into delicacies on the table. Unfortunately, Lester is not a fisherman. In front of the castle is a beautiful garden with rose vines climbing all over the high walls. More than 30 kinds of flowers of different qualities are planted in various places by gardeners in the form of flower beds. 4 pavilions are built in the garden in an axially symmetrical form. Some pavilions can see the warm sunshine, while some pavilions are built under ancient trees. The breeze blows through with the fragrance of flowers, which is extremely refreshing. In addition to the castle, the manor also has basic buildings such as wine cellars, kitchens and warehouses. There are guards guarding all places involving food safety. The chefs in charge of meals have the right to enter and exit and offer different delicacies to the owner of the manor. The remaining buildings are distributed outside the manor, where the royal servants live. Every day, the servants will enter the manor guarded by the guards at a fixed time and go to their fixed workstations and areas to maintain the manor or serve the owner of the manor. In Wilmot's words, Grandis is actually Queen Savannah's favorite holiday palace. The standards here are set according to the standards of royal members, and many princesses and princes also like to come here to play. When saying this, Wilmot looked at Lester with a strange look, mixed with some obscure hints. In response, Lester just smiled slightly and did not give any response, which made Wilmot give up. The old man sighed secretly. It was difficult to figure out the Emperor's intention. It was even more difficult for a great wizard to be a pimp. He couldn't just lose face and ask directly, Sir Lester, my queen has taken a fancy to Anatha's treasured land. Can you stand still and let the queen take a look at yours? After the test failed, the pimp wizard explained the queen's will and the new ownership of the manor to the royal butler in charge of the manor. Lester sent Wilmot, who was about to leave, to the door of the manor. Sir Lester, there are still 10 days before the Yune Festival. During this time, I will lead you to familiarize yourself with the life and rules of Ixuokan as soon as possible, so you may be busy during this period. This is as it should be. Sir Wilmot can come to me at any time if you have any plans. After saying goodbye, Lester watched Wilmot leave, and the middle-aged female housekeeper standing beside him knelt on the ground waiting for instructions. When Lester was the Lord of Emerald Territory, he was already accustomed to others kneeling, so he didn't think there was anything wrong. Patch, take me around this manor. Standing up, the woman named Patch said respectfully, Lord Lester, please allow me to lead the way for you. The news of the failure of the Shadow Owl's operation finally reached Mordekaiser's ears. After listening to Thresh's report, Mordekaiser compared it with the oral account of the Black Wizard servant Plit, and had a rough assessment of the military strength of the Emerald Territory. Mordekaiser coveted the high-quality souls of the Emerald Territory, but he also became more cautious. I didn't expect that there would be such a person in the material world who could run such a powerful force. Lester, I really underestimated you. When Mordekaiser was talking to himself, no one dared to make any sound in the Nether Palace. The generals and wizards of the Nether Army only dared to let their minds turn quickly, so as not to be ignorant of the questions when the Lord of the Underworld called on them, and become a brick on the ground, where they were needed. The ghosts would only praise the greatness of Mitnalachen, but would not count how many unlucky souls were imprisoned by Mitnalachen's soul bricks. How could people step on the grass care about the pain of the grass? Now is not the era of being a screw. It is meaningless to talk about dedication and ideals in the underworld. How to make yourself survive better and step on others' heads, to become a ghost on ghost, is what everyone cares about most. Sure enough, after sighing to himself, Mordekaiser looked at his cheap general Sebastian. Sebastian, do you have any good way to catch Lester? Something big might happen today, and I can't sleep. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 506. The old general at the Yune Festival likes driving the most. Master, it's not difficult to capture Lestat, but the difficult part is how to find him. Those who dare to go against those outer gods are definitely not ordinary characters. The material realm is very large, and there are many hidden places that cannot be detected by magic. It is probably difficult to get information about Lestat by normal means. In my opinion, it is better to target the Emerald Territory and launch an attack to force him out. No one could see what expression was in Mordekaiser's black iron helmet. Everyone could only hear Mordekaiser's cold and heavy voice. Now is not the time to attack the material realm. Sebastian, whose proposal was rejected by Mordekaiser, continued. With the help of the Dark Mist, we can enter and exit the material realm for a short time. Master, if the wizard Plit and Thresh can complete the great plan as soon as possible, I think as long as we launch a few Dark Mist attacks on the material realm, we will soon find Lestat's location. In the strange silence, Mordekaiser said lightly, not bad. The other subordinates couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The excellent General Sebastian once again saved everyone with his wisdom. Changing the subject, Mordekaiser looked at the Dark Wizard leader Labito on the right, causing the latter's heart to skip a beat, and he cried out in bad luck. Labito, how is the city construction going? How many soul bricks can the soul furnace produce in a day? Master, I'm currently organizing the nether slaves to build the second soul watchtower. The 3 soul furnaces can produce a fixed output of 30 soul bricks every day. Too few. We need more soul furnaces. After a pause, Mordekaiser stood up from the throne and picked up the hammer Nightfall. The mask spirits made by the Mother of Masks are necessary materials for making soul furnaces. If you want to get more soul furnaces, you must hunt more mask spirits. Summon the undead army. The underworld has been at peace for too long. We need to start a new war. Kill, kill, kill. Not knowing that he had been targeted by Mordekaiser. After parting with Wilmot, Lester in Ixoken was experiencing the joy and excitement of the Yune Festival with Loi, who had transformed into a girl. It is worth mentioning that Lester has explained Roy's true identity to Wilmot. After meeting and talking, the Archmage and the Queen also accepted this innocent and lovely Vastea girl and allowed her to live with Lester. The only requirement for Roy was that she was not allowed to transform into someone else at will to steal other people's ideas, and could only act in the appearance of a girl in the palace. Roy naturally agreed and promised that she would never violate it. The Yune Festival lasts for 3 days. During these 3 days, even the inner city tower will be open to the public, so that those Ixta people who are not Yunted can also feel the power and charm of the tower. Under the influence of the tower, the sky is divided into 4 parts, with the central tower as a central symmetry point, and the line connecting the center point and the 4 city gates as the dividing line. Starting from the northeast, it rotates clockwise, and is divided into snowy days, water element, sunny days, fire element, rainy days, wind element, and foggy days, earth element. These 4 weathers also represent the 4 basic element of elemental magic. During these 3 days, the central tower will use elemental magic to forcibly change the climate, allowing 4 different climate phenomena to appear clearly above the sky of Ixoken without interfering with each other. Crossing the dividing line, Lester went from the snowy streets to the garden with a clear sky. After walking a few hundred steps, he went from the sunny sky to the rainy world. To the west, there was foggy weather with low visibility. 4 straight lines divided the world into 4 parts. This miraculous scene suddenly gave Lester the idea of moving the Central Tower and Vidarian to the Emerald Territory. In different climate zones, different merchants and tourists appeared on the streets. He bought an oil umbrella for himself and Loy. Lester stepped into the cool rain and put the wreath on the girl's head with his own hands. Loy, who was wearing a long skirt, cheered excitedly, circled around Lester, and shook the man's hand. "Brother Lester, this wreath is so pretty. Loy wants to buy one for Brother Lester, too." Okay, I'll buy one too." Lester bought another wreath from the shop owner, holding up the awning, handed it to Loy, and half crouched down. "Can you help me put it on?" "Okay." Smiling, Loy took the wreath and gently put it on Lester's head. The size was just right. Looking at the wreaths on each other's heads, they both laughed, making the middle-aged man selling the wreaths smile. The 2 people with the wreaths soon came to the snack stand. Knowing that the little guy next to him had already drooled, Lester was not polite and prepared to eat one by one along the stall. Teacher Lester. Teacher Lester." Just after eating the delicacies from 3 stalls, a slightly playful call came from behind. Roy puffed up his face when he heard the voice. Lester turned his head and saw the second Princess Angelia standing there with a complicated expression. The eldest Princess Elisa, who was protected by the female guard, was trotting towards him. When the princess arrived, the Ixtal people on the street knelt down and saluted, shouting the name of the daughter of Yun. On the contrary, Elisa herself didn't care about these. She ran straight to Lester, glanced at Roy, and smiled and held Lester's hand. Teacher, why don't you go to the palace to eat? Mom has prepared a lot of delicious food for you. Come on, Your Highness Yun, I'm not your teacher yet." Lester handed Elisa a bunch of fresh fruit pudding. Elisa took a small bite, chewed and swallowed it, and the extroverted girl narrowed her eyes. Sure enough, no matter which woman it is, she can't resist the temptation of feeding. "I've already said it, just call me Elisa. Mom told me to study hard with the teacher, so of course the teacher is my teacher." Lester looked at the second Princess Angelia, but Angelia turned and left. "Since it's the invitation of Her Majesty the Queen, it would be a bit unreasonable for me not to go. Roy should come too." I thought Lester was going to abandon me again, but after hearing this, Roy's disappointed face suddenly smiled. Easy to deal with. When night fell, Lester took Roy back to the palace next to the Central Tower. In the banquet for entertaining great nobles, there will inevitably be some content that only adults can understand, so the first Princess Elisa, who invited Lester, just walked to the door and turned away, and there would be no children or young children at the banquet. The banquet hall was divided into 2 parts. On the long dining table covered with silk satin, there were golden candlesticks that had not yet been lit. The courtmaids placed a variety of delicious food on the table according to certain classification rules, emitting steaming heat. The crystal element used for lighting were hung on the gilded ceiling to illuminate the entire venue. The people who participated in this palace banquet were all Yuntals with special status. Most of the ingredients were extremely rare delicacies from the mountains and the sea. In Ixtal, only the royal family had the ability to organize such a large banquet. The open space in the center was deliberately reserved for dancing. There were more than a dozen long-skirted dancers with graceful figures dancing gracefully, bringing a visual feast like flowers blooming to the soothing music. Judging from the loose clothes, the dancers probably had other functions. When Lester walked into the banquet hall, many Yuntals were accompanying the dancers, stepping on the light dance, and lingering on the stage to enjoy the atmosphere of the banquet. Roy was instantly attracted by the various delicacies. After obtaining Lester's consent, the little guy walked to the long table with small steps and began to eat heartily. Knowing that Roy, who followed Lester, was from the Vastea Mistel tribe, most people present would not have any dissatisfaction with the disrespectful girl, and naturally no blind guy would have some small thoughts. With a faint smile, Lester did not stop Roy, who had a somewhat ugly eating style. In his opinion, making the little girl happy was better than anything else. Queen Savannah, who sat at the top, changed her previous conservative dressing style and boldly put on a low-necked, open-chested, dark ink gold silk short skirt. The queen, wearing a gem bracelet and a green jade necklace, showed her long wheat-colored legs. Her long smooth silver hair was piled high, and she wore a shining crown on her head. The lavender eyeshadow between her eyebrows attracted many men's souls. Noticing Lester's admiring eyes, Savannah's heart skipped a beat, and she looked at him from a distance, and responded with a smile. "Sir Lester, you are finally here." Seeing Lester walking into the banquet hall, Wilmot quickly took Babbitt away from the crowd of people who were entertaining and flattering him, and approached Lester. "I will take this opportunity to introduce you briefly." After introducing Lester to several leaders of the Yuntal family, which was second only to the royal family, Wilmot coughed twice, deliberately amplifying his voice. The music at the banquet stopped, attracting enough attention for the great wizard, and more than 20 nobles set their sights on Lester. "This is Master Lester, the royal mage advisor appointed by Her Majesty the Queen herself. He is a talented mage who has worked hard and achieved great things. Lord Lester has returned from the dangerous Nashiana and successfully found Nashiana's magic tome in the ruins of the other world, bringing unknown magic crafts to Ixtal. Lord Lester's understanding of magic is no less than mine. After the Eugenia festival, Her Majesty the Queen will begin the selection process and will choose some of the best young people to learn Nashiana's rune magic. I hope everyone will actively participate." Wilmot spoke a lie that no one would believe, but no one in the venue pointed it out. They kept up a good show and applauded and praised him, as if Lester had really returned from the void and world-destroying Nashiana. Surrounded by the crowd, Lester suddenly became a popular figure. The constant chatter made Wilmot feel overwhelmed. Surprisingly, Lester, holding a goblet, handled everything with ease, and even managed to make some of the female Yuntals giggle. Seeing this scene, Savannah on the throne had a little more dissatisfaction in her eyes. The queen stood up, took a half-filled cup of black wine from the servant's tray, and walked straight to the stage. Staring at the queen, the Yuntals who had been tempted just now finally realized that Lester had already been the queen's prey. They couldn't help but feel cold in their hearts, and took the initiative to step back 3 steps and lowered their heads. The laughter faded, and the Queen's Majesty made the venue a little deserted again. Stopping in front of Lester, Savannah raised the goblet in her hand, her voice clear and bright. "Thousands of years ago, our ancestors came to this beautiful land and founded Ixtal. At that time, the Shurima Empire had just risen. Today, our country is becoming stronger and stronger, while the Shurima Empire, which dominated the continent, has sunk into the yellow sand. Even the sacred sun disk has completely disappeared along with the Ascendant Core. Nashiana has become the most chaotic region. Everyone, are we stronger than the Shurima Empire? Are our elementalists stronger than the Ascendants who pick the stars with their hands?" Her beautiful eyes stayed on Lester's face, and then swept to the others. Savannah took out the Majesty of the Queen and said loudly, "Of course not. Whether it is the Shurima Empire or the Ascendant Core of the Shurima Empire, they are stronger than us. Then why are we still enjoying comfort in the east of the continent today when the Shurima Empire and the Ascendant Core have disappeared? It was the great Junala who used elemental magic to protect our country." "Two, who was already ready," shouted at the top of his voice, and Savannah nodded vigorously. "That's right. It was my ancestors who protected Ixtal. They used towers and elemental magic to seal the border. They were so wise that they kept all the threats out. Since the Darkin War, this world has been full of deadly threats. When the power of runes destroyed tribes and civilizations, when the scourge and the void came from the dead land of Icathia and hunted lives everywhere, when the entire Shurima continent was plunged into war and riots, Ixtal was still steadily moving forward and becoming stronger. This is a blessing left to us by our ancestors. It is the most precious thing we have. Everyone, we must never forget this." Savannah raised the goblet, the dark red wine swaying in the glass. "Cheers to the ancestors." Everyone raised their crystal glasses. "Cheers to the ancestors. Cheers to Ixtal. Cheers to Ixtal." After the 2 sips, Savannah's face was more smiling. "Everyone, let's enjoy this feast. Keep playing the music. Keep dancing." The stopped strings were pulled again, and the dancers began to dance again with a melodious flute sound. Knowing who the Queen's target was, the Yuntals took the initiative to step aside, leaving enough space for Lester and the Queen. Lester took the initiative to raise the wine glass. To Her Majesty, I have to say that your speech is so charming. They will definitely be proud to have such a wise queen like you. With a chuckle, Savannah handed the wine glass with 1/3 of the remaining red wine to the attendant and picked up a new glass to clink with Lester. Savannah felt much better. I just did what Junalei could do. The continuation of this country depends on Yuntal and every hard-working Ixtalian. But Lord Lester was so relaxed and at ease at the banquet, and your charming aristocratic style. Excuse me, you must be a great noble in Naxos, right? My queen, you already have the answer, don't you? Savannah was very satisfied with Lester's tactful and clever answer. It's rare for Lord Lester to come to Ixtal. You may not know that dancing with a partner of your choice at such a banquet is something that everyone will bless. I wonder if Lord Lester has any girls he likes tonight. Although there was no way to complain that the girls were all driven away by your eyes, Lester was still ready to tease a queen who was in love. Shaji nodded with something in mind, and Lester said seriously, I do have my eyes on the most beautiful girl, but this is my first time attending a banquet and I don't know how to invite her without being rude. Just extend your hand, Your Majesty, and the lady will put her hand on it herself. Under the queen's expectant gaze, Lester directly held the woman's hand and drew 2 circles on the palm of her hand. The man who did not play by the rules made Savannah's heart skip a beat. She pulled her hand slightly, but could not pull it back. The man was too tough. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, although I have been patient, I still cannot refuse your beauty. Please forgive my little offense. As an apology, Your Majesty, could you please dance with me? Although it's a bit rude, but I don't hate it. Chapter 507 Dark Dance. When the Queen and Lester came to the center of the stage, the dancers without partners voluntarily withdrew, and Yuntal, who had a partner, gave up the most central position for Savannah and Lester. A series of complicated eyes stared at the Queen and Lester. The crystal lamp on the ceiling suddenly went out, and the banquet hall became pitch black. A few seconds later, a waiter accurately lit the golden candlestick on the long table. The flickering firelight made the atmosphere suddenly become ambiguous, and the light could barely illuminate the outline of people's faces. Lester raised his eyebrows. It seemed that someone had planned it. In silence, Lester and Savannah in the center of the dance floor got closer and closer, swaying their bodies to the rhythm of the music. After a while, the queen was a little breathless and buried her head in Lester's arms. Lowering his head, the man gently bit the woman's earlobe. Your Majesty, I didn't expect that Ixtal has such a wonderful cultural tradition. I want to know, is there a stage in Ixtal where no light can be seen? Savannah rolled her eyes. She was played around with and had no temper at all. She lowered her voice. That kind of ridiculous thing happened to my ancestors. Since Ixtal was changed to women in power, there are very few such things. If there are any, they are done privately by other Yuntals. But if Lord Lester is interested, you can stay here after the banquet today and see it. If Your Majesty is still the dance partner, I can stay. Savannah said pitifully, defeated by Lester's aggressive gaze. I didn't expect that the handsome Lord Lester would be such a person. Do you really want to offend the Queen of Ixtal? What? Where is the Queen? I only saw a slave who wanted to be offended by me. Slave. So this is what I'm in your eyes? With their own purposes, the passionate men and women indulged in the dance floor and were greedy for the momentary pleasure. At the dark dining table, Loy, who had finally eaten his fill, also took the time to wipe his mouth. After looking around but not finding Lester, Loy squeezed out of the crowd and looked at the center of the stage following the gazes of others. The girl of the Mistel tribe, who had good night vision, covered her big mouth and fell to the ground in shock. Her heart was beating like a deer hiding in it. That night, Lester left Loy alone in a side room of the palace. That night, the full girl faced the empty bed, staring blankly at herself in the mirror, and she grew up instantly. The 3-day Yun festival ended, but the Ixtal people had not yet recovered from the joy of the festival. Both men and women seemed a little tired and lazy in the spring breeze, and they couldn't even close their legs when walking. From this point of view, perhaps the Yun festival also has the effect of promoting population growth. Lester was also very fulfilled during these 3 days, and the queen was also well nourished and irrigated, and her face was radiant. During the day, he took Loy to wander around an Ixoken to eat, and at night he went directly to the palace. After attending the banquet, it is worth mentioning that only the banquet on the first night was invited to Yuntal, and the second and third nights were family banquets of the royal family of Yunlei. The eldest Princess Elisa, the second Princess Angelia and the third Prince Udal were all there, so naturally there would be no fun such as dark dance that only adults can understand. Only the eldest princess was somewhat dissatisfied and had some small opinions about Lester becoming the de facto stepfather. The second princess maintained a neutral attitude and was neither cold nor warm. The youngest third prince, Udal, was very close to Lester. He was obviously just a 3-year-old kid, but he kept pestering Lester to teach him magic. In Lester's opinion, the little guy might not realize that he had an unnamed father. In any case, after the Yun festival, Lester still rejected the queen's invitation and chose to move out of the palace and return to the Grandis Manor. Successfully hooking up with the queen has paved the way for him in Ixtal. Being together every day will cause a counter effect and make others regard him as an enemy of Ixtal. He knows the truth that too much is as bad as too little. Keeping a certain distance is the most stable emotion. Lester believes that within a week, the queen, who has tasted the marrow and tasted the taste, will definitely take the initiative to come to Grandis and continue to dance with him in secret. If you want a woman to remember you, it is not about how much you have done for her, but how much she has done for you. People who understand this truth are more likely to find love. It is worth mentioning that Lester found that Roy's attitude towards him had changed a little, and he actually started to sleep in a separate bed from him at night, which made Lester feel relieved. He was just playing around with Queen Savannah with only desire but no love. He could withdraw at any time without any nostalgia, but Lester knew that Roy was very simple. If she really liked him, it would be troublesome. He would definitely not give up and could only take responsibility to the end. Keeping a suitable distance, taking care of the little guy more on weekdays, and sending Roy back to Mistale Island when there is a chance has been Lester's plan from the beginning. Now it seems that the possibility of realization is very high, so that he can be more free and easy when he leaves. Sir Lester, today I'm going to give a public lecture on the basics of elemental magic to the new Ixtari apprentices. How about we go to the tower together? Ixtari all study elemental magic in the tower. Perhaps Sir Lester can gain something. Once he understands the basic concepts of elemental magic, perhaps Sir Lester can figure out whether rune magic conflicts with elemental magic. It will be more convenient to teach rune magic at that time. Lester readily accepted Wilmot's proposal. As for Roy's request to follow him, it was not a problem. After obtaining Wilmot's consent, the three of them walked directly to the tower. The Ixtari people's application of elemental magic and axioms is reflected in all aspects. Fishing, farming, carpentry, stone carving, no matter which industry, have the most basic understanding of the original axiom. Even if the Ixtari people have no magic talent and can never become Ixtari in their lifetime, they can use basic tools, such as elemental element thread, to use the original axiom to help themselves complete their work. The so-called tower base refers to the element normal node that has been fully constructed on the basis of the original axiom. Each node can feel the purest element energy flow rules. By learning how to construct a stable and perfect element normal and using the element normal as a basis and the axiom as a rule for magic construction, magic can be realized and the illusory element can become tools in the hands of the Ixtal people. In simple terms, it is to draw a circuit diagram based on Kirchhoff's law as the rule, Kirchhoff's law as the original axiom, and the circuit connection as the element normal. The process of constructing elemental magic is to connect the messy wire ends, power supply and electrical appliances together to make the electrical appliances run successfully. The role of electrical appliances is to realize the effect of elemental magic. There are countless circuit diagrams to realize the lighting of a light bulb. This is also the fundamental reason for the emergence of same system, but different methods in Yuntal. After understanding this, Lester, who has knowledge of physics and electricity, directly surpassed most Ixtal wizards in his understanding of elemental magic. Of course, Wilmot didn't know this. At this moment, he was explaining the practical operation of the Yuan-Shu axiom to Lester and other Ixtari apprentices. After understanding the first and fifth axioms, I will show you how to use the wind rope. to lift this rock using the first and fifth axioms. The irregularly shaped rock weighed about 20 kilograms and was located in the elemental normal line at the center. The Aishtari apprentices practicing here did not need to consume their own mana. The tower base was like a charging station or a nuclear power plant, which was enough to supply the mana consumption of all mage apprentices. This was another meaning of the tower base, allowing apprentices to grow through practical operations as soon as possible, rather than sitting and practicing every day to increase their mana reserves. If you are a blockhead, you can't successfully cast an elemental magic, even if you have more mana. It's better to go home and raise pigs early. Wrapping the long spikes of green silk woven from special magic materials around the wrists of both hands, Wilmot explained. With the help of Inarian's power, we can use magic element to weave ropes with different elemental attributes. Wind ropes can enhance the control of wind element, so that we can use wind element to outline the original axiom. Most Yunpals are masters of a certain element field, but few can control two element fields at the same time without the help of ropes. In addition to wind ropes, Ixutari often uses fire ropes, water ropes and earth ropes. These four ropes can enhance the control of the four element and allow us to better control the power of element. As an Ixutari elemental master in the field of wind element, Wilmot, who deliberately slowed down, quickly used the blessing of wind ropes to complete the first axiom composed of wind element in the air with his fingers. In Lester's view, the so-called first axiom of wind element is like a compressed spring wrapped in a circular arc. The three-dimensional structure makes the external expression of the first axiom a bit complicated. It is just not known whether only the first axiom of wind element looks like this or all the first axioms are the same. As the first axiom was completed, a weak cyclone appeared continuously under the rock. Although it did not lift the rock, this magical scene was enough to make everyone's eyes widen. On the basis of the completion of the first axiom, directly draw the fifth axiom. The two can be closely combined to lift this stone. The long spikes of the wind element rope attracted the free wind element in the tower base. After gathering at a fixed point, the wind element formed a simple three-dimensional geometric pattern. Lester squinted his eyes and found that the three-dimensional geometric pattern of the fifth axiom and the pattern of the first axiom were nested to form a perfect force balance on the horizontal plane. Only an upward wind element line whose energy output was suppressed by the first axiom just hit the center of gravity of the irregular rock. According to Lester's own understanding, at least 5 element lines in this pattern were redundant, which was simply superfluous in force analysis. Lift. Everything was ready. Wilmot raised his hands and increased the element energy input. The wind element in the tower base continuously charged into the three-dimensional pattern composed of the first and fifth axioms, providing enough elemental energy. In the elemental orbit, specified by the axioms, the wind element flowed in the predetermined direction like an electron affected by an electric current, wrapping the rock and forming an upward force. The heavy rock was lifted off the ground by the powerful cyclone and flew into the air. When the rock flew about 2 meters from the ground, Wilmot reduced the output of elemental energy to balance the gravity and the upward thrust of the wind element. The old wizard first glanced at the Ixtali apprentices who were suppressing their joy, and then looked at Lester who was thinking. He couldn't help but wonder if Lester, who controlled the rune magic, could see anything in this elemental magic demonstration. The elemental energy began to weaken, and the rock fell back to the ground. The old wizard handed the wind element to the best student in this batch of apprentices. "Are you Ali? You try to do it again." The Ixtali apprentice who was called scratched his head. The brown-skinned round boy looked a little honest. "Respected Yun, I don't quite understand. I'm afraid I can't lift the rock." "It doesn't matter. No one can do it. After seeing it once, do it as much as you can. Think about it. Recall the secrets of the original axiom, and have some confidence in yourself." The kind old man gave the round-faced boy enough courage, and he clumsily put the wind rope on his wrists and arms. In an instant, the boy felt the ubiquitous wind energy in the tower base. First the first axiom, then the fifth axiom. How to draw it. Draw an 8 from top to bottom. Draw an arc from left to right. The boy tried hard to recall the great wizard's every move. The first 3 drawings were almost accurate, but the patterns after that were purely impressionistic, and Wilmot shook his head. As expected, the boy didn't even remember how to draw the first axiom. Another Yuntle who accompanied Wilmot explained in a low voice beside the Great Wizard. Lord Wilmot, the shape of this stone is too complicated. We usually use the simplest small square stones for teaching. Nodding, Wilmot calmly praised him for a good job and took back the wind rope from the frustrated boy. Who else wants to try? Ruler's failure made the other apprentices lose confidence, and naturally they would not overestimate their abilities and follow Ruli to make a fool of himself. Only Lester stepped forward and spoke. I think I understand some principles. Lord Wilmot, please allow me to try. Of course, Lord Lester. Seeing Lester so proactive, the old wizard finally smiled and handed over the wind rope. Please wrap the wind rope well, which will help you control the wind element. Shaking his head, Lester politely refused. Thank you, but it's still not necessary. Here, I can see the power I lost, and I don't need a medium for casting spells. Chapter 508 Wilmot wants to cut off human power. Sat. Hearing this, even Wilmot was a little surprised. Do you have a talent for wind magic? Looking at the various elemental elves flying around him under the command of the ice elf, Lester was a little helpless. He waved to the wind elf, and the other element retreated on their own initiative. Only the ice element was still reluctant to leave. After Lester gently tapped his head, the ice elf took the initiative to hug Lester's finger. Promise me that you won't be a licker, okay? What? Wilmot looked puzzled, and Lester coughed. Ahem. I mean, you are probably right. In the field of magic, I have a little talent. Making room for Lester, who was the focus of everyone's attention, Wilmot watched the man with empty hands without blinking, like a master painter, raising his left and right hands, and outlining the wind element normals at the same time with dazzling postures. The old wizard's mouth gradually widened, and Yuntle, who was actually responsible for teaching the apprentices, rubbed his eyes in doubt, with an unbelievable look. The general shape of the normal line is similar to what Wilmot had just drawn. However, in terms of details, Wilmot found that the first axiom and the fifth axiom in Lester's hand lacked 5 key lines, so the normal line he demonstrated was not exactly the same as the element normal line drawn by Lester. However, the old wizard naturally would not say anything at this time. He forced himself to close his mouth and looked at the elemental magic that was about to take shape without blinking. In the field of elemental magic, any slight change would make the elemental magic out of control. Only after it was formed could he understand whether the elemental normal line he had improved could be further simplified. When Lester put down his hands, the rock flew up and floated steadily in the air. It seems that the 5 normal lines were indeed redundant. Wilmot sighed. The old wizard could no longer use words to describe what he saw, and his brain went into a state of shutdown. 3 seconds. Lord Wilmot, Lord Lester is actually 4 seconds faster than you. Yuntle said something that made the old wizard and Lester look black, but made all the apprentices dumbfounded. Even more powerful than Wilmot, the most powerful elementalist in Ixtal. Who exactly is this Lord Lester? Before Wilmot could ask, Lester changed the already formed elemental normals like plucking the strings of a guitar, and the rock floating in the air began to slowly rotate. After the third change, the rotation was combined with a revolution centered on Lester. The empty room of the tower was dead silent. Whether it was Wilmot, Yuntle, or a group of Ixtal apprentices, they all became stupid with blank minds. Where is a lifting of the rock? How can you make the rock dance disco? So the floating tower base rotating around the central tower base is formed in this way. It is really an amazing magic craft. Compared with rune magic, elemental magic is more stable and durable. It is suitable for large-scale changes in landforms and climate, and can even obtain opportunities to change the situation of the war. Wilmot, with a wooden face, suddenly realized that he had only simply demonstrated how to use the wind rope to lift the rock, but directly exposed the secret of the floating tower base. This is not a talent that can be described as learning by analogy. He has only learned 2 primordial axioms. If he learns a few more primordial axioms, won't Lester be able to reach the sky? Thinking of this, Wilmot's eyes became a little dull. Excuse me, Sir Lester, are you the incarnation of the god of magic? What? Ahem. It's okay, I just don't know what to say. I guess it won't take. After a while, your level in the field of elemental magic will surpass mine. Damn it, Wilmot, don't marry or have children. What's the point of studying elemental magic for a lifetime? I'm 56 years old, and I haven't even touched a woman's hand. I'm just a fool. Lord Wilmot, please don't give up on yourself. Your achievements in the field of elemental magic are unmatched. Yuntal, who was a little flustered, came to his senses and began to comfort the old wizard, who was a little abnormal, but the old wizard looked hurt. Stop talking. Stop talking. Today's teaching ends here. I need to reconsider whether my life has any meaning. Maybe magic is really not as important as but. The rock fell back to the ground, watching the old wizard leave lonely and dejected. Now it was Lester's turn to be numb. Seeing Wilmot like this, it seems that he has done something too much. But magic. Master Wilmot, he will be okay, right? Yuntal shook his head and patted his face. After confirming that he was not dreaming, the middle-aged man looked at Lester blankly. I don't know. Otherwise you can listen to my lectures for a few more classes and master the other primordial axioms. Maybe you can master elemental magic in advance, just in case Master Wilmot quits. You can take over, right? Brother Lester, this uncle wants you to be a master wizard. Luoyi, who didn't know what was going on and only knew that Lester was very powerful, finally had the opportunity to interrupt and quickly raised his right hand to remind him. The first axiom, the mass of matter can be changed by the flow of element with different properties. The second axiom, the energy of the element can be changed by the output frequency of the element. The third axiom, the temperature can be changed by manipulating the element. The fourth axiom, the acceleration of gravity can be changed. The fifth axiom, the magnitude and direction of the force can be changed. The sixth axiom, the seventh axiom. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shone on the mahogany desk from the window, and the feather pen made a pleasant rustling sound on the paper. In the grandest manner, Lester was reviewing and consolidating all the original axioms he had learned and derived with the help of books. The description of the original axioms and elemental magic in the background of the League of Legends world is very mysterious. In Lester's view, it is just a trick. To put it bluntly, the original axioms are no different from the laws of physics. They are all a kind of application law of element. With the help of other Yuntals, Lester successfully mastered 15 axioms. Only the first 7 are called the original axioms. The remaining axioms can be deduced from the original axioms by splitting or combining them. The 7 original axioms are the basic concepts that cannot be further refined in the field of elemental magic. The remaining axioms are derived on the basis of the 7 original axioms. After figuring out the original axioms, Lester derived the original 15 axioms of Zootle to 23, based on his personal understanding and the laws of modern physics. Of course, because they are too complicated, the Yuntals who can truly master the new axioms can't even count them on one hand. Hearing the cat's steps behind him, Lester closed the book that had lost its function. The beautiful brown long arms hugged the man's chest from behind, as if the sneak attack was successful. The woman laughed triumphantly, pressed her pretty face against the man's right cheek, and kissed him hard. My great wizard, you started learning magic so early? My queen, Wilmot, who has seen through the world, is determined to make up for the regrets of the first half of his life. I can't do anything about it. Do you think I want to wear this ugly robe? Hearing Lester's words, Savannah couldn't help but roll her eyes. Whose fault do you think is it? Who told you to give Wilmot such a big blow with a lesson? But it's a good thing that Wilmot can leave his bloodline. I'm just worried that the royal secret medicine can't save Wilmot's increasingly thin body. He married 8 beautiful Ixtal girls at once. Sir Wilmot is really not afraid of dying in bed? Lester was also a little amused. He turned around and hugged the queen, who was like a spirit snake on his legs. The queen couldn't help but let out a long sigh. You underestimate the elementalist too much. As long as the elementalist wants, Suzo can directly wrap around that place to cast a spell. Whether to promote the flow of water element is entirely under the control of the elementalist. How can it damage the body? Don't you just understand what water Suzo Dulang drill is? Bah. You actually thought of using Suzo like that. Lester, you are so bad. If my ancestors knew that Venarian played such a role, they would definitely settle accounts with you. After flirting for a long time, Lester put the satisfied queen down and cleaned Savannah's body with cleaning fluid. By the way, can't you let someone else be the archmage? I'm an Arxon, and it's really not appropriate for me to stay in Ixtal as your archetype. Savannah smiled comfortably with her eyes, squinted while enjoying the man's service. If you can find an elementalist who is better than you, then you can take off the robe of the Archmage. Hey, are you relying on me? Yes, I'm relying on you. You are not allowed to go anywhere. Staring at the brown-skinned beauty in front of him, Lester vaguely saw LeBlanc, who was curled up alone and hiding in a deserted place. Once upon a time, Rose, the incarnation of LeBlanc, was also as intimate with him as Savannah, until various things happened, and the two never saw each other again. Hey, what are you thinking about? Tell me, are you thinking about other women? Yes, I miss them. Woo. Savannah pouted her unhappy mouth, as if to say, you should comfort me. After talking for a while, Lester didn't know why the queen of a country became like this little woman. Although I miss them, don't I belong to you now? Little greedy cat, are you jealous? Scratching the woman's nose, Lester kissed the lips that could hold a bottle of oil. The dissatisfied god eventually became confused, and the two hugged each other, once again indistinguishable from each other. Outside the half-open door, Luoyi covered his mouth and looked at the scenery in the room without blinking. His weak body leaned against the wall and gradually knelt on the ground. His big tail swayed, and his breath became heavier. The ambiguous air became humid and the temperature gradually rose. The dog days of summer are here. Rune magic is different from elemental magic. The core of rune magic is magic symbols. Magic arrays with different functions composed of magic symbols can play a miraculous role in many things. In the empty room of the central tower in the city of Ixuokan, Lester was explaining rune magic to the new generation of Yuntal and Yunlei. 2 princesses and a silly prince were among them. There were a total of 8 students selected initially, and talented students would continue to be selected until the entire system of rune magic was taught. His body was still sealed by astral magic, but in the tower base, Lester could still sense a magic element that had lost contact, which was a necessary condition for casting spells. If the smallest unit of elemental magic is the axiom line drawn with normals, then the smallest unit of rune magic is the simplest magic circle composed of elemental symbols. Under the gaze of 8 students, Lester condensed an ice cone emitting cold air in the palm of his hand through the rune magic circle. A skilled rune mage can complete the construction of the magic circle in a few seconds, while the construction of normals and axioms takes a long time, unless you can use both hands to draw elemental normals like me. Strictly speaking, rune magic is more explosive than elemental magic, which also means that in the field of combat, rune magic has more advantages than elemental magic. Correspondingly, more durable and stable elemental magic is suitable for use in daily life. Lester combined elemental magic and rune magic together and compared them. Students who already had enough understanding and mastery of elemental magic quickly understood the operating principle of rune magic. After finishing today's course in the morning, Lester assigned homework and prepared to leave the tower. Teacher Lester. Teacher Lester. Alyssa's voice came from behind. Lester stopped and nodded to the girl and her sister who ran over. Alyssa, Angelia, do you have any questions? Yes, yes. Alyssa, who had short silver gray hair, grabbed Lester's hand and begged. Teacher Lester, I want to know about Nathana and learn the language of Nathana. Can you tell me about it? I want to hear the story of Naxos. Lester raised his eyebrows, squatted down, and said with a smile. But your mother doesn't allow me to tell you stories about the outside world, fearing that you're not doing your job properly. You know, although the outside world is not like what Ixtal said, it is full of doomsday ruins, but it is also very dangerous. Please, Teacher Lester, you are the best. Shaking Lester's hand, Alyssa turned her head and pulled her sister behind her. Angelia also wants to know what the outside world is like. Teacher Lester, the Queen Mother listens to Teacher Lester the most. You must have a way, right? Teacher Lester, if you can't do it, forget it. I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional. Angelia said this, which made Lester choke. Although it was a bit stupid to be successfully provoked by such a low-level provocation, how could a real man say that he couldn't do it? I can promise you, but you have to promise me 2 things. Alyssa asked with her eyes shining. Teacher Lester, please tell me. I promise even if I tell you stories about the outside world, you must not leave Ixtal without my permission. This is the first rule. For the second rule, I can only tell you stories secretly. Before your mother agrees that you can access information from the outside world, you can't tell anyone. Please give me a monthly ticket. I'm resigning these days and preparing to devote all my energy to writing. I beg my dear book friends to continue to support me. Chapter 509 Lester, you smell like a star spirit. Before dawn, under the shade of the trees in the grandest manner, Lester put down the metal scabbard on his back and held Artrex in his hand. It had been a long time since I heard the beautiful Shurim language echoing in my ears like a symphony. Lester, one day I will have your body. I will torture your soul and make you unable to live or die. I will chop your arms and thighs into pieces. I will chop off your head and make it into a lantern. I will. After 3 full minutes, Artrex closed his mouth and gave Lester the opportunity to speak. Oh, no, I'm now in a state of neither wanting to live nor to die, so I will not bother you, the Honorable Lord Artrex. When the chatty sword spirit refused to cooperate, Artrex's dark and heavy sword, which was trying to erode Lester's body, weighed more than 40 kilograms. Every swing would bring a great burden to Lester's body, and he could only use the inertia of the heavy sword itself to perform moves. However, for Lester, this was actually a good thing. Although his physical strength had also declined to a level slightly stronger than that of an ordinary adult under the astral seal, and he could not casually pick up nearly 100 kilograms of things like before, this did not mean that he had lost room for improvement. He could clearly sense that his body was slowly improving and gradually adapting to the dark and great sword in his hand. Regardless of whether this was beneficial to breaking the seal, at least it was a way to become stronger, which was better than standing still. What on earth is in your body? I can clearly smell the scent of the star spirit, but I can't find the location of the star spirit power. Lester, who on earth are you? Seeing that his trash talk could no longer affect Lester, Artrex, unwilling to give up, decided to explore Lester's secrets. Looking at the bright side, at least he was not buried in the damn swamp mud by the damn Lester for another 1,000 years. Oh. Finally willing to talk properly? Lester, who used inertia to perform a whirlwind slash, stopped. Several small trees with a diameter of about half a meter behind him were cut in half, and the cuts were smooth and neat. Later, he would use Artrex to split the tree trunks and put them into the firewood pile in the warehouse. Humph. Don't answer if you don't want to. Don't expect me to beg you. The rough and heavy voice of the sword demon came from the great sword. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Lester turned around and sat on the stump he had just made to take a rest. It is said that the heavy sword has no edge, but Artrex is very sharp. Whether it is the blade or the stinky mouth, it is frightening. How about exchanging one question for another? It will be fairer. You are interested in me, and I'm also interested in what happened in the era of you Ascended and Shurima Empire. This kind of conversation is meaningful, instead of boring cursing all day long. After a few seconds of silence, Artrex's voice came from the heavy sword. Okay, then to show my sincerity, I will answer your first question first. I think you have also discovered that my appearance and physical condition are difficult to change. In fact, this is the power of the world rune. Including in the battle with you, my body was severely injured, but I was still safe and sound. This is also because the power of the rune is healing my injuries. If I'm not mistaken, I have lived in this world for more than 400 years. It turns out that the power of the rune is resisting my erosion. If I can master the power of the rune in his body will definitely be used by me. Lester's body is indeed the host I have always dreamed of. Artrex, who was thinking about how to fight for control of his body, was soon interrupted by Lester's words. Now that I have finished speaking, it is your turn. I want to know how the Twilight Protoss sealed you in your weapons. Hearing the name Twilight Protoss, Artrex's hatred was like a volcano about to erupt, almost making him lose his mind. Fortunately, Artrex also understood that his anger now was meaningless. Damn Twilight Star Spirit, he forcibly stripped my soul. Every ascendant born under the sun disk will gain the power of the gods, and the weapons they carry will also be infused with divine power. He took advantage of this and destroyed our bodies in the most despicable way, making the weapons the carriers of our souls. He should have killed us, but he insisted on making us endure the most unbearable humiliation and live alone in the dark for 1,000 years. Twilight Star Spirit, I want you to die. He frowned and let go of the hilt. The roar in his ears stopped abruptly. After a while, Lester held the calmed Artrex again. What you said is useless nonsense. If you are still going to perfunctory me, our conversation will end here, and there will never be a second chance like this in the future. In the silence, Artrex's voice came faintly. It is some kind of celestial magic that we cannot recognize. This magic can dispel the power of the Ascendants who suppress us and make us lose the glory of the Ascendants. When we lose our power, the Twilight Star Spirits will transfer our souls. In fact, I don't know how the damned Star Spirits did it. When I regained consciousness again, I was already in eternal darkness and silence. It was not until the first human held me tightly and I took his body that I gained vision. At that time, my body had become my favorite sword, buried underground and never seen the sun. Lester stroked his chin, thinking about the information revealed by Artrex. The Star Spirits controlled the star-forging Dragon King Orion Thor through the Starrow's crown and used the Sun Disk to extract the power of the Dragon King. There are many purposes for doing this. It can not only weaken the power of the Dragon King, allowing the Starrow's crown to play a better role, but also use the power of the Dragon King to do many things. Perhaps the Star Spirits themselves are also absorbing the power of the Dragon King to strengthen themselves. The power of the Ascendants originally came from the Dragon King. The Protoss knew very well how to control the power of the Dragon King. Artrex and other Ascendants who were high up in the sky were naturally no match for the Protoss. The main reason why the Protoss allowed the Ascendants to appear in the Shurima Empire was that the Ascendants would not pose any threat to the Protoss. This is why it was Twilight, who was the most playful, who sealed the Darkin, instead of Pantheon, who was more keen on fighting. I'm afraid that the Ascendants who were high up in the sky were just experimental products that could be destroyed at any time in the eyes of the Protoss, and they were not worth paying attention to at all. It's ridiculous that Artrex still believes that he was defeated by the Protoss because he was eroded by the void and his power was weakened. Little did he know that even in his most prosperous period, he would never be a match for the Protoss. Combined with the Void Nest that appeared in Icathia and the Void War that the Ascendant started later, Lester had sufficient reason to believe that the Ascendant warriors made by the Sun Disk also had the use of watchdogs, just like the mermen who guarded the Void Rift in the Conqueror Sea and placed their tribe at the entrance of the Abyss impartially. It would be too insulting to say that they were not guided and influenced by the Protoss. After the Void was sealed by the Ascendants naturally lost their value. In addition, the Shurima Empire suffered a national disaster and the Sun Disk was destroyed. Normally, the Protoss might have found another way to weaken the Starforger Dragon King if they were not stupid. When Lester came to his senses, Artrex raised his question again. Lester, what did the Protoss do to you? They put some terrible seal on me, making me lose all my extraordinary powers. Otherwise, I would not fight you with a spear. I'm better at magic. Artrex felt the savage power coming from deep inside his body and agreed with Lester's statement. We have a common enemy. Lester, why don't you give me your body? Only I can exert the full power of the Great Sword. Compared with the weak you, I will kill the Star Elm and let those damned Protoss know what the consequences of provoking an enemy that should not be provoked are. Listening to Artrex's arrogant words, Lester rolled his eyes. Forget it, you never fought them when you were alive. Do you expect to defeat them with this ghost appearance? Letting go of the exasperated Artrex, Lester put away the Great Sword and left the woods facing the rising sun. The days in the city of Ixacan became stable. In the morning, as a great element, he answered questions for students and other Yuntles. At noon, he returned to the manor to have a big meal with the free-range Loi. In the afternoon, he went to the central tower to practice elemental magic at the Vitarian Weaver. In the evening, he returned to the manor and had in-depth exchanges with the uninvited queen from time to time. The life of a great wizard was too plain and unpretentious, so time passed quickly. 7 years passed in the blink of an eye. The little princess became the eldest princess. After learning the secret history of the court, the silly prince also began to learn how to talk to the servants with a stern face. Especially after knowing that his eldest sister who gave up the throne secretly joined his mother to become his teacher. Yudi couldn't help but worry that the only second sister who was not involved would also fall into the hands of his teacher. Fortunately, the matchmaker Lester helped the 12 daughters of Wilmot, the former great wizard of Leodang Yizhuang, to solve the marriage problem and obtained the recognition of many Yuntles. Under the condition of mutual consent, he publicly recruited 3 beautiful wives for Udal, which made Udal understand the good intentions of his teacher. In any case, Lester finally stabilized his relationship with the royal family. Savannah took the initiative to abdicate and lived in seclusion behind the scenes. The eldest princess moved into the grandest manor. The second princess Angelia became the new queen and took charge of the royal power. The third prince lived the life of a royal young master who walked birds and played with dogs. He was destined to have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of his life. In the plan of Angelia and Lester, one of Udal's daughters would be adopted by Angelia and become the new queen of Ixtal. The only thing that has not changed is Lester's status. As the great elementalist of Ixtal, the power of the great wizard can no longer be shaken by anyone. Until one day, the news of Yunta's disappearance, who controlled a village on the eastern border, reached the Ixuacan palace and was conveyed to Lester by Angelia overnight. Angelia dismissed the servants who were waiting on her left and right, with disgust and contempt on her face, but she let Lester hug her body, and even hugged the man's neck with her backhand. "I'm talking to you about serious matters, but you're using this trick on me? Can't you satisfy your animal desires with my mother and sister, perverted teacher? Don't be angry, it's just that I haven't been here for a week. I'm here, right? I will definitely spend more time with you in the future." Lester smiled and calmed down to comfort the new queen. "Tell me, what happened? Why did you ask me to enter the palace overnight?" Sighing, Angelia lowered her voice. The strange black fog that permeated from the coast of Amarantsin first engulfed the border village of Nascut. After Elder Rogier from the neighboring village discussed with others, he sent a messenger to inform me and led 35 elemental hunters and Ixtali mage apprentices into Nascut. Just an hour ago, the second messenger arrived, bringing news that Elder Rogier was missing, and the black fog continued to spread to other villages. Before going to court tomorrow, I would like to hear your opinion. Black fog. Lester's gloomy face scared Angelia. She had never seen the omnipotent Lester show such a serious expression. For a moment, she couldn't help but feel a great fear of the black fog. "Perverted teacher, you know the source of the black fog, right?" Nodding, Lester also lost the desire to play around and said seriously, "I think you should also know about the changes that happened in the Lost Blessed Island. This black fog should have come from the Blessed Island in the east of the Watcher Sea. The black fog can restrain and devour human souls. There are many difficult and terrifying monsters in it. It is impossible to kill those evil souls with ordinary means. Elder Rogier alone may not be able to deal with the dangers in the black fog. Death in the black fog will only strengthen the power of the black fog. I'm afraid that Elder Rogier is in danger." Angelia asked hurriedly with a change of expression. "Then how should we deal with the black fog? Organize the surrounding villagers to evacuate the village and take the initiative to stay away from the black fog. Can't we take the initiative to fight against the black fog?" Under Angelia's gaze, Lester nodded. "Yes, but we need holy stone weapons to fight against the black fog. Ordinary swords and even magic cannot cause effective damage to the monsters in the black fog. Only holy stone weapons can completely purify the evil spirits in the black fog. The most critical problem is that the holy stone weapons and their production methods are in the hands of an ancient sect born in Fuguang Island. If you want to obtain holy stone weapons, you must first find that sect. How can we find that sect?" Without answering Angelia's question, Lester paced twice in the depressing atmosphere and said lightly, "It is very difficult to find them directly. Whether we can meet them in the black fog depends on luck. Angelia, we'd better rely on ourselves in this matter." Lester kissed Angelia gently, hugged the bewildered woman in front of him, and comforted her softly. "We should make preparations for both situations. We should organize Elder Yuntal to disperse the villagers from the villages near Nascut. As for how to deal with the black fog, I will find a way. We can't just abandon Elder Roger and the others. Otherwise, forget it. Don't go. We should just let the villagers evacuate Nascut." Under Angelia's worried eyes, Lester chuckled and turned away. You have become a little adult after being the queen for only a few days? Don't underestimate your perverted teacher. They are just a few lonely ghosts. They can't stop me. Once things stabilize, I will do it every day. Full-time workers have to act like full-time workers to make everyone happy. Chapter 510 Light in the Black Mist. After saying goodbye to his women, Lester, wearing the light armor made by the most outstanding craftsman of Eikstal, carried Artrex on his back and got on a 4-horse carriage overnight. With the sound of horse hooves, Lester headed towards the south gate of Ixacan. There was a port pier at the south gate, where he could transfer to a boat and go downstream, shortening the time wasted on the road. Strictly speaking, Nascut was not in the east of Ixacan, but in the southeast coastal direction. It would take about a month to ride a fast horse, and it would be faster to take a boat. After getting off the carriage, Lester explained the situation to the soldiers guarding the city and showed the token of Queen Yun. The soldiers quickly found an old boatman with 30 years of experience. The white-bearded old boatman was called Turner. He had a very ordinary name, but his driving skills were unique. In the words of the soldiers, this old guy who knew how to use hydrosol could drive a boat from the Fred River into the Sea of Watchers with his eyes closed. Waves rippled on the river, the moon and stars fell, and the sun rose on the other side of the horizon. With the blessing of elemental magic, the boat was like a motor, slid across the waves all the way to the south, and soon disappeared at the end of the horizon. Little Stone. Run. Get away from the black fog. Run to Gardner Village. Run. Don't look back. In the village of Willaston adjacent to the village of Nascut, the young hunter Edgar was shouting at the dumbfounded little boy. Just a few seconds ago, the little boy saw his father being swallowed by the black fog and disappeared without a trace in an instant, just like his mother. Until now, he still couldn't understand what happened. The little boy just stared blankly at the place where his parents disappeared, eager to find those two familiar gentle faces in the black fog. Creepy ghost cries came from the black fog. The sky was covered by strange dark clouds. The fog was getting closer and closer. In just 10 minutes, it had covered half of the village. There were screams of fear and indescribable weird laughter everywhere. The young hunter knew that he didn't have much time. Seeing that the little boy was still in a daze, a shriek came from the rolling black fog. Bending the bow, nodding the arrow, Hunter loosened the taut bowstring and shot the most perfect arrow to break through the air. The dark green ghost just poked its head out of the black fog and was pierced by Hunter sky-breaking arrow. What was despairing was that the arrow only slightly disturbed the ghost's body. When the arrow disappeared in the fog, the ghost returned to its original state again, revealing the most terrifying face in his life and emitting a harsh and hideous laugh. Brother Edgar. Woohoo wow 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 wow. Where are mom and dad going wow? As if deliberately playing tricks on people's hearts, the ghost did not pounce on the hunter but flew straight to the crying little stone. Gritting his teeth, Edgar shot the second arrow by instinct, but the arrow passed by the illusory ghost powerlessly and could not even delay time. It was a foregone conclusion that the little stone was dragged into the terrible black fog by the ghost, and he could no longer change anything. In despair, Edgar, who did not want to see the little stone get lost, turned around and prepared to leave alone. Huraboda Cave. Just as Edgar took the first step, a strange and obscure unknown language came from the depths of the black fog. Edgar, who was very sure that there would be no living people in the black fog, was startled and instinctively shot an arrow in a certain direction. In an instant, a white light that dispelled the black fog crossed with the arrow and flew towards the ghost that was about to come into contact with the little stone. Ugh. As the muffled groan came, the scary ghost tried to twist its body to avoid the white light, as if it had seen a ghost, but unfortunately the flying speed of the white light was far beyond the ghost's imagination, and it melted into the ghost's dark green spirit body like melting snow. In an instant, Edgar opened his eyes wide. The ghost, who would not be hurt at all, began to burn violently from the inside out like a fuel mummy that was ignited. In just 3 seconds, it turned into a dissipated black ash and disappeared before his eyes. Xiaoshitao, who was shocked by the scene in front of him, stopped crying and stared blankly at the black soul lashes that fell on his head. Edgar turned his head and looked at the middle-aged man in white robes who walked out slowly from the black fog. He could see that his arrow was inserted into the man's left upper arm, and the blooming blood flower made the holy white robe look more dazzling. The sturdy middle-aged man had a big black beard, a kind and gentle face, and a firm look in his eyes. He raised his other right hand holding the arc-shaped short stick to indicate that he had no ill intentions. Young man, your arrows are very accurate, but ordinary arrows can't hurt these evil ghosts. If you want to destroy these ghosts, you have to rely on this. Watch. The man in white robe waved the short stick in his right hand and pointed in a certain direction. The amazing short stick began to emit a dazzling white light. Another ghost who had just shown its head was hit by the sudden holy light and turned into ashes on the spot. It was not until this time that Edgar realized that he had hurt the unknown strong man who could save his life. The young hunter very hurriedly pulled a small stone to a place not far in front of the man in white robe, knelt on the ground sincerely, and bowed his head. Sir, I was so ignorant that I hurt you. Please forgive me and let me do something for you. I have trauma medicine here that can quickly heal the arrow wound. Looking at the Ixtal hunter who was kneeling on the ground and apologizing to him, Turles liked the young man in front of him more and more. Whether it was the assistance he had just given to the little boy, or the decisiveness of leaving, or the confession of his mistakes, and begging for forgiveness, even if we don't talk about the amazing shooting talent, just this kind of heart, the Ixtal hunter in front of him deserves to be his companion. Young man, don't blame yourself too much. No one can do the best in such a terrible disaster. You have done very well, and this is why I'm here. Putting the holy stone weapon pistol, Kitty, into the weapon holster on his waist, Turles helped Edgar up with one hand, touched the boy's messy hair, and wiped the boy's tears. Sir, please allow me to make up for the mistake I cannot make up for. Edgar took out the wound ointment he prepared from the leather bag he carried with him, pointed at the arrow that had not been pulled out, and whispered with guilt. Fortunately, I didn't poison the arrow, otherwise I would have made a big mistake and hurt an innocent person who could save the village. My name is Edgar, and he is Hume, the son of the tailor. What is your name, sir? Hearing this, even the knowledgeable Turles felt a chill down his spine. He could kill evil spirits and ghosts, but he couldn't easily conjure up an antidote. It must be said that from the perspective of combat alone, Edgar's talent seemed to be even better than he imagined. Injuring himself through blind shooting is not something that ordinary people can do. Perhaps only such a person can curb the increasingly active black fog and make some dynamic changes to the old-fashioned sect. Having made a decision in his heart, Turles' smile became more amiable, making Edgar feel like a spring breeze. Young man, I'm sorry to bother you. My name is Turles. I come from an island in the east. I came here to try to contain the spreading black fog. Before I met you, I had sent some people out of the black fog. Now the black fog has expanded to the entire village. We can't stay here any longer, otherwise there will be ghosts that I can't deal with. As for my wound, I'll deal with it after we get out of the black fog. I can still hold on. After finalizing the next course of action, Edgar and Turles protected the silent little boy Hume and headed northwest of Willaston village. Every time the difficult ghosts and evil spirits in the black fog showed up, they would be killed by a short stick in Turles' hand without any magic aura, which made Edgar even more curious about the origin of the short stick. After walking out of the gloomy black fog and following Turles to the temporary gathering place, Edgar looked at the fallen village and couldn't help but sigh. He threw his hunting bow on the ground and sat cross-legged. Like the little stone Hume, his parents also stayed in there forever. Compared with those terrible ghosts and evil spirits, the bow and arrow in his hand were too weak. Turles, who had been paying attention to Edgar, had already treated his wounds. He walked over and patted Edgar on the shoulder. Turles looked at the dark sky and his voice was heavy. Along the way, he had witnessed countless tragedies of broken families and deaths. Edgar and Hume were lucky. In fact, most of the time, no living people would be left in the black fog. The souls of all the dead would be swept back to the evil and terrifying island by the black fog and become toys and nutrients for the evil demons. If the spread of the black fog cannot be contained, more innocent people will be harmed. I can see that you are a qualified warrior. I just don't know if you are willing to be one of us and use the weapon in your hand. to fight against the erosion of the world by the black fog. Edgar raised his head. Turz's bright blue eyes ignited a fire in his heart. Perhaps for revenge. Perhaps to save others like Turz saved himself and Hume. Or perhaps to really fight against the evil black fog. Edgar opened his somewhat dry mouth. Turz, who are you? Where did the weapon in your hand that can hurt ghosts come from? And the language you spoke at the beginning? I have never heard of it. Turz took out the flintlock-style holy stone weapon from his waist and handed it directly to the stunned Edgar, making Edgar a little unable to react. Such a precious thing was handed to him by Turz. Touching the cold stone short stick like white jade, Edgar was a little confused. How could this thing without any magic power and firing device emit white light? She is Kitty. Kitty is a holy stone weapon that our Church of Light, or the Sentinel cult. Sentinel sounds too simple, so it is changed to the Church of Light here, deliberately forged to fight against the black fog. Every new member of the Church of Light will receive a holy stone weapon made by the holy blacksmith. As for the language, that is the thought that Helia left for us. In order to fight against the black fog and completely kill the monsters in the black fog, in addition to the holy stone weapons that can stimulate the holy light, we must have enough courage and determination. And courage and determination are also the key to stimulating the holy stone weapons. Young man, everyone who uses the holy stone weapons will have an unforgettable pain. Speaking of this, Tulston paused, and after confirming the determination in Edgar's eyes, the middle-aged man sat on the ground, adding a handful of dust to the dirty blood-red white robe. He knew that it was all worth it. After the disaster brought by invaders on the Blessed Isles 500 years ago, the land that once flowed with milk and honey has become a land of shadows filled with death and evil. Our ancestors lost everything, including the fountain of life and the spirit of the tree of life. Some evil curse that we cannot understand erupted in the fountain of life. Peace and comfort have forever left that land, and the Blessed Isles has become a land of disaster that binds countless souls and spirits. Fortunately, our ancestors survived the disaster by relying on the holy stone. After countless sacrifices, the ancestors of the light cult have passed down the way to fight against the black fog and ghosts to this day, and built a secret base on the most dangerous Shadow Island to prevent us from being killed in the black fog. Until today, as descendants, we are still diligently working to maintain the original goal of the sect, trying to make the black fog of Shadow Island retreat, revive Blessed Island, and purify the fountain of life, but we all know that this is no longer possible. From the original 1,000 people to today, the size of the sect is less than 100 people, and more people have died on the road to fighting against the black fog and evil, not to mention that there are things more terrifying than the black fog monsters on Blessed Island staring at us. Taking a deep breath, Turz recalled the rumors about the soul-catching skeleton and shuddered. The evil skeleton was like a patient old hunter who had been looking for traces of the sect's secret place for hundreds of years. If the operation of the sect's secret place had not used the knowledge of the Helia Star Track ritual, which would change every moment, I'm afraid that the sect's secret library would have been broken by the evil controlled by the skeleton and everyone would have been slaughtered. As you can see, if this continues, the light cult will be completely annihilated in human civilization. Therefore, we have to seek changes and try to find some warriors suitable for joining the sect in a more efficient way, so as to increase manpower and fight against the growing black fog. In response to Turz's serious gaze, Edgar clenched Kitty in his hand. If Kitty was there, would his parents, Hume's parents, and even the entire village not be harmed by the black fog? His family has been shattered, and his parents have stayed in the village forever, or maybe they were captured by the monsters in the black fog. Today, he has no choice but to take this path. Lord Turz, how can I join the light cult? Turz whispered, looking at Edgar with relief. It's very simple. Use your determination and courage to fight against evil and darkness to inspire Kitty to kill the ghost, and you will pass the test. Chapter 511. It makes sense that the great elementalist likes to use great swords, right? Nascut Village, Willaston Village, Gardner Village, these are the 3 villages closest to the Amaranth Coast in Ixtal. According to the attack intensity of Bilgewater Soul Eating Night, it is difficult for the Ixtal people to survive in the black fog on their own without the assistance of sea monsters and sea beast priests. In the afternoon, Lester left the ship and said goodbye to the boatman. He changed to a horse and went east along the mountains. In the woods that were not easy to walk, he could see the Eikstal people fleeing from the east. He grabbed a guy who looked reliable and asked about the current situation. Lester frowned and watched the fleeing villagers of Gardner Village leave. So, Nascut Village and Willaston Village have been swallowed by the black fog. The villagers of Gardner Village who knew the news are evacuating the villages under the command of Elder Marvin. The situation does not seem optimistic. Continuing to move against the flow of people, Lester sped up and came to Gardner Village. Most of the people in the village had already left, leaving only a few elderly people who were unable to move and unwilling to leave. They gathered together and refused to sit on the carriage. Elder Marvin of Yountville, who had met Lester once, was earnestly persuading several elderly people in Gardner Village to leave with him. It was obvious that Angelia's retreat order had arrived at the border village before him. Noticing Lester jumping off his horse, Marvin didn't bother to continue persuading the stubborn old man and took the initiative to step forward and bow. "Good day, Honorable Lord Lester. I didn't expect you to arrive here so quickly." "No need to be polite, Elder Marvin. What's the situation now?" Patting the somewhat restless horse, Lester noticed that there was a strange black-green fog in the sky to the east, and he felt a prying eye in the fog. "After receiving the order from Queen Yun, I started to organize the villagers to evacuate the border. Unfortunately, the black fog came too quickly. Before my people entered Willaston Village was lost in the strange black fog. I thought that the villagers of Willaston Village were in danger, but later I learned that many people were rescued by a foreigner named Turles. Turles insisted on entering the black fog again. I couldn't persuade him, so I had to come to Gardner to organize the villagers to evacuate. At present, the black fog is slowly moving towards here, and most of the villagers have evacuated here." At this point, Elder Marvin looked at the few old people behind him helplessly and sighed deeply. "Look, there are only these few old people with limited mobility who refuse to leave no matter what. They have to live, and I with the village, which has delayed the journey. But if we leave them, how can we bear it? Is that so? Let me solve this matter." Keeping the name of Turles in mind, Lester took Artrex from his back, carried the evil and domineering sword, and walked straight towards the elderly. Seeing Lester's ill-intentioned attitude, several old men felt nervous. They didn't know who the young man in front of them was. They couldn't help but cast their hopeful eyes on Elder Marvin behind Lester. Elder Marvin also introduced Lester in time to avoid offending Lester. "Ahem, this is the most honorable Yunta-Grand Elementalist Lester in Eikstal. This time, I came here to investigate the Black Fog invasion incident in accordance with the order of Queen Yun. No matter who it is, you must obey the orders of Lord Lester unconditionally and there must be no mistakes." The leading old man looked eagerly at the great sword that was twice as tall as himself, swallowed hard, and still didn't dare to ask why the Grand Elementalist didn't take the Suzo, but carried a heavy weapon that looked fierce. "Are you sure this is not the Sword Saint of Eikstal? As you can see, I'm the Great Elementalist of Eikstal. This time I'm here to take charge of the Black Mist invasion. If I have offended you, please understand." He casually smashed the chattering Artrex on the stone bricks under his feet. The hard stone bricks were smashed into a small pit by Artrex. The tip of the sword was inserted straight into the deep of the floor tiles. The rippling dust made the unstable old men start to shake. Before repelling the black mist, no living people can be left in Gardner Village. All those who are swallowed by the black mist will become part of the power of the black mist. I will never allow the power of the black mist to become stronger again. Don't look at me like that. What I mean is that if you want to stay, just lie down on the ground. As long as you become a dead person before the black mist arrives, it will be fine. Don't worry, I'm proficient in elemental magic, and will definitely not let you feel pain. It's not painful. Your elemental magic will turn your head into a rotten watermelon. How can there be pain? But isn't it a bit wrong for this great elemental to carry a big sword? Not daring to go into it further, the old man took a half step back and bowed. Lord Lester. Lord Lester, I believe you are proficient in elemental magic. We understand and are willing to cooperate with your work. Old guys, I think we should believe that Lord Lester can repel the black fog. Staying here will only cause trouble for the Sword Saint Lester. I mean, it will cause trouble for the Lord Elementalist. Yes, you old guy is also sensible. I said we should leave. Lord Lester, no need to see us off. We will go by ourselves. Several old men climbed onto the carriage board in a panic. Elder Marvin winked at the coachman, and the coachman drove away with understanding. Staring at the greatsword inserted in the floor tiles, Marvin took a deep breath. It should be reasonable for the great elementalist to be good at greatswords, right? Lord Lester, what should we do next? Lester said lightly with narrowed eyes. Tell me about Terrell's situation. Deep in the village of Willaston, Terrells and Edgar were facing the harassment of more than a dozen ghosts. Concentrate your thoughts and release your hatred for evil and darkness through the kitty in your hand. Using another holy stone weapon, laden, to cover Edgar, who was standing still, Tuz was a little anxious. It stands to reason that with Edgar's talent, he should be able to easily activate the holy stone, but he never succeeded after coming in. Lord Tuz, I don't understand. This is just a short stone stick. How can it emit holy light? Edgar tried to guide magic and stared at the kitty in his hand, but he couldn't make the thing in his hand burst out deadly holy light like Tuz. I believe you can do it. You have to believe in yourself too. You can't use the holy stone weapon without courage and determination. At this point, Tuz also regretted his rash behavior. He believed too much in Edgar's talent because of Edgar's excellent performance. His foolish and naive thoughts directly put himself and Edgar in danger. If his left hand was not injured, he could handle it with 2 guns alone. But now his left hand cannot use the holy stone weapon due to the arrow wound. It is impossible to perfectly deal with the increasingly violent ghosts with only one hand. This is just the village of Willaston. If it is the deeper village of Nascot, there may be more terrible monsters. At that time, there will be no way to deal with it unless Edgar also knows how to use the holy stone weapon. After wiping the method, Tuz, who didn't want Edgar to be overwhelmed by excessive pressure, tried to divert Edgar's attention by speaking. There are 2 ways to expel the black fog. One is to kill most of the ghosts and evil spirits in the black fog. The other is to find the source of the black fog and use the holy stone to dispel the source of the black fog. Edgar, try to imagine the scene of you dispelling ghosts. Kitty is the premise for you to do everything. Use Kitty to aim at your target and use your will to wash away the evil. Just as the 2 were in a bitter battle, heavy footsteps came from the depths of the black fog. The strange breathing, like the fat butcher snoring, was like a heavy hammer hitting Terrell's heart. He finally understood who the enemy was this time. Hungry Butcher? Shouldn't this kind of monster only be found at the source of the black fog? With a change of expression, Terrells turned the muzzle of the gun, aimed at the direction where the footsteps came from, and shot out several holy lights. The holy light that formed a line dispelled the black fog along the way and moved forward, but was blocked in midair by a huge single-edged machete. The invincible holy light was annihilated by the dark energy on the machete on the spot, and had no effect. Before the rolling black fog blocked his sight again, Edgar also saw the enemy illuminated by the holy light. It was a pig-headed man who was 2 meters tall and 5 meters tall. The pig-headed man had a fat and strong body. In his left hand, he held a half-broken thigh dripping with blood. In his right hand, he held a rusty bone-chopping machete. He was only wearing a somewhat tattered apron, covering his bulging belly. The pig's eye sockets flashed with bright green light, and the pig's mouth was full of disgusting, jagged fangs, which were still hung with fresh blood, flesh, and organ fragments. It was obvious that he had just had a feast. Woo 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 hula hula. With strange and heavy breathing sounds, the invisible hungry butcher launched a charge in the black fog, trampling the ground. What should we do? Edgar had never thought that in addition to the terrible ghosts, there were such desperate monsters in the black fog. For a moment, he was a little at a loss. Run back. I'll take care of it. Without caring about the other ghosts hiding in the black fog and fighting guerrilla warfare, Tuz took a deep breath, raised Laden and fired repeatedly. Hulu hulu. The pig-headed man rushed out of the black fog and raised his machete to block in front of him. Most of the holy light attacks were blocked by the machete, and only a small part of the holy light hit the pig-headed butcher's body. A billowing black smoke emerged with a burning sound. Edgar, who was running away, vaguely heard the painful wail of the soul. Looking back, the pig-headed man was kneeling on the ground with his face covered, struggling to bite the flesh of the thigh held in his left hand. In just a few bites, the thigh was eaten into white bones. It seemed that he had suffered a serious injury. But Tuz knew that, although the pig-headed butcher looked in great pain, he actually didn't suffer any serious injuries. Panting and putting down the holy stone weapon laden in his hand, Tuz, who was exhausted, sat on the ground to calm his breathing. The continuous attacks made him consume most of his physical strength. His holy light was good at dealing with ordinary ghosts and fog ghosts that came and went without a trace, but it was difficult to fight against the half-human, half-ghost black fog monster with a physical body. In addition to the restraint attribute to black fog, everyone's holy light has different characteristics. Generally speaking, only holy light attacks with armor break, serious injury, or corrosion attributes can really hurt large monsters like the hungry butcher. Otherwise, ordinary holy light attacks can only be used to wear out the butcher's soul that maintains movement. In order to completely eliminate the butcher, his extreme speed and quick recovery just can't cause effective damage to the butcher. Hello, Raw. After fully absorbing the human's flesh and blood, the butcher used his machete to support his body and stood up from the ground. He raised his head and the pig-headed man let out a deafening roar, and then he rushed towards Edgar, who turned around and ran away again. More than a dozen ghosts attacked the two of them like crazy under the order of the pig-headed butcher, hindering Edgar's escape speed. Tuz raised his arm with difficulty and killed the dozen ghosts that flew over with the holy stone energy that had just been restored. However, he was no longer able to fight against the hungry butcher who raised his machete. He had no way to deal with the ending that Edgar was about to face. At this moment, the only one who could save Edgar was himself. Even if he could successfully activate the holy stone weapon Kitty once, Edgar would not be buried under the butcher's knife. Edgar. Turrell's hoarse voice called out in his ears. The young hunter pointed the stone stick in his hand at the pig-headed butcher blankly and watched the butcher raise the machete. Edgar could even smell the disgusting smell of meat and blood in the butcher's mouth. The stench made his brain dizzy, but Kitty, who was holding the stone stick in his hand, remained unresponsive as if dead. If I can't avoid this attack, I will become food in the mouth of this monster. Time seemed to slow down. In an instant, Edgar seemed to have returned to the moment when the black fog had just descended on Willaston village. The ghosts in the fog raged and took away his father and mother, dragging them into the depths of the black fog and never seeing them again. They didn't know whether they were dead or alive. The villagers disappeared in the black fog one after another. Mortals had no place to stay in this disaster. The black fog was an enemy that even Elder Yunkel and Ixtali Elemental Mage could not deal with, but he had the possibility to fight against it. In the end, he could do nothing because of his incompetence. It was too sad. Recalling everything he had experienced, a feeling of unwillingness lingered in Edgar's heart. I shouldn't be like this, and Willaston Village shouldn't have ended like this, all because of these hateful monsters. Tuz gave me the opportunity to join the light cult to fight against the black mist, but I didn't grasp it. If I die like this, I would rather give up struggling from the beginning. What should I do? I just want to kill these monsters. In a trance, the hunter felt a sense of limb extension. This was the power transformed from anger and unwillingness. With hatred for evil in the black mist and desire for light and order, physical strength and energy were quickly drawn out and condensed in Kitty, the pistol in his hand. The dazzling light finally appeared at Kitty's muzzle. Edgar hit its head. Tuz roared loudly. The hunting instinct made Edgar raise the muzzle of the gun under Tuz's instructions and aim at the butcher's pig head. Monster, go to hell. Starting from the 11th, 10,000 words will be updated every day. Please support me, book friends. Chapter 512 Flesh Refining Workshop. A dazzling holy light pierced through the dark sky. The butcher's pig head was annihilated in the holy light. While he held the butcher knife high, his body fell heavily to the ground, along with the butcher knife surrounded by black mist. The butcher's body turned into ashes floating all over the sky, falling on Edgar's face, freeing him from fear and anger. I was right about you, Edgar. You are a natural warrior. Your holy light is unique and can kill many powerful black mist monsters. Even the butcher is not your opponent. Coming to Edgar's side, Tuz laughed and patted the hunter on the shoulder. How do you feel now? Can you sense the connection with Kitty? Edgar whispered, holding the holy stone weapon tightly in his hand. Lord Terrells, I don't know if this is a connection, but I know that Kitty is responding to my voice. Haha, that's right. It seems that Kitty has accepted you. In this case, I will give Kitty to you. Use it to eliminate more evil and ghosts. It can play a greater role in your hands. After the black fog is dispelled, I will take you to the secret base of the Illuminati and hold an initiation ceremony for you. After calming down, Edgar nodded gratefully and expressed his gratitude to Terrells again. After the death of the hungry butcher, the black fog returned to peace. As if knowing that there was danger here, the wandering ghosts left one after another and went to other places. After the danger, Edgar, whose adrenaline surged, was eager to meet more evil ghosts. What should we do next? Lord Terrells, I want to try to use Kitty to eliminate more monsters. Probably guessing Edgar's mentality at this time, Terrells stroked his beard and smiled. Go to Nasket, find the origin of the black fog in Nasket, purify the monsters there, and disperse the black fog. Edgar, I'm sure that the black fog will not retreat on its own this time. These evil spirits and monsters seem to be looking for something besides plundering souls. I think Nasket will be more dangerous than here, but with your help, I have a greater grasp. Tuz suddenly closed his mouth. Click, click. The sound of heavy boots stepping on the floor tiles was full of deadly oppression. The harsh sound of heavy metal weapons scratching across the floor tiles was like an armed submarine with sonar, turned on in the deep sea, attracting monsters in the depths of darkness. Separated by the black fog, only hearing the sound, but not seeing the person, Tuz felt a fear of becoming a prey. As Tuz's voice gradually stagnated, the two slowly turned around at the same time, looked in the direction behind them, and clenched the holy stone weapons. A man dragging an evil sword slowly walked out of the black fog, looking at everything in front of him with indifference, as if he didn't take any monster seriously. The grey-green elemental robe engraved with axioms and normal lines moved without wind. His long black hair was tied behind his back, shoulder high. His thick brown high-top heavy boots stepped on the hearts of Terrells and Edgar with every step, until the man stopped and looked at him. Is it Elder Yun? But if it was Yun, how could he wear a robe that only Ali could wear? Looking at the noble robe that only Yun and Ali could wear, Edgar put down Kitty in his hand and murmured in disbelief. Turning his head to look at Edgar, Terrells squeezed out a few wisps of air from his lungs to speak. How many people had the man in front of him killed to bring him so much pressure? Edgar, do you have such people in Ixtal? Lester, the Grand Elementalist of Ixtal. After confirming that those annoying ghosts had escaped from him, Lester put Artrex back into the scabbard on his back. He probably had guessed the identities of the two. Hunter Eri Edgar, and the guest from afar, Terrells. Lester approached the two slowly, and a smile appeared on his indifferent face, which greatly reduced the pressure on the two. Like you, I came here to stop this disaster. At this point, Lester, who took the initiative, deliberately looked at Terrells, and bowed to the middle-aged man. Sir Terrells, I learned about your good deeds from Elder Marvin. Please allow me to express my gratitude to you on behalf of Yunale and the rescued Ixtal people. Thank you for your help to Ixtal and saving the lives of many innocent people. Great Elementalist, are you the Ixtal Grand Master Lester who replaced Archmage Wilmot? If the Wilmot you are talking about is the previous Great Elementalist, then it's me. Lester shrugged and patted Edgar on the shoulder, making Edgar feel flattered. Having successfully found the light cult he wanted to contact the most, Lester was in a good mood. There were only benefits, and no harm in establishing a relationship with the Light Sentinels as soon as possible. Before the Ruined Legion invaded the material realm, the Emerald Territory must obtain the craftsmanship of making holy stone weapons and enough holy stones. According to the connection between Shadow Island and the Underworld, holy stone weapons might also play a role in Modka's Underworld Legion. The holy stone, used to make holy stone weapons, can only be found on Shadow Island. Originally, there was no clear target, but I didn't expect that this time I would actually find the secret sect that continued on the Blessed Light Island in the Black Fog. The white robe and holy stone weapons are the best identification marks, and the possibility of error is very small. Lester's eyes inadvertently swept over the gun-shaped weapons in Edgar and Tuz's hands, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. If he guessed correctly, the things in the hands of the two should be holy stone weapons that restrain the black fog. Sir Lester, who are you? Unlike Edgar, who completely trusted Lester, Tur still had a lingering palpitation in his heart. He learned a technique from the Helia secret technique preserved by the Illuminati that could distinguish good from evil, and at this moment, it played a role that he didn't know whether it was good or bad. Generally speaking, the more lives the target of observation took, the more fear he would have. At this moment, he thought he was knowledgeable, but found that he couldn't stand in front of Lester with his own endurance, so he had to withdraw the technique, which made his face not look too ugly. You can think of me as a fugitive prisoner, Sir Tours. Do you have any questions? Lester smiled calmly and said softly in a friendly manner. If I have brought bad feelings to Lord Tours, please forgive me. Lord Lester, you have no problem. It's my problem. Please forgive me. Edgar, who didn't understand what was going on, stared blankly at the two people who were using honorifics to puzzle him. The hunter suddenly felt that he was an outsider. Fortunately, the two were not procrastinating riddlers, and they quickly got down to business. No matter what, I must try to dispel this disaster and find the trace of Elderogia. I'm going to Nascut to see the cause of the black fog. I wonder what Lord Tours is going to do next. Lord Lester, in fact, Edgar and I are also going to Nascut village to see if we can stop this disaster. Under Lester's active guidance, although he was a little suspicious of Lester's origin, Tours still chose to go with him. Lester was able to go deep into the black fog alone with a weapon full of evil aura. Just from this point of view, Lester was definitely not an ordinary person. However, whether to reveal the news of the Church of Light depends on subsequent contacts and tests, so as to prevent some people with evil intentions from knowing the secrets of the sect and bringing disaster. Sir Lester, how much do you know about the Black Mist? I didn't notice you using magic. You just use this big sword that looks a little weird. Could it be that the Great Elementalist of Ixtal is another name for the Sword Saint? Watching Lester chop the flying ghost into ashes with Artrux, Tours' mouth twitched, and Edgar turned away awkwardly, pretending that he didn't hear what he said. That's about right. If you can't fight with weapons and only know magic, how can you be qualified to be a great elementalist? Lester said lightly in Edgar's admiring eyes. Whether it is magic or martial arts, they are both means to achieve a goal. In my opinion, there is no survival of the fittest between the two. Do things in the right way at the right time. Never let power and rules become things that restrict your steps. As for the black fog, I only know roughly that this strange fog seems to come from the Lost Blessed Island. I admire you. Your ideas are very insightful. Sandwiched between the two people who were talking more and more speculatively, Edgar found that he couldn't get a word in at all. He could only prick up his ears and try to listen and be a good guide. The three of them moved forward all the way. The road was complicated and changeable, and with the interference of the black fog, it was difficult for the three people who could not distinguish between day and night to find the right direction. Fortunately, Edgar, as an excellent hunter in Melaston village, could barely recognize the road under the interference of the black fog. Finally, after a day of moving forward, they arrived at the outskirts of the easternmost village of Ixtal. Lying on the ground, the three of them quietly approached the entrance of the village and avoided the ghosts who were wandering aimlessly. The sky had completely darkened at this moment. The dark green glow of the black fog looked even more eerie and also illuminated the Nascut village, which had become a hell on earth. Thousands of ghosts were wandering in the sky above Nascut village. From deeper in the village came a bloody smell that made people want to vomit. I don't know, when a bloody meat chopping board made of thick tree stumps appeared in the open space outside the village. Rows of crisscrossing wooden stakes, hangers, and skin drying racks extended from the village entrance all the way to the village. The wooden stakes were full of skinned and amputated human sticks. On the hangers were hundreds of grey-green corpses that had been completely drained of blood. As for what was on the skin drying racks, it was self-evident. A gust of fishy wind blew, and hundreds of wet skin swayed in the wind. The whole village was like a large slaughterhouse, filled with a suffocating low pressure. Faced with this most primitive barbarity and brutality, even Lester felt a little uncomfortable. Turles and Edgar beside him turned their heads silently and forced themselves to suppress their twitching and rolling stomachs to avoid attracting enemies with their vomiting sounds. When the two of them had almost adapted to this harsh environment, Lester whispered, "Turles, have you ever encountered such a situation before? Are there any monsters other than ghosts in the black fog?" If I'm not mistaken, this place should have been transformed into a flesh and blood refining workshop by a certain hateful butcher. Lester frowned. Turrell's pale face was very ugly. Obviously, the hateful butcher he mentioned was not something that could be easily dealt with. Hateful butcher? Turrells retracted his gaze from the flesh and blood chopping board and retreated back into the bushes, lowering his voice. The hateful butcher is a special evil creature with a body on Shadow Island. It is formed by the hungry butcher devouring its own kind. The soul of the hateful butcher is always eager to devour fresh flesh and blood. This group of evils likes to dismember, skin and torture living people the most. They are very powerful. A hateful butcher usually commands dozens of hungry butchers to build a flesh and blood refining workshop. The enemies inside are more difficult than you think. Thinking back to the hungry butcher who almost chopped him alive, Edgar's face suddenly turned ugly. Lester noticed another term he had never heard of. Flesh and blood refining workshop? What is that? Pointing to the various meat drying racks in Nascat village, Tools explained as Edgar covered his mouth and vomited again. Those evil things, they will use the human flesh and blood processed by butchers to make all kinds of flesh and blood shells and fill the suitable flesh and blood shells with powerful evil souls. The flesh and blood refining workshop is the place where the flesh and blood shells are made. In the Black Fog, in addition to monsters like ghosts that are completely spiritual, there are also many monsters with physical bodies. The birth of these monsters is inseparable from the flesh and blood made by butchers. As for how to turn ordinary ghosts into evil souls that can control the body, I'm not too sure. Look, they are coming. Tull suddenly closed his mouth while speaking. Lester turned his head and saw a dozen big men with pig heads and butcher aprons carrying a dozen struggling white-striped living people out of the village. Different pig-headed men have different divisions of labor and each performs their duties. Some pig-headed men took off the dried skins and carried them on their shoulders, while others sniffed the hanging bodies with their noses. From time to time, they took out the mutated bodies from the iron hooks of the hangers and threw them to other pig-headed men waiting on the side, letting another pig-headed man carry them on his shoulders and wait to take them away. The leading pig-headed man led the humans directly to the tree stump. Ugh! Edgar couldn't bear it anymore after seeing the disgusting scene and vomited. When Lester and Tur set their sights on the village in trance again, the hungry butchers had stopped their work, picked up their butcher knives, and cast their cold and bloodthirsty eyes over. Guys, it seems there is no need to hide. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 513 Hateful Butcher, the Slaughterer. Hiss, hiss, a. Several mist ghosts in the sky made harsh sounds first. Influenced by the warning sound, more ghosts flew towards Lester and the other two, and launched a tentative attack. After a brief exchange in some unknown language, the hungry butcher also picked up his butcher knife, and walked towards Lester and the other two. Retreat. My left arm is injured, and I can't use my full strength at all. I'm afraid we can't deal with so many enemies at the same time. Turrells, holding Bin Laden in one hand, knocked down more than a dozen swooping ghosts, but he was hesitant in his heart. He could deal with ghosts, but without Kitty's blessing, he couldn't deal with so many hungry butchers. Edgar has just learned how to use the Holy Stone weapon. He needs more practice to adapt to such a battlefield. Let's withdraw from Nascat village first and let Edgar learn how to maintain strength to fight. In response to Turrell's words, Lester looked at the somewhat nervous Edgar without comment. Edgar, who had just vomited, was indeed not in a good state. Edgar, can you still fight? Although it was only a simple sentence, Edgar saw the fearless determination in Lester's eyes. This was the look of a veteran who had fought hundreds of battles. Edgar gritted his teeth and nodded vigorously, not wanting to be looked down upon by Lester. Lord Lester, I can fight. Good boy, you and Lord Turrells go and deal with those flying guys in the sky. As for those pig-headed people, leave them to me. It just so happens that I haven't exercised for a long time. Lord Turrells, please take care of Edgar. I can deal with the ghosts, but, Lord Lester, do you want to deal with those hungry butchers alone? Those monsters are not easy to deal with. Turles' question did not stop Lester. The man took out a moon-forgetting smile and put it in his mouth. He picked up Artrex and walked forward without looking back. Compared with words, he prefers to use actions to explain everything. How do you know if you can do it if you don't try? As if sensing Lester's fighting spirit, more than a dozen hungry butchers roared and snored, and at the same time, quickened their pace and charged, determined to chop the human who provoked them into minced meat on the spot. With a smile on his lips, Lester dragged the big sword with both hands, and launched a counterattack against the hungry butchers. After a few simple moves, his momentum was even stronger than the hungry butchers who had formed a scale. Edgar, who was preparing to use the Holy Stone weapon kitty to cover Lester, was stunned. Who do you think you are against, you scum? It seemed that he was influenced by Artrex, and it seemed that he found the feeling of Hector's hunting target in the paralysis and stimulation of Yuang Xiao. Lester, who had been suppressed for a long time, was full of tyranny and cruelty in his tone. Hulaheng. The distance of several hundred meters passed in a flash. The moment he came into contact with the hungry butcher, Lester began to swing Artrex with the inertia of the charge, and with the hidden dragon body skills he learned in Ionia, Lester turned into a scarlet whirlwind. Artrex turned into a deadly guillotine, severing the butcher's body and the machete in his hand. The hungry butcher who was in the attack range died on the spot. His limbs and arms flew everywhere. His flesh and blood were crushed by Artrex, and the dead butcher turned into a black mist and quickly dissipated. Only the two butchers on the periphery escaped because they did not keep up with the charging team. Seeing their companions die in an instant, the hungry butcher, who had no sadness or joy, instinctively stopped and retreated backwards for the first time, as if he wanted to escape. How could Lester, who was in a dominant position, let go of the enemy in front of him? He chased forward and chopped down, beheading him with one sword and splitting him with another sword. The two butchers turned into a ball of ashes that disappeared with the wind amid the pigs' cries. The ghosts in the sky had been annihilated by Tours, but Tours did not feel happy at all at this moment. At this moment, he was a little suspicious whether Lester, who called himself the Great Elementalist, was from the Shadow Island. Edgar, are you sure that this Lord Lester is the Great Elementalist of your Ixtal? I mean the kind of wizard who can perform all kinds of exquisite magic gracefully. Judging from the Nobleune robe, it should be, right? Staring at Lester's back, Edgar, who was just a bystander throughout the whole process, rubbed his sore chin and said something that he was a little skeptical about. Let's just kill them. When Tours and Edgar looked at each other, Lester suddenly turned around and whispered, "Kill all the enemies. Who's for it? Who's against it?" Being stared at by Lester's dark eyes, Edgar raised his right hand quickly. "I agree with Lord Lester's decision. I didn't expect Lord Lester to have such abundant military force. I mean, Sir Lester, I agree too." As if being stared at by a beast, Tours couldn't find the courage to refute. Lester wiped the dirty blood on one side of his cheek and said lightly, "In that case, I will take the lead, and you will cover the rear. I want to see what kind of ghost things are in the black fog." Bennett, there is trouble. Underworld language, Lachen language. 3 dazzling spots of light appeared in the empty and chaotic soul crystal on the desk. Such a change forced the Black Wizard to divert his attention from the books. Nascot village has been destroyed beyond recognition, and only the temple library still maintains the state before the invasion of the Black Fog. On the Nanmu bookshelf, thick leather books recording elemental magic and Yuan Shu axiom knowledge were neatly arranged. In addition, some philosophical theories and historical books written by Ixtal philosophers and historians could be seen. Many of the knowledge in them were of interest to the Black Wizard, but he also knew that the premise of satisfying his desires was to do what he should do well. If he affected the refining of flesh and blood this time, even he would have to bear the consequences. Thinking of this, Austin, a Black Wizard with a skull face, reluctantly put down the book in his hand. It was rare for him to return to the material world from the boring underworld with the help of the Lord of the Underworld. He originally wanted to enjoy the perfect reading pleasure, but now he had to solve some small troubles. Let the slaughterer solve it. Lachen's language. Bennett, who was leaning against the shadow of the corner, wearing a light green ghost cloak, and in a translucent state, played with the ghost snake dagger in his hand, and the dark blue soul flames in his eyes burned. As the top ghost assassin in the undead army under the Lord of the Underworld, he had enough reasons to refuse unnecessary trouble. In his opinion, if work is not for slacking off, then life is meaningless. You'd better go with me and take a look. I'm afraid that the Slaughterer is no match for those invaders. If something goes wrong, you know better than me what will happen to you and me. Then why don't you go? Are you busy now? Bennett asked coldly. Austin was choked by Bennett and was speechless. In fact, his status in front of the Lord of the Underworld was the same as Bennett's. This time, they came to the material world from the underworld and cooperated with each other. There was no one commanding anyone. Okay, you go this time, and I'll go next time. I'm halfway through a book and I really can't get away. As soon as the voice fell, the originally translucent body disappeared completely. Austin breathed a sigh of relief, picked up the book with silk gloves again, and turned the pages with satisfaction, indulging in reading. Walking into the village of Nascot, which had become a slaughterhouse and a meat processing factory, Lester was basically certain that Elder Rogier and the elemental mages he brought with him had become old bacon hanging somewhere, and there was probably no hope for them. After killing the hungry butchers and ghosts along the way, Lester came to the center of the village and stopped in front of a huge warehouse. The door of the warehouse was completely sealed by the underworld skeleton chain made of the spine, leaving only two small windows to transmit the processed flesh and blood through the sling. This was the final destination of the flesh and blood produced by the entire village. After killing the working butcher, the sling stopped running, and Lester could sense that a certain threat in the warehouse was rapidly expanding. Sir Lester, be careful. Toz frowned. He always felt that there were other threats in the village besides the warehouse. Nodding silently, Lester stood in front of the skeleton door of the warehouse, raised Artrix, and smashed it heavily on the node of the skeleton chain. Bang! The perfect combination of the power of the Darkin and brute force broke the skeleton chain. The chains protected by magic quickly broke one by one. Without the restraint of the underworld magic, the door of the warehouse could no longer withstand the force of corrosion, and became riddled with holes in the blink of an eye. Bang! Lester kicked the rotten door and kicked it to pieces, revealing the horrible scene inside the warehouse. The green spots of corpse oil ignited the eroded warehouse wall, showing Lester and the other to a picture of hell. Lester, you are not going to stick me into the body of this shitty disgusting thing, are you? Answer me quickly. You are not going to do this, are you? Artrix, do you think you have a choice, or do I have a choice? No, you can't do this. I absolutely cannot accept entering the body of this shitty monster. As a noble ascended god, the enemies who died under my sword are powerful and handsome, and definitely not such disgusting ghosts! Exclamation mark. Seeing that Lester was unmoved, Artrix began to roar and curse, but unfortunately this could not change the facts that were about to happen. Sir Tours, please light a fire in the warehouse as soon as possible and burn it down. Although he didn't know what Lester meant, Lester's strength had completely conquered the two of them along the way. Toz nodded without hesitation and agreed, and began to look for flammable materials. Then next, it's our time. After observing, Lester walked to a place not far from the glutton's toes and chopped hard. The big toe, which was as big as an adult's calf, was cut off by Lester's sword. Roar, roar, roar. The severe pain from the toes finally interrupted his eating. The butcher suppressed his desire to eat, and while throwing the corpse in his hand at Lester, he raised the spine sword and swept it across, brushing Lester's head and cutting a shallow mark on the wall of the warehouse. The sharp-eyed Lester could see that when the spine sword hit the wall, the fat intestines surrounding the spine opened countless small mouths, as if they wanted to devour something. At present, in addition to its hard texture, the weapons of the big guys seem to have the ability to extract and devour flesh and blood. It is best not to compete with them directly. There are many corpses on the ground. These corpses will become food for the big guys. I'm afraid that they have the ability to heal injuries, so they must be destroyed as soon as possible. But the problem is that this warehouse has been strengthened in some way, just like the gate. Unless the magic blessing is broken, it is difficult to destroy it. I need to find the magic node of this warehouse. After a glance, Lester set his sights on the dozen burning corpse oil spots on the wall. I'll lead this monster out of the warehouse. Edgar, you find a way to use the holy stone weapon to put out all the burning corpse oil on the wall, and then we can burn down the warehouse. Lord Lester, leave it to me. After failing to hit him, the Slayer flexibly took 2 steps forward and slashed vertically again. The other 3 hands pressed down from above like swatting a fly, blocking all the space that Lester could possibly avoid. I can't hide. You know I have no choice. Listening to Lester's words, Artrix had a bad premonition. While the spine sword pressed down, Lester did not dodge in other directions. Instead, he held Artrix and rushed straight towards the Slayer's big belly, just avoiding the attack range of the spine sword. No way. Hula hu heng heng. With a painful scream, the struggling butcher slapped Lester away and frantically stuffed the corpse on the ground into his stomach. After hitting the solid warehouse wall, Lester spit out a mouthful of blood and got up from the ground. Following his instinct, he looked up and saw a pair of blue eyes on the beam of the warehouse. He read surprise from these eyes. It only took a moment for Lester to determine that the unknown visitor on the beam was a top assassin. It was pure luck that he could find the other party this time. Are there any other monsters here? Lester, who looked a little unhappy, ignored LOLRU on the beam and quickly left the warehouse. In a few steps, he came to the open space outside. Compared with the cramped and dark warehouse, the open outside world is easier to avoid the assassin's attack. At the same time, the butcher, who had recovered from his injuries by eating, rushed out of the warehouse aggressively, quickly locked Lester's position, and launched an attack again. There are assassins in the warehouse, be careful. Lester's voice reached Edgar's ears, causing the young hunter to pause and hesitate whether to enter the warehouse. Don't be afraid, young man, we'll go together. Tua's voice came from behind, giving Edgar some confidence. The two stopped at the door of the warehouse. Tuz held Edgar's shoulders, raised Layden with his right hand, and attacked the green light spots floating on the wooden wall not far away. The holy light hit the green light spots, burning them out instantly. Seeing this scene, Edgar's eyes lit up. Tuz whispered, "Since Lord Lester said there are other enemies in the warehouse, we'd better not go in. We can also achieve our goal by directly using the holy light to break the evil on the wall. Let's do it." Edgar also raised Kitty and began shooting training at fixed targets, knocking off the light spots on the wall one by one. What the two didn't know was that within a distance of less than 5 meters, Bennett, who was leaning against the wall, was watching Terrells and the other man gradually break the barrier of the warehouse. He held the snake-shaped dagger with the breath of death in his hand, but he had no intention of attacking. It is indeed someone from the Light Cult. I really don't know why the Grand Lord does not allow us to hunt these survivors of the Blessed Light Island. Since it is someone from the Light Cult who is causing trouble, then the Grand Lord will not pursue the failure here. This also means that I don't have to attack at all. But the human who discovered me, I seem to have seen him somewhere." Bennett turned into an illusory smoke and floated out of the small window of the warehouse. He landed on the roof of the warehouse and silently watched the battle between Lester and the slaughterer outside the warehouse. That human, his body was not controlled by the Darkin weapon, and there was no magical fluctuation in his breath. His body was very strange, as if it was hiding an unknown power, not knowing that he was being scrutinized by the assassin from the underworld. Lester once again thrust Artrex into the big belly that was like a swill bucket, stirring the rotten meat and crushing the core organ of the butcher, eating cavity. Painfully slapping the invincible Lester away, the butcher turned and rushed to the warehouse, but suddenly found that the warehouse was completely ignited by the scorching fire of the mortal world at some point. The thick grease and corpses emitted a terrifying heat, and the raging fire burned all the filth in the warehouse. Raw. Starting from today, I will continue to update 10,000 words a day for a month. If the results are not ideal, I will start a new book in mid-October. This book will slowly eat up all the attendance. No matter what the result is, I'm very grateful to the book friends who have accompanied me all the way. Thank you for your unswerving support. The next book should be about a single woman or no woman. The biggest flaw of this book is that I wrote too many women. Since it has come to this point, don't worry about it. Just treat it as a stud stamp collection, covering face. Chapter 514 Lester's Conjecture. Autophagy is a non-directional mutation method rarely used by the Slayer. It purifies the flesh and blood by self-devouring a certain part. This method of discarding useless organs and flesh is very risky. The unlucky slayer will be instantly blown up by the self-mutated flesh and blood, while the lucky ones will obtain a more refined body and gain more powerful strength. Seeing that the big guy started to behave in a way he had never done before, Lester naturally did not give the enemy time to play. He directly stepped forward with a sword and attacked the slayer's sagging belly and short and thick legs. Just like using a chopping knife to chop bones covered with rotten meat, Lester scraped the slayer's legs into skeletons and could no longer support the huge body. The slayer fell heavily to the ground, and only the big mouth on his belly was still expanding and closing, trying to devour other parts of the body. Turles and Edgar, who burned the warehouse, also rushed over and used holy stone weapons to attack the filth that could no longer be described in words. It's a bit boring to be killed by you like this. Lachan's words. Bennett, who was watching the battle, threw a glass bowl made of soul sand and human souls from the underworld city, Mitna Lachan, in the direction of the butcher. The moment the glass bowl hit the ground, the soul power imprisoned in the glass bowl suddenly spread out, forming an indestructible soul barrier. The soul barrier isolated Lester and Tur's attacks. An invisible grey fog isolated the two, giving the butcher enough time to mutate. Turz used Layden to shoot a few holy lights. The holy lights shot on the grey fog like mud flowing into the sea without any reaction. It's that assassin. Lester looked at the direction where the glass bowl flew from vigilantly. The top of the warehouse was now engulfed by a sea of fire. There was nothing on it. As long as the other party did not expose himself, it would be difficult to find the whereabouts of the assassin with the naked eye. Lester used his eyes to indicate that walls have ears, and Turz understood and opened a soundproof magic circle. Regardless of whether it works or not, it is better than doing nothing. This is a bit like the soul barrier mentioned in ancient books. Unless you use a strong enough force to break the barrier at once, you can only let the barrier's own power slowly run out before it can be broken. Frowning and trying to attack twice with Artrex, Lester found that what Tur said made sense, so he sat down and began to recover his strength. Why didn't the hidden guy attack us? Maybe he didn't find a suitable opportunity. In response to Edgar's question, Tur gave his own guess. This kind of intelligent guy is very rare in the Shadow Island. Maybe he noticed our threat and refused to take action. After all, intelligent life is generally afraid of death. Sir Turz, how much do you know about the underworld? Lester interrupted Turz. The underworld? To be honest, I don't know much about it. Frowning, Turz thought for a while and said slowly, as for the knowledge of the underworld, when the Blessed Island was still prosperous, there were elders who communicated with the appearing messengers of the god of death through some spiritual revelations. Unfortunately, the books recording the knowledge of the underworld were sealed under the giant library. Since the ruin curse changed the Blessed Island, the light cult lost control of the Blessed Island and had to shrink back to look for opportunities for revival. Then do you know about the skull of the tyrant of Uzel sealed in the Blessed Island? His face changed, thinking of a certain possibility. Turz raised Layden warily and pointed it at Lester and said, "How do you know that the skull of the tyrant is on the Blessed Island? Are you a member of the Black Rose?" Lester whispered, spreading his hands to indicate that he had no ill intentions. "I know a lot more things. As for how I know, I naturally have my own way. Everyone has secrets, right? Lord Turz, you just need to know that I'm not an enemy of your light cult. On the contrary, we have a common enemy." After taking a deep look at Lester, Turz put away his weapon again. "I believe you. If you were from that side, you wouldn't be here fighting these monsters. Thank you for your understanding." Turz spoke only after the tense situation eased a little. "In fact, I also heard about it from my ancestors. After the Arxxi tribe and the Black Rose betrayed the reborn tyrant, the Pale Witch, the behind-the-scenes ruler of the Black Rose, cut off the connection between the soul well and the tyrant's plate armor, causing the tyrant to lose his immortal power and banishing the tyrant back to the underworld. After that, the Black Rose, who controlled the Immortal Fortress, dug out the tyrant's head from the tyrant's tomb in the Immortal Fortress. After magical detection, the Black Rose's wizard confirmed that the head would be the key to the tyrant's resurrection. At that time, Blessed Island was still the safest holy place in the world. The Pale Witch signed a custody agreement with the Helia Masters of Blessed Island and sent the tyrant's head to Blessed Island. Afterwards, the Masters on Blessed Island deliberately built a secret underground magic prison for the tyrant's head and imposed multiple seals, preparing to seal the tyrant's skull forever, to prevent the tyrant from resurrecting again and endangering the world. Everything was perfect until the female general of Camavia came to the island across the ocean, took away the key to open the sacred fog tent of the Blessed Light Island, and brought Camavia's brutal army. Everything changed. The king of Camavia polluted the fountain of life, triggered the curse of ruin, and created an unprecedented disaster. After that, our light cult could only hide underground, guarding a certain underground mine that could produce holy stones, and trying our best to continue the inheritance, so as not to completely lose the method of fighting the black fog, and cursing the evil. As for whether the tyrant's skull is still in the sealed place, we don't know, because the location of the sealed place is not far from the ancient tomb, where the fountain of life is located. It is the place with the most evil, and no living person can go there. So that's the case. That is to say, the black fog from the Shadow Island may also be affected by the tyrant, which makes sense. Touching his chin, Lester's words made us a little confused. As for Edgar, he was already at a loss. As an ordinary hunter, he had no chance to come into contact with these ancient secrets, hidden in the long river of history. At this moment, he could only try his best to remember all the information in his mind, and wait for the opportunity to understand them one by one in the future. Sir Lester, what do you mean? That assassin may be the tyrant's subordinate. Only a warlord like the tyrant can train such a terrible assassin, and only he can easily build a slaughterhouse like the flesh refining workshop. In Lester's calm voice, Turs, who understood it at once, changed his face. You mean, the ghosts in Shadow Island may be affected by the tyrant, and erode the material realm everywhere? This possibility cannot be ruled out. If this is true, the tyrant's head may have been out of the seal. Edgar behind the two of them kept his mouth shut. Although he didn't know who the tyrant was, he could see how terrible the tyrant was from the solemn attitudes of Lester and Turs. Glancing at the shrinking soul fog, Lester spoke to Turs. The fog is beginning to dissipate. Anyway, let's drive these evils out first, and then discuss how to deal with the threats on Shadow Island. Under the gaze of the three, the fog completely dissipated, and the original big man disappeared. After shedding the excess flesh and blood, the butcher became a triangular flat-headed reptile that was only 2 meters tall. The gray-green monster crouched on the ground and made a sharp sound. Its limbs were full of muscles, and its palms were like suction cups. Its knuckles with bone spurs were full of explosive power. Its back was facing up with a mouth-like crack. The thick bony long tail swung flexibly like a blade under the traction of flesh and blood, and the tip of the tail could easily penetrate steel armor. Judging from the appearance, the monster in front of him did not seem to be easy to deal with. Its target is me. You guys step back and guard against the assassin. Hearing Lester's voice, the two narrow slits on the triangular flathead that were originally closed suddenly opened, revealing burning dark green eyes. In an instant, the mutated Slayer locked onto Lester's position. Hiss, hiss, hiss. With a low roar, the Slayer's limbs grasped the ground and swung its body. The long bony tail suddenly stretched out, and the tip of the tail, like a three-edged spear, turned into an afterimage while swinging, and stabbed Lester's chest fiercely. The monster's attack speed was faster than Lester had imagined. Lester could only hold Artrex upright in front of him. With the sound of a sonic boom, the tip of the tail hit Artrex's sword with a huge force, and Lester fell backwards to the ground. The Slayer, who was pursuing the victory, was about to jump towards Lester and tear the enemy apart with his claws, but several holy light attacks flew from behind and hit his back perfectly. The holy energy corroded the flesh and blood composed of the nether energy, and the Slayer's back made a sizzling corrosion sound. His eyes swept over the two humans who attacked him, and his body tensed up. He turned his body and pounced directly on Turles, who was closest to him. Turles' face changed, and while retreating, he raised Layden and launched a continuous holy light attack on the Slayer. Unfortunately, most of the holy light was blocked by the long bone tail that was immune to the properties of the holy stone, and did not play a blocking role. The distance between the two was instantly shortened by the Slayer, and the bone spurs on his knuckles suddenly stretched out. The Slayer jumped directly above Tyrell's and pressed down, aiming the bone spurs on his palm at Tyrell's head and heart. Seeing that Tyrell's was about to die under the bone claws, Kitty and Edgar's hands suddenly burst out with dazzling light. A beam of light much thicker than ordinary holy light sprayed out from Kitty's muzzle, perfectly predicting the location where the Slayer would fall. The Slayer, feeling the fatal threat, could only sweep the ground with his tail, forcibly deflecting his body to avoid the holy light attack, and landed not far in front of Tyrell's. Well done. Praising Edgar, Tyrell's felt a little anxious. The Slayer seemed to have understood how to predict his attack. His agile body could always pass by the holy light, which also meant that the enemy had freed up the space to block the attack to the bone long tail. The fact was just as Tyrell's imagined. The mouth on the back of the Slayer opened and closed, and the tail began to vibrate violently. The agile body quickly approached Tyrell's in an irregular movement form, making it impossible for Tyrell's to parry the upcoming long tail attack. Edgar was anxious to use Kitty to attack the Slayer again, but his weak body made him realize that he could not do this at all. Your opponent is me. The tail, like a blade, slashed across Tyr's neck, but was stopped by Lester holding Artrex the next moment. With a sharp friction sound, the tail was directly cut off by Artrex. The broken tail spun and cut off the trees along the way and smashed into a house. Lester, who was injured by the violent impact, fell to the ground and spit out a mouthful of blood. The butcher with the broken tail was instantly furious, waving the bone spurs and rushing towards Lester regardless of anything, but saw that Lester took all the attacks with Artrex like an indestructible cockroach. When Lester counterattacked, the butcher took the initiative to retreat. The scene was deadlocked for a while, and neither Lester nor the butcher could completely gain the advantage in the battle. We need to trap this monster to completely destroy it. Sir Lester, please buy some more time. Edgar. After I trap the monster, can you launch the same attack again? After confirming his own status, Edgar nodded vigorously and held Kitty tightly. After everything was ready, Tuz took out a palm-sized white stone disc, on which was engraved the secret activation method written in the Hylia language. This was the confidence for him to take the newcomer Edgar deep into the black fog. The light of the revival of life rises from the east / the darkness retreats, and courage cleanses the evil / the treasure house under the starry sky shines the soul / the inheritance of Hylia is eternal and immortal / the ancient hymn of light returned to the world in the form of Hylia language, and the song echoed over the sky of Naskat village. The white disk gradually brightened and burst into a dazzling colorful halo. The thick black fog was dispelled by the white light, allowing the land to briefly return to its original appearance. The body of the butcher illuminated by the white light was fixed in place and motionless. Even Lester found that his body illuminated by the white light had lost control. Fortunately, the white light did not cause any harm to him except imprisonment. Edgar. Now. Roaring to vent the fear and cowardice in his heart, Edgar, who had been ready for a long time, poured all his strength into the holy spear Kitty. A beam of light that was even thicker and brighter than before spurted out from the muzzle of the gun, and the beam of light penetrated the Slayer. The monster's unwilling screams came from the dazzling light. When the holy light disappeared in the distance, the Slayer had turned into ashes and died completely. The holy power of the disc gradually returned to silence. Tuz tiredly put away the disc and sat on the ground, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Is this the end? Edgar also collapsed on the ground. Although he had been paddling all the time and only made the last blow, being able to kill such a powerful monster with his own hands also gave the young hunter a little more confidence. No, there are other things here, they just haven't come out yet. After Tuz put away the disc, Lester regained control of his body. To be honest, he hated the feeling of losing control, because it would remind him of some not so good memories. Anyway, let's disperse the black fog. I have just used the light disc to determine the source of the black fog. It's over there. Looking in the direction of Tuz's finger, Edgar frowned. That seems to be the location of the temple. Do you think the hidden assassin is in the temple? Just as Lester and the other two were taking a short break and approaching the temple, Bennett had returned to the library of the temple, and Austin was still immersed in reading. Sitting on the desk, Bennett said lightly, This operation failed. Aren't you afraid at all? What are you afraid of? Austin closed the book calmly and put the book he was going to take away into the magic package. If it was an enemy that even you couldn't deal with, you would definitely come to me, but you don't look like you are fighting now, so you didn't make a move at all and let the slaughterer be killed by the invading people. There is only one possibility for this situation. Austin stood up, put the heavy package on his back, and stared at Bennett intently. Among the invaders, are there people from the Church of Light? After taking a deep look at Austin, Bennett nodded and asked directly, Austin, I remember that you were a wizard of the Black Rose when you were alive. At that time, the Black Rose and the Church of Light were still connected. How much do you know about the Church of Light? The Church of Light. Austin sighed with emotion and nodded his skull. Most of my memories were lost after I was reborn in the underworld, but I still remember one thing clearly. What do you remember? Bennett stared at the Black Wizard, and the Black Wizard whispered, the Church of Light is actually not very bright. Do you people who like to read always like to say these incomprehensible and profound words? Just take it as it is. Seeing that Austin was unwilling to say more, Bennett was too lazy to ask more questions. He watched Austin put away a black jade skull-shaped underworld magic weapon placed on the table. The underworld Miss Beacon. Beacon was already loaded with thousands of souls, enough for them to report to Modkaiser. In silence, the two came to the open window, turned into two dark green streams of light, and disappeared into the black fog. At the same time, the heavy door of the temple was pushed open, and Tours, holding the disc of light, walked in with Lester and Edgar. This place has not been ruined by those monsters. That's the source of the black fog. Edgar, what is that place? It's Kainju's temple library. Almost every village in Ixtal will build a temple library. Although we Ixtal people do not believe in the god of death, the god of death Kainju is a part of Ixtal's long-standing culture. On the day of memorial service, some people will come to the temple to worship the god of death and commemorate the spirits of the deceased. Be careful, there may be more battles in a while. Sir Lester, please take the lead. Chapter 515 Tentacles of the Shadow Isles. The final battle did not break out after all. Under Edgar's guidance, Lester and Tours successfully came to the library in the east from the temple. The Black Wizard Austin and the undead army's ghost assassin Bennett had left for a long time. Without the blessing of the Nether Miss Beacon, the black fog covering the sky began to dissipate, making Tours, who was holding the disc of light and preparing to cast a spell to dispel the black fog, a little embarrassed. They've left, and they took away the things that made the black fog. The dozen or so books that were taken away, the slightly open wooden chairs, the open windows, and the holy and clean environment were completely different from the Nascat village that had become hell. After collecting enough intelligence element, Lester sat down on the wooden chair in front of the desk, closed his eyes, and empathized with Austin who had already left, simulating Austin's emotions and thoughts in his brain. The location of Nascat village is biased to the southwest. If there is really something controlling the black fog, choosing this place as a base can more efficiently spread the black fog to Willaston village and Gardner village. In this invasion, they are not only preparing to harvest human flesh and blood to make puppet bodies, but also taking away a large number of souls through the black fog. Doing things like plundering souls in Kainju's temple is full of blasphemy and contempt. It can be seen that the guys in the temple have a lot of grievances with Kainju. This is a kind of limited revenge. The reason why it is limited is probably because the manipulator behind the scenes likes to read. This is also the reason why there are many books in the library with traces of reading, and many books are missing. This guy who likes reading does not want the temple and library where books are hidden to be messed up by those butchers. Therefore, it can be inferred that in addition to the assassin who is watching the battle, there is also a scholar or a wizard who controls the black fog here. In front of such an existence, even the powerful hateful butcher is just a consumable. These intelligent and emotional manipulators behind the scenes act decisively, come and go like the wind, and have the style of doing things in the army. I have reason to believe that they are loyal to the tyrant of the underworld, and these souls taken away by the black fog will be taken to the underworld, and their end is definitely not good. The only thing I don't understand is that there are obviously many opportunities to deal with us. Why did this assassin and wizard never directly attack us, except throwing a magic item, to prevent us from directly killing the hateful butcher? Todd and Edgar looked at each other, and at the same time, looked blankly at Lester, who was sitting on the chair, and talking to himself. He described things he had never seen, as if he had seen them with his own eyes. Could it be, that this great elementalist wielding a great sword was also a prophet who could foresee the future? Lord Lester, you have always been acting with Lord Tuzumi. How do you know these things? Edgar finally couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked. It's just an inference drawn from the environment. As for what the situation is, it's still unknown, so don't take it seriously. Lester looked at the sky outside the window. It was afternoon at this moment. After the black fog retreated, the world was no longer a weird and depressing black and green. The dazzling array of torture instruments made the village of Nasket seem even more cruel. Edgar, go and see what books are missing from the library. Lord Tuz, please use the light disc to confirm whether the black fog has really retreated completely. I will go back to the Kyanju temple to see. After watching Lester leave, the two couldn't help but look at each other in bewilderment, wondering what Lester was going to sell next. Coming out of the library is a bluestone corridor built under the camphor tree. At the end of the corridor is the not so big Kindred temple. It is called a temple, but it is actually a small temple. However, this small temple also includes the library and the study room, so it is a hall. The incense in the hall has been extinguished for a long time, but fortunately it has not been damaged. On the white marble table is a sheep spirit mask made of quartzite jade. On the table under the mask is Kindred's longbow. After picking it up and examining it, Lester confirmed that the longbow was just an ordinary elm bow, and then put it back. Obviously, the role of the longbow is more symbolic, which means that Kindred takes away the soul and returns to the underworld with absolute force. Obviously, Ixter is also the territory of Kindred's hunting. Speaking of which, most of the time, when he came into contact with Kindred, he just used Kindred, and he didn't really understand what the death messenger who traveled back and forth to the underworld did every day. Lester lit a few incense sticks with the tinder pot on the table, and sat cross-legged on the mat, staring at the masked statue of Kindred without saying a word. Through the fragrant smoke, Lester's face gradually softened. It's been nearly 400 years since we last met. I don't know how you are doing in the underworld, and whether you have been bullied by Uzel, but from what happened in Nasket village, Uzel seems to have the upper hand. Otherwise, it would invade the material world at will, right? Fortunately, those monsters did not defile this place. They still retain the most basic respect for you. Obviously, you are also a respectable opponent in the eyes of the enemy. After a pause, Lester said softly, you didn't come to find me actively. It seems that Xiao has not been reincarnated yet. I heard from you that the Mother of Masks marked many outstanding souls as a means to fight against Uzel. Has it been effective so far? Uzel is a very scary enemy. He will never stop his journey before achieving his goal, unless his soul is completely destroyed. Be careful when you are hostile to him, and be sure to protect yourself. You once said that before you became Kanju, you were always alone. No one cared about you, no one loved you, and no one cared about you. After putting on the mask and becoming Kanju, you understood the meaning of only yourself in this world. I also want you to know that besides yourself, there may be someone who will always miss you, pray for you, and want you to be safe. Lam, I look forward to the day when we meet again. Standing up, Lester closed the door and exited the temple, leaving only the incense burning quietly in the dark silence. Lestat, who lost his power, didn't know that, while he was missing Kindred, who had sensed his call, was returning from the battlefield in the underworld. She hid behind the masked stone statue and listened to his confession silently. Lester, you seem to have changed, but you also seem to have not changed. Holding the soul-stealing bow tightly, Lamling sighed and curled up behind his statue with his wounded body. Lamling looked a little tired. This time, Mordekaiser fought on two fronts. While launching an attack with the underworld army, he also arranged for his servants to use the underworld fog to invade the material world and harvest a large number of souls. If Lestat and the people of the Light Cult had not stopped this disaster, I'm afraid that more souls would have been abducted to the underworld. Although the ghost warriors and masked spirits of the Masked Mother are not inferior to the huge number of the underworld army of Mordekaiser, as the maintainer of order in the soul and material realms, the Masked Mother is destined to be unable to harvest and transform souls as her warriors like Mordekaiser did. There are not many soul warriors suitable for fighting, especially compared with Mordekaiser's elite army, Undead Legion, with thousands of troops, which is even more stretched. This also means that the main force of the battle is still the masked spirits most of the time. It is not easy to truly defeat Mordekaiser and destroy the army of the Lord of the Underworld. Standing up, Kainju groped in the dark and came to the incense table, holding the few incense sticks led by Lester in his hands, and the sheep spirit said softly, "Keep growing until the day you become truly strong. I will come to you again and unite with you to fight against our enemies. Before that, I will protect myself, for myself and for you. Lester, I have always believed that the meaning of your coming to Runeland is to stop the disaster that is about to befall this world. Mother cannot save this broken world, and the high foreign gods will not care whether this world is destroyed. Only you, Lester, only you can do it." After pouring out his thoughts in the Kainju temple, Lester's mood suddenly improved a lot. "Lord Lester, I have seen that most of the books lost in the library are books on speculation, life and death, and philosophy compiled by young'uncles like you in recent years. I know. Well done." With no place to stay, Lester and Edgar returned to the library and found Tuz, who was frowning. "Lord Tuz, what happened? Why do you look so sad?" "Alas, our enemies are getting more and more terrible, while the Church of Light is constantly declining. How can we pass on this responsibility and hope when the two are growing stronger and weaker?" "Lord Lester, I'm sorry, I lost my composure." Hearing Tuz's words, the somewhat excited Edgar also became depressed. Although he had followed the two to drive away the black fog and defeated so many terrible monsters, he could not find any reason to be happy. The people who died in the disaster could never be resurrected, and the broken families could never be restored. Not to mention that according to Lester and Tuz's analysis, these lost souls might become his enemies in the future, turning into some abomination butcher or mist ghost, as well as the monster assassin and monster wizard that he had never seen. These enemies were not threats that he could deal with at all. Anyway, at least we tried our best. Without you, me, and Edgar, Gardner Village would probably not have escaped the erosion of the black fog. We saved more than 2,000 people from Gardner Village, and that's a good thing. You're right, the result is already very good now. Sitting opposite Tuz, Lester leaned Artrex against the table. "Instead of sighing here, Lord Tuz, we might as well exchange information and our own ideas. Maybe we can find a way to fight the black fog and the monsters on Shadow Island." "Thank you, Lord Lester, your ideas are indeed more useful than my sighing here." After regaining his spirits, Tuz, who already regarded Lester as his own, spoke. "Let me first talk about the current situation of our light cult. There are currently a total of 53 people in the cult, 27 of whom are stationed in the Holy Stone Mine Cave on the Shadow Island all year round, to maintain the Holy Light Barrier, resist the erosion of the Shadow Island black mist through the Holy Light Barrier, and wait for opportunities to act on the movement of the black mist. The other 26 people, including me, are mostly on the move, and their activities cover the Valoran continent, Shurima continent, and the First Land. To be honest, compared with the vast world, our manpower can only be said to be a drop in the bucket. Our responsibility is to use the light disk to determine where the black mist may appear, and after the black mist appears, try to use the holy stone weapons in the light disk to dispel the black mist and repel the monsters, and by the way, find suitable companions to increase the reserve strength of the light cult. This time, I happened to discover the breath of the black mist on the Yamalaxing coast, so I came here along the sea route of the Yamalaxing coast, and met Edgar, who was attacked by the monster, and then met Lord Lester. I thought this was an ordinary black mist invasion, but I didn't expect that there were such terrible monsters hidden in the black mist. The hateful butcher who was supposed to appear on Shadow Island showed up in Nascat Village. If it weren't for the help of Lord Lester, I'm afraid Edgar and I would have died here this time. The conversation between the three people was very heavy. Both Edgar and Tuz were still afraid of this adventure. The hateful butcher after the mutation was no match for them, not to mention the assassin who had been hiding and never appeared, and the wizard who Lester deduced. In Tuz's self-narration, Lester grasped the key point. You mean, you have a holy light barrier on the Shadow Isles that can resist the black fog? Didn't the monsters living on the Shadow Isles attack you? It's not what Lord Lester imagined. We are in an underground mine. The Helia sealing array can keep us away from the evil creatures on the Shadow Isles. Even if we want to leave the Shadow Isles, we will leave through the mine and the remote coast, and we won't be discovered by the monsters. It's not that the monsters on the Shadow Isles don't attack us, they just can't find the location of the sect. In fact, there has always been a soul-catching skeleton living in the Helia prison looking for the true location of the sect, wanting to catch us all in one fell swoop. The soul-catching skeleton, is it a guy with 3 twisted bone horns on his head, who likes to carry a soul lamp and a hooksicle? Frowning, Lester tried to describe it simply according to the appearance of Thresh in the game, but Tuz was shocked when he heard it. Does Lord Lester know about the soul-catching skeleton on the Shadow Isles? Lester's face was rarely gloomy. I can't say I know him well, I just heard some stories about that skeleton by chance. That guy is definitely not an easy character to deal with. If you are not 100% sure, I suggest you don't attack that skeleton. If the magic circle that seals the tyrant's skull fails, then the soul-catching skeleton must have contacted the tyrant in the underworld through the skull. Maybe the skeleton is easy to deal with, but the tyrant is definitely not an enemy we can fight now. We can't even tell his real name in the underworld, otherwise the tyrant may sense our location. Yeah, how can we be his opponent? If we want to fight against him, against the gradually expanding black fog of Shadow Island, we can only use an organized army. Only the army can fight against the army. Only the country can fight against the country. It is difficult for the Church of Light to continue its inheritance with its current strength, and it will not be able to play any role at all. Then what should we do? We are trapped in Shadow Island and cannot contact many living people. With only dozens of sect members going to other continents, we can't play a big role. Judging from the stupidity of those in power, even if we don't consider the issue of confidentiality, they will not believe us if we tell them all the information about the Light Sect and Shadow Island. They will only sneer at us. It is too difficult to strengthen the power of the sect. Sir Tuz, how much Holy Stone do you have left? How many Holy Stone weapons can be made? What is the Holy Stone? Why does it have a restraining effect on the monsters in the black fog? Tuz subconsciously straightened his back to see Lester, who suddenly became serious and had a more powerful aura. When he came to his senses, he looked at Lester in surprise. Please don't spread the next words, Sir Lester. As for Edgar, since you have agreed to join the Light Sect, there is no need to hide this secret. Please rest assured that I will never spread the secret information about the Light Sect. Tuz spoke after getting Lester's promise. The Holy Stones are actually underground rocks that have been alienated by the Spring of Life. In the long history of the Blessed Light Island, the endless Spring of Life has penetrated deep into the ground, forming many large Holy Stone veins. Although several Holy Stone veins have been polluted by the corrupt spring water, the remaining Holy Stones are enough to make weapons. According to the speculation of the Holy Blacksmith Adam, if all the remaining Holy Stones are mined, they will be enough to arm hundreds of thousands of soldiers. In fact, in the weapon secret vault of the Holy Stone mine, the Holy Blacksmith Adam has been constantly making Holy Stone weapons, just so that the Light Cult can directly take out enough weapons to fight against evil after his death one day. Adam's ancestor is the Furnace family of Freljord. He is the best blacksmith in the Light Cult. Unfortunately, he is not young anymore, and he has not found a suitable successor until now. Sir Lester, the only thing that has always constrained the Light Cult is population, and weapons have never been a problem. At this point, Tuz found that Lester was smiling silently, and couldn't help asking, do you have a way to solve this problem? If you're talking about the relationship with the current major forces, I think I can still say something. I'm not sure about the Demacia on the west coast of Eloran and the Raka under the Targon Peak in Shurima, but I should be able to find a lot of people in Ixtal and Naxos. But we still need to discuss carefully how to cooperate. It's not realistic to let a few dozen people from your light sect command thousands of people, and the situation in the Shadow Isles is destined not to be suitable for stationing too many people. So we should set up a new organization independent of the light sect. As the leader and founder of the new organization, I will coordinate the relationship between the light sect and the major forces. This way, we can mass produce warriors who master holy stone weapons. Let more people come into contact with the light sect. Let your sect get the opportunity to expand and better fight against the Black Mist. Mr. Tours, what do you think of my proposal? Chapter 516 Sentinel of Light. In the blink of an eye, 2.5 years have passed since the Black Mist massacre in Nascot village on the southeastern border of Ixtal. Lester, who has returned to Ixtal, began to take the initiative to contact the Emerald Territory. After discussing with Queen Angelia of Ixtal, they decided to establish the Ixtal Light Sentinel organization to fight against the Black Mist and Shadow Island forces that will invade in the future. In the bleak autumn wind of the Narxan calendar in 418 AD, a three-party secret meeting led by Lester was held in the northern city of Bray on the coast of Amaranxin. In a secret underground base of the Light Cult in Bray, dozens of people were sitting in a scattered manner. The eldest Princess Elissa sat quietly on the left side of Lester's seat, and the Mistale girl Loy sat behind Elissa. The two silently observed the somewhat simple, but very old conference hall. Thinking that they would come into contact with more Nashiana people in a while, the two were a little nervous. Noticing the embarrassment of the two, Tours, who had the best relationship with Lester, smiled friendly. I guess you two are the wives of Lord Lester in Ixtal. Don't worry, Lord Lester is just going to pick up the envoy from Narxus, and will be back soon. The Toledas don't need to be nervous. With her left hand held by the nervous Loy, Elissa had to come out to take charge as the representative of Ixtal. Lord Tours, do you know who the envoy from Narxus is this time? Tours shook his head. I'm afraid only Lord Lester knows who the envoy is. After all, Lord Lester is the initiator of the meeting. Although we old guys are also founders, only Lord Lester has the ability to change the current depressed status of the Light Cult. Lord Lester will naturally become the supreme leader of the Light Sentinels. Hearing that what Tours said was exactly the same as what Lester said, and knowing that Lester was the leader of the Light Sentinels, Elissa relaxed, and Tours took the opportunity to introduce him. These two are the wives of Lord Lester and representatives of Ixtal. Ms. Elissa is Junal Adge from Ixtal, and Miss Loy is from the Mistale clan. Ladies, this is Adam, the Holy Blacksmith, who is responsible for forging holy stone weapons for the Light Sentinels. This is Steel, the ferryman, who drives the Holy Stone sailboat, and is responsible for the entry and exit of Shadow Island. This is Laurie, the Light Mystic, the most knowledgeable scholar in the Light Cult, proficient in many heliamagics. This is Bunyan, the Sword Bearer, the strongest paladin in the Light Cult. This is Elijah, the Hermit, the old man who is in charge of the secret library of the Light Cult on Shadow Island. No one knows how long Lord Elijah has lived, and his secrets are as unfathomable as his age. After introducing the other 5 founders of the Light Sentinels from the Light Cult to Elissa and Loy in turn, Tours smiled and brought the topic closer, and began to tell the two women about the fun and glory of Shadow Island in the past. The slightly stiff atmosphere became much more relaxed. At the same time, the eastern pier of the Amaranxin coast had been surrounded by the guards of the Light Cult. Lester stood on the observation deck, looking at the military sailing ship of the Emerald Territory with a double-winged sword hanging in the distance on the sea level, gradually approaching the pier. Coming down from the observation deck, Lester stared at the Emerald Territory envoys who were coming with a small boat, and his eyes slowly became a little moist. More than a dozen small boats docked at the pier one by one, and dozens of black guards wearing magic steel plate armor lined up on both sides of the pier. The Solomon battle-hardened sergeants used their bodies to open a path for the master of the Emerald Territory. Cinna, wearing a noble black and purple dress, slowly walked down from the boat. The woman with light macup and purple eyeshadow stared blankly at the man with tears in his eyes, who was less than a few dozen meters away from her. After hesitating for a while, her body began to tremble involuntarily, her knuckles were pinched white, and her eyes were filled with mist. On the day when the Protoss messenger came, she lost her sister and her beloved. She could only watch the Protoss take away everything from her. She could only crawl on the ground helplessly, watching herself become a lonely person in despair. She put on the mountain copper mask left by the man alone, and lived as another person. For nearly 400 years, she reminded herself every day and night to manage the Emerald Territory well, to wait for her beloved to return with determination, to do everything to make herself strong, and not let the Emerald Territory be bullied by anyone. Today, she finally came to the man she had been thinking about, and saw her lifelong belief and expectation. She could also proudly say to the man that she had done her best. The Nightblade female killer, who was disguised as a guard, couldn't help but feel a little worried about her master's abnormal behavior, but before she said anything, she saw her master suddenly start running, and rushed into the arms of another man without looking back like a little woman. First, she examined the man's familiar face, and then the female killer trembled, and took out a precious Emerald Lord gold coin from her pocket. The portrait on the coin overlapped with the man not far away. The female killer's heart began to beat heavily. The years of killing and training were of no use at all at this moment. The female killer's head was a little dizzy. She recalled the night she joined the Night's Edge, the oath she took in front of the tomb of the first generation of the Night's Edge legendary assassin, and the secrets she heard. I originally thought it was just a rumor. The real master of the Emerald Territory and the Night's Edge, the Demon Lord Lester, is immortal. Who knew this was actually true? He is the real master and founder of the Night's Edge. Not knowing that his appearance scared the Night's Edge assassin, Lester, with tears streaming down his face, hugged the woman in front of him tightly, as if he wanted to merge the woman into his body and never tell them apart. Zinna, I miss you so much. I really miss you so much. Brother Lester, Zinna misses you too. Every day, every night when the stars are shining, breathing each other's strange yet familiar breath, the two people hugged each other in silence, even though there was endless tenderness and longing in their hearts. The clever mouths that opened at this moment became particularly clumsy. After a long time, Lester smiled and wiped Zinna's tears, and Zinna also wiped Lester's tears, and the two laughed foolishly, making the guards of the Light Act protecting Lester and the sergeants of the Emerald Territory protecting the Lord all become wooden people with their mouths wide open, shocked and speechless. Have these two people really not been replaced? Let's go. This is not a place to talk. You stay after today, and we will have a good talk. Well, Lester kissed Zinna's cherry lips lightly, and took Zinna's hand, and sat on the carriage. The Nightblade killer wanted to follow, but saw that his master shook his head and refused, so he could only stay where he was, and find another way. The carriage soon disappeared on the dock. Except for the two female assassins of the Nightblade who were close to him, the soldiers of the Black Guard could only be stationed in the periphery of the secret base under the arrangement of the Light Cult, waiting for the news of the end of the meeting. Lester walked down the stone steps from the secret passage, leading Hina, who chose to trust him completely without any guards, into the meeting room that had been prepared long ago. He arranged Hina to sit on his right, echoing Alyssa on Lester's left. Brother Lester, it seems that you are living well alone. Hina lowered her voice and glanced at the two women sitting behind her, secretly put her little hand on Lester's waist and pinched it hard with a smile. The sudden sour feeling made Lester shiver. Can I explain it to you tonight? Alyssa and Roy stared blankly at the two people who were in front of them and behaved very intimately. They were a little overwhelmed for a while. Why did I come here? It seems a bit redundant. Everyone, this is Ms. Cinna, the representative of the Emerald Territory of Narxus. Ms. Cinna is also my wife. She will be responsible for the establishment of the Sentinels of Light in the Emerald Territory. After several representatives of the Church of Light greeted Cinna in turn, Lester introduced the other founders of the Sentinels of Light to Cinna one by one. Cinna listened quietly and took notes one by one. After getting to the point, Lester, who was at the top, knocked on the table and said in a deep voice, I believe everyone already knows the purpose of inviting everyone to discuss this time. The evil spirits on Shadow Island invaded all parts of the world through the Black Mist. Both Emerald Territory and Ixtal had suffered from it and were troubled by it. The evil of the Black Mist is difficult to eradicate with ordinary methods. Magic and swords are difficult to resist. Only the ancient sect, Church of Light, inherited from the Helia civilization, has weapons and methods to fight against the Black Mist. However, the Cult of Light has gone through many twists and turns, and now its population is declining. It is not strong enough to fight against the Black Mist. Therefore, I propose that the Cult of Light provide Holy Stone weapons and training methods, and Emerald Territory and Ixtal provide high quality military forces. Multiple Light Sentinel organizations and secret bases are established in various countries and places, equipped with standing military forces, to train Light Sentinels, to prevent the Black Mist from attacking. In this process, all members of the organization share intelligence related to the Black Mist, and when necessary, form a joint army, to fight against Shadow Island together. In this way, the Light Cult has the right to select suitable believers from the outstanding Light Sentinels to strengthen itself, and the Emerald Territory and Ixtal can also obtain the Holy Stone inheritance and secrets left by the Light Cult to fight against the evil of the Black Mist, killing two birds with one stone. What do you think of my proposal? The 6 representatives of the Light Cult naturally would not have any objections. Lester's proposal to establish the Light Sentinels would benefit them in every way. It would not only reduce the burden of the sect itself, and fulfill the responsibility of maintaining world peace, but also strengthen the strength of the Light Cult itself, making the unattainable wish of recovering Fuguang Island more possible. There would be no problem on Alyssa's side. The interests had long been made clear by Lester. It would not cost too much to establish a Light Sentinel base in Ixtal under the joint jurisdiction of the Yoon royal family and the Light Sentinel leader. Compared with the losses caused by the Black Mist, any cost was not worth mentioning. It was Hina, who had been listening silently, that raised the question at this time. I want to know how much power the Light Sentinel organization will have, and what role the Emerald Territory can play in management. Turning his head to look at Hina, Lester smiled slightly. In order to avoid matters being too cumbersome, the Light Sentinels need to report the movements and outbreak sites of the Black Fog to the Emerald Territory's supervisors in advance before the Black Fog invades. If it is a sudden Black Fog attack, the Light Sentinels have the right to organize and evacuate civilians in an emergency without reporting, and to forcibly mobilize military forces at the scene in order to fight against the Black Fog and the monsters in the Black Fog. In order to avoid certain incidents that no one wants to see, the Emerald Territory has the right to supervise and deconstruct, and has the right to disband the local Light Sentinels base on the spot, but it has no direct command over actions against the Black Fog. In the battle against the Black Fog, the Light Sentinels decide their own course of action. Adhering to the principle of clear division of forces and non-interference, all Light Sentinels are uniformly controlled and deployed by the Light Sentinels Council. Light Sentinels trained by the Emerald Territory will not be deployed to Ixtal for permanent residence, and Light Sentinels from Ixtal will not go to the Emerald Territory for permanent residence, unless it is a joint action against a large-scale Black Fog outbreak. The Light Sentinels will only act in response to the invasion of the Black Mist, and will not interfere in the internal affairs or other matters of any force. If there is such behavior, the Emerald Territory and Ixtal can disband the local Light Sentinels base on the spot. Seeing that Hina almost understood the rules for establishing the Light Sentinels, Lester looked at the others. If you have any questions or suggestions, you can discuss them freely now. I want to know how I can pass on the glory of the Paladin. Can I look for my successor in the Light Sentinels base? The swordsman Bunyan, who carries a holy sword and a holy shield, is a simple middle-aged man with a thick beard. The burly Bunyan wears a heavy sanctified chainmail. He is one of the few warriors in the Light Cult who fights against the evil spirits of the Black Mist through melee attacks, and is especially good at dealing with evil creatures with bodies. Lester allowed Bunyan to be one of the founders of the Sentinels of Light, because Bunyan was an excellent paladin, not a politician who liked to play tricks. In fact, the other founders were not old ghosts who liked to play tricks and tricks. Otherwise, the Church of Light would not be about to end. It was enough that he was the only one interested in power. The people hiding in the corners of Shadow Island were all honest children who were eager to save the world and selflessly dedicate themselves. It was also God's will that he happened to catch up with the most dangerous time of the Church of Light and change the future of the Church of Light. These guys who like to wear white robes are the same as Tours, who were silly and injured and took Edgar to Nascut village to dispel the Black Fog. They didn't care whether they could deal with it or not, and they all wanted to lend a hand to the innocent. Although a little arrogant, Lester knew that if he hadn't met him, Tours and Edgar who went to Nascut village would definitely die. Not to mention more decades as underworld assassins and black wizards. Tours and the others might not even be able to beat the abominable butcher. Just like the sword-wielding Bunyan and the Light Mage Lori, they are the only remaining professional inheritors of the Church of Light. If they accidentally die in the Black Fog, the inheritance of the Paladins and the Light Mage left by the Church of Light will be completely cut off. Perhaps this is why in the future, the Sentinels of Light will only have a few big and small cats who like to play with guns, especially Lucian and Senna, but no warriors or light mages carrying big swords and hammers. As a result, they have fallen to the point where anyone picked up from the street will fight with Vigo, and even the Doc Bodhisattva in Bilgewater will not be spared. Sir Bunyan, of course you can pass on your combat experience and ideas in the Bright Sentinel's base. If there is a suitable Bright Sentinel, you can let him become your successor. In fact, I would like you to train a group of paladins like you in the Bright Sentinel. The Bright Sentinel's warriors should be diverse. Mage Lori, you can also train a group of bright mages with magical talents in the Bright Sentinel. Sir Adam, the Holy Blacksmith, your craft should not be lost. I know you are from the Lu family, and there are descendants of the Lu family in the War Workshop and the Emerald Territory. Perhaps you can exchange each other's casting skills and find your own successor among the many blacksmith apprentices. Compared to going to the battlefield to kill 1 or 2 monsters, it would be more meaningful for you to become teachers and pass on your skills to others. It is a great waste to use a Grandmaster on the battlefield. You should establish a school and let the Bright Sentinel truly become the backbone of the fight against the Black Mist. Listening to Lester's words, the bearded old men who were dozing off perked up and looked excited. They thought they were just here for the meeting, but they didn't expect to get such a reward. In the past, there were only skeletons and crying ghosts on the Shadow Isles, and not even a living person. There was no place to teach skills. After the establishment of the Sentinels of Light, there would be enough time and opportunity to go to other continents. At that time, they would be able to select apprentices and successors from the outstanding Sentinels of Light, which would be a good thing that they could not even dream of. Sir Lester, are there really any descendants of the Lu family alive? Adam, an old blacksmith with a single braid, stood up in disbelief. He had been forging iron in the Shadow Isles for decades. He himself was a descendant of the Lu family. His superb blacksmithing skills were passed down from his ancestors. It was said that this skill was taught by Orn, the forging god of Freljord. When he heard Lester say that there were other Lu family members, the old man could no longer suppress his emotions and wanted to go to Emerald to take a look. Of course. I wonder if you have heard of the name Crystal? Crystal. Adam turned around a few times with a frown, muttering the name to himself, his eyes becoming brighter and brighter. No, it's not Crystal. Crystal is just the name translated from Freljord into a foreign language. It should be Crystal Ftolz. Ftolz is a large clan of the Lu family, just like my Freljord name should be Adams Rees. My ancestor is from the Rees family. It seems that it is correct. There are really Lu family members alive. Ha ha ha. That's great. Amid Adam's cheers, the hermit Elijah opened his turbid eyes and slowly closed them again. Chapter 517. I still need to find a new love, even though I have an old love. After the meeting, the establishment of the Sentinels of Light was put on the agenda by the two major forces, Emerald Territory and Ixtal. Everything from the recruitment of personnel to the allocation of responsibilities to the establishment of a supervision system has been clarified. At least everyone who attended the meeting knew how the Sentinels of Light would grow and develop in the future. The establishment process is roughly divided into 3 steps. The contact person selected by Sinner and Alyssa will cooperate with the envoys of the Light Cult to conduct preliminary site selection. Emerald Territory will establish a total of 3 large Sentinels of Light bases from west to east. After contacting the Supreme Command of the Narxan Empire, it may also establish multiple secret bases near the immortal fortress of Narxus in the future. Ixtal decided to build 4 Sentinel bases covering the entire territory around the city of Ixacan. After the site selection is completed, the construction of the Sentinels of Light base will begin. When the base is built, the person in charge of the force will select the personnel of the Sentinels of Light according to the selection standards of the Light Cult. In order to avoid various troubles, the members of the Sentinels of Light will not be drawn from the existing military forces of each force. Only some young and middle-aged people will be selected from the public to be trained as Sentinels of Light. After that, members of the Light Cult will go to various bases for 2 to 3 years of training and exercises, so that the Light Sentinels can master sufficient combat skills. Eventually, each base will select 1 to 2,000 outstanding warriors as the standing, armed forces of the Light Sentinels. These Light Sentinels will be equipped with holy stone weapons made by the holy blacksmith Adam himself, participate in daily training, and leave the local base in batches to go to Shadow Island to carry out secret operations. Through personal combat, they will become familiar with the evil and ghosts in the Black Fog, which can also curb the spread of the Black Fog and increase practical experience. Finally, the reconnaissance sentinels of various forces will be carefully set up on Shadow Island. After being equipped with the light disc, the Light Sentinels can roughly monitor the movements of the Shadow Island Black Fog to prevent the Black Fog from catching everyone off guard again. In addition, some other minor matters were discussed. The holy blacksmith Adam was going to the Emerald Territory to find fellow family members, to exchange forging skills and find suitable blacksmith apprentices. The Shadow Island ferryman Steele wanted the Emerald Territory to build a larger ship for him to secretly enter and exit the Shadow Island. Note, Ixtal did not have the ability to go to sea due to its isolation, and the shipbuilding technology was not enough to support Ixtal's production of ocean-going ships. Because the small boats in the past could only carry dozens of passengers at a time, it was not realistic to use small boats to carry the Light Sentinels who wanted to go to the Shadow Island for actual combat. The sword-bearer Bunyan was going to return to the Shadow Island to prepare for the teaching content of the paladin profession, and the Light Mystic Laurie also decided to take out his book collection in the Shadow Island to deal with the future inheritance of the Helium Mystic Law, and he did not have any intention of keeping it private. After the meeting, everyone had a smile on their face, and they were obviously very satisfied with the content of the meeting. On September 25th, 418 AD in the Narxan calendar, the Sentinel of Light was formally established, led by Council President Lester, and council members included Turs, Adam, Steele, Laurie, Bunyan, and Elijah. Braytown is located on the northeast coast of the Amaranth Coast. Looking east, you can see the Sea of Watchers. The evening breeze was blowing, the waves were surging, and a bright moon hung in the sky, sprinkling a gentle white frost. In the best hotel in Braytown, Lester hugged Cinna, and was unwilling to let go for a moment. The two of them stuck together tightly. "Huh, you have so many women in Ixtal, are you still so hungry?" The black-haired woman, who was sweet in her heart, did not give the man a good look on her face. Cinna said coldly, "They must be very angry if they know you are here with a passerby like me. Anyway, I'm used to sleeping alone, so I don't need you to accompany me. You can go find them." Cinna, when did you become a jealous little guy? Lester scratched his head. "Please call me Lord of the Emerald Territory, Lord Lester." Cinna pulled Lester's arm away seriously, turned around and stared at Lester with a stern face. "Anyway, you don't want your Emerald Territory anymore. You went to Demacia to be a noble staff, and then you went to Mount Targon to be the high priest of the Targon cult. Now you have plunged into a place where even I can't find you to be the great elementalist of Ixtal. You have no shortage of women wherever you go, and you live a life of luxury every day. I think Lord Lester is very free and easy, so how can he remember an old woman like me? I'm afraid Margaret, Jis and Sister Tally have forgotten me long ago." Avoiding Cinna's gaze, Lester sighed in disappointment, and didn't say anything. This attitude made Cinna a little at a loss. "Brother Lester, I was just kidding. I know you have your difficulties. I'm a bastard, Hinna. I'm really a bastard. I'm sorry for you. If I knew that immortality would have such a result, I would rather be immortal. At least in this short 100 years, I can live a complete life, avoid all the troubles, and accompany you till old age like a man." Looking at the man crying silently, Hinna hugged the man and started crying too. "Woo woo, please don't be like this. I don't want to live a life of running around and being displaced. I also want to stay in the Emerald Territory, guard our little piece of land, and guard you all my life, but I have too many enemies, so many that I can't stop at all, so many that I can't breathe, and can only keep running to break free from the shackles, so many that, if I'm not careful I will be doomed. I have experienced too many tragedies and partings. You who possess the power of the stars must understand this feeling. After a deep sleep, everything you are familiar with leaves you. Your loved ones and friends turn into cold tombstones. You can still accompany Margaret and the others to the last moment, but what about me? I couldn't leave anything for them, nor for myself. Woo woo. After wiping Hannah's tears, Lester retracted his weakness that was exposed for a moment. At least in front of his woman. He didn't want to be a crying man. He had to hold up the sky. Over the years, I didn't even dare to go back to the Emerald Territory because I was still sealed by the Star Spirits. If they wanted to lock me up somewhere, I wouldn't have the power to resist. Zina, remember, power, only power is the key to everything. That's why I asked you to manage the Emerald Territory well and build the Atlan Energy Tower in secret so that one day we can break all the shackles. Without power, we can only become slaves and can't do anything. You are in command in the Emerald Territory, and I'm looking for opportunities to become stronger outside. Only if we work together can we be free one day. Do you understand? I want to gain the power to ignore all laws, and you have to manage the Emerald Territory into the strongest force capable of conquering the world. Only then will we not let the tragedy happen again. The bird outside the window stood on the windowsill with its head tilted, watching the two people hugging each other, and the next moment it flapped its wings and left. The starry sky in Braytown is beautiful, but the moonlight is cold and heartbreaking. Zina had already left, and Lester had learned that he was being targeted by Mordekaiser. This news promptly stopped his idea of going to the Shadow Isles through the ferryman Steel. Going to the Shadow Isles in the outside world would attract Mordekaiser's covetousness, not to mention going to the Shadow Isles in person. That would be like lighting a lamp in the toilet, seeking death. The establishment of the Sentinels of Light had just begun, and there was no need for him to do anything at the moment. Without being able to go to the Shadow Isles, Lester, who had already mastered elemental magic, was not going to stay in Ixtal, especially after he guessed that Mordekaiser might have known that he was in Ixtal through the two behind-the-scenes masters in Nazcad Village. After thinking about it, Lester set his sights on the scorched earth in southern Shurima, a land called Icathia. Originally, one Protoss was enough to give him a headache, and now there was another lord of the underworld, Mordekaiser, who was staring at his ass and wanted to kick him hard. After communicating with Cinna, he decided to leave himself a way out. At least the Void Forces were still friendly to him at the moment. In the case of a desperate situation, he was not without a way out. The Frost Watcher once said that it had the ability to remove the seal of the Protoss and fight against the Protoss, provided that Lester found the nascent consciousness of the Rune world adapted to the void mentioned by the Frost Watcher. Although he didn't know what the hell this thing was, Lester still decided to go to Icathia to take a look. After all, he was not an outsider with the Void Pearl, at least he would not die casually in that deeply voided land. After preparing for a long journey, Lester was ready to say goodbye to Savannah and others. After experiencing many things, perhaps he became a little heartless, or perhaps he was no longer sentimental. In order to move forward, Lester could calmly cut off his entanglements. The only problem was that Loy refused to leave no matter what, and insisted on going to Icathia with him. Even if he doted on this girl from the Mistel tribe, Lester would not agree to this unrealistic request. I will send you back to Mistel Island first, Loy. I really can't take you away this time. The void erosion of Icathia will turn you into an ugly monster. I will never allow you to follow me secretly. Go home. You are not young anymore. Find a Mistel tribe boy you like to start a family, forget me, and live your own life. I don't want to mess with you. I just like Lester. On the coast of Amaranxin, Loy refused to get on the boat no matter what, which made Lester very worried. Be obedient, or I will never talk to you again. I won't be obedient. Why do you like so many women, Lester, but you only don't like Loy? As she spoke, the girl from the Mistel tribe squatted down and started crying, which embarrassed the old boatman waiting on the side. Can this cat's romantic debt be paid off before getting on the boat? I didn't even have breakfast in the morning to raise the sail and set sail. Who are you trying to burp for? Lord Lester, take your time. I'm not in a hurry. The old boatman consciously made room for Lester, which made Loy cry even louder. Why can't Lester like Loy? Loy is obviously not a small person. Because I really care about you. Loy was stunned with tears streaming down her face. Lester stepped forward and gently wiped away the tears of the girl from the Mistel tribe. Be it Savannah, Alyssa, or Angelica, I approached them, only to facilitate my actions in Ixtal. In order to become the great elementalist of Ixtal, I could let them go. Only you, Roy, was like you wanted to save me from drowning. It was both a coincidence and fate that I met you. I took care of you all the way. Except that I once promised a certain Vastaya Zaru to take care of the Vastaya people. I did not have any other purpose. I like you, just simply like you, and I take care of you as my friend and junior, so I can't like you like I like others. If I want you, I can't let go easily. The place I'm going to is very dangerous, and I can't take you with me all the time. But if it's for you, I can't go anywhere, so I can't like you. Do you understand? After talking for a while, Lester said softly, just treat me as a passerby in your life. We met and we know each other, but we are destined not to be together forever. Your life should be bright sunshine and birdsong and flowers, but mine is war and death. Luoyi, you have your way and I have mine. If we force ourselves to be together, no matter who we are, we will feel uncomfortable, just like Sister Zina. She has waited for me for more than 400 years. This is the price of liking me. I don't want you to be like Zina. It is very likely that after this separation, we will never see each other again. At that time, you will suffer for the rest of your life, and perhaps you will hate me for the rest of your life. I would rather you start another life of your own. I don't care. What? Lester was stunned, staring at Luoyi who looked serious in front of him. I said I don't care. Luoyi hugged Lester tightly, without even mentioning the habit of the Mistel tribe, that he never left his mouth. It seems to me that you, who are omnipotent, cannot control your long life. Why do you, a prisoner, deprive me of my humble persistence in this short life? Will I be happy if you did good for me unilaterally? Why can't you consider my feelings? If you were destined not to like me, why did you take me in the first place? Wouldn't it be better to scare me away? Lester took a deep breath, hugged the girl in his arms, and whispered. I'm sorry, Roy, I'm sorry. Just saying sorry is enough for Roy. You. Pushing Lester away, Roy wiped her tears, restored her innocent smile as before, and waved to Lester. Loy knows that Loy will become a burden to you, so if Loy leaves, it will not cause trouble to Brother Lester. Go your own way, Brother Lester. Loy just wants to tell Brother Lester that, if you are destined not to like a girl, please don't be so nice to a girl. After taking a look at the subscription data in the background, I finally confirmed that I had seen the coffin, and it was time to cry. I was under a lot of pressure as a full-time writer, so I decided to start preparing a new book immediately, so this book will not be published every day. I broke my promise and vowed to apologize to everyone and ask for forgiveness. It was really forced by life. I'm afraid that I can't even pay the insurance with this book alone. In the future, this book will continue to be written at 4,000 words per day, narrating Runeland from the perspective of the protagonist until most of the heroes and background stories of the League of Legends are written, around 997 AD, expected to be 3 million plus words. The new book will not affect the creation plan of this old book, but will delay its completion. The new book should be published on another author's account. Once the new book is confirmed, it will be announced in the book group and this author's account, and it will also be introduced in the comment area of this book. Interested readers can pay attention to it. You don't have to read it as a follow-up, but you can add it to your favorites when the time comes. Chapter 518 Malzahar's Embrace. With a smile, the Vastaya girl transformed into a white-faced owl and flew into the sky. Soon she disappeared, leaving Lester standing there with his head down, like an idiot with a brain injury. Lord Lester, are you still going out to sea? The old boatman hiding in the distance saw something was wrong, and hurried over to ask carefully. Going out to sea, do you know where Mistale Island is? Stared at by Lester's bloodshot eyes, the old boatman shuddered. Didn't you say Miss Roy would lead the way? Then I won't leave. Thank you for waiting so long. Sir, it's nothing. Lester handed the fare he had prepared to the old boatman, turned around and walked towards the west. Lester has decided that, after returning from Icathia, he will be a wayfinder in the Sea of Watchers again. As a responsible man, no matter what happens, he must coax his spoiled woman back. It is very difficult to enter Eikstal from the outside without knowing the road, but as a former great elementalist of Eikstal, Lester naturally knows where the tree wall and vine secret passage controlled by Vinarian. Note, the national treasure located in the center of the Tower of Ixoken City, lead to starting from the south gate of Ixoken City and heading to the southwest border of Eikstal, passing through the rainforest controlled by Vinarian, you can reach the miasma jungle in the west. As the outermost line of defense of Eikstal, the miasma jungle has a standard tropical rainforest climate, full of poisonous miasma and poisonous insects and beasts. It is an indestructible natural defense line. Unless it is a super-scale magic bombardment or a large-scale excavation equipment digging inch by inch, it is difficult to break through the defense line of the miasma jungle. For Lester, the threat of the miasma jungle was naturally not a threat. It only took 2 months to successfully pass through the miasma jungle, cross the mountains west of Eikstal, and reach the northern border of Icathia. There are still many villages on the oasis on the border, and it becomes a barren and dry land to the south. Icathia is located in the southeastern protrusion of the Shurima continent. The terrain is mostly high mountains and deep valleys. The terrain is high in the southeast, low in the central basin, and continues to rise in the northwest. The mountains are winding and continuous. It is a typical semi-graben basin structure. In Jax's description, if the Shurima ascendants were not too powerful, even some ascendants who obtained the Dragon King attribute could fly. Otherwise, the Icathians would be enough to keep the enemy out of the country just by the dangerous terrain. The example of Icathia's failure is enough to conclude that it is impossible to use human wave tactics to fight against extraordinary power in Runeland. The cruel fact is that, even if all mortals are armed, they are not enough for one ascendant to kill. If you want to gain a foothold in the Runeland, you must master the power that makes the gods fear. On this road, power is supreme. With a firm desire for powerful power in his heart, Lester, standing on the hillside and looking south, took a deep breath and walked slowly down the mountain. Taking the initiative to contact the void is his first choice. Did you hear it? Did you hear it? Did you hear the voice from the ground? The voice from the abyss is right under our feet. Right in our ears. I'm a prophet. You should listen to my call. Obey my orders. Welcome the voice of the end. On the sandy street, a ridiculous lame beggar held a broken bowl and yelled nonsense. The Shurima residents living in Amakra looked like they were used to it. The distinguished guest who had lived in the inn for a long time waved his fingers covered with gemstones and agate rings, and the servant threw a big bone stick from the window to leave for the wild dogs. The big bone stick hit the ground and rolled twice and fell in front of the lame beggar. The lame beggar who saw the bone stick no longer complained without reason. He picked up the dusty bone stick with gratitude, opened his mouth, and licked the remaining meat on the bone stick desperately, which made the audience around him laugh. The streets of Amakra were full of a happy atmosphere. Even the scavengers on the street, who couldn't even put together half a piece of clothing, had a more relaxed smile. As if he had gained some kind of satisfaction, the rich man put on a malicious smile at the corner of his mouth and said a few words to the servant. The servant sprinkled the powder in the purple glass bottle on the steamed bun. Following the big bone stick was a complete steamed bun. This time, even the pedestrians on the roadside showed a greedy look, but everyone knew who the steamed bun was for, so it was difficult to start for a while. They could only watch enviously as the old beggar pounced on the steamed bun again. Stop eating. You're affecting our business. Get out of here, you stinky beggar. A little boy squatting by the stool suddenly yelled and picked up the steamed bun at his feet and threw it to the drooling stray dog. The hungry stray dog opened its red eyes and opened its mouth at lightning speed, took the little boy's gift in its mouth, and quickly disappeared at the end of the street. What are you doing? My steamed bun. Don't steal my steamed bun. The beggar whose food was snatched by the stray dog stumbled like crazy and chased the stray dog. The passers-by who didn't get the steamed bun finally put away their jealous looks and laughed. In the absurd laughter, only the rich people on the third floor of the hotel frowned, obviously dissatisfied with the unexpected script, but it was another stray dog who died, so the ending was not bad. The rich man looked at the little boy who ruined the good thing with indifference, and the window of the hotel closed with a bang. The closed window ended this interrupted comedy, and another comedy just began. Ahem. Malzahar, what are you doing? He just wants to eat a steamed bun. Did I ever teach you to insult others like this? The male owner of the stall coughed a few times and slapped his young son in the face, causing the 5-year-old boy's head to buzz and fall heavily to the ground. The little boy, with stars in his eyes, held his head and lay on the ground. He could see the endings of others in various visions, but he could not see his own future. Malzahar would never be able to avoid this slap in his life. The little boy did not refute his father that he saw the beggar who ate the steamed bun would bleed to death on the spot. The little boy just lay on the ground silently waiting for his father's punishment. In his confused thinking, he even had the leisure to regret that he had killed an innocent dog. Alright, Bilal, he is just a child, spare him. The middle-aged woman at the neighboring stall persuaded enthusiastically with a smile on her face. But then again, Bilal, you are such an honest and decent person, but Malzahar has been a little crazy since he was a child, and his heart is really a bit vicious. It's not like you. He should go home and educate him. Bilal put away his anger, and when he treated his colleagues, the man's face changed to an honest and simple smile. You are right. This child should be educated. Malzahar, stand up. Amid his father's stern rebuke, the little boy got up from the ground and suppressed the buzzing sound left in his head by the slap. I ask you, did you do it right? How did your mother and I educate you? Be an honest person. Do your job properly. Don't bully. Don't bully others. Huh, you remember it well. Then how did you do it? I saved the llama uncle. Hearing the little boy say this, the middle-aged woman who was watching the show suddenly became more eager, and in order to make it easier for others to hear, she spoke a little louder. Look, you just can't tell good from bad sometimes. Bilal, I think you shouldn't set up a stall here. Isn't there an old witch doctor in the West Market? Go back and find that old witch doctor to check Malzahar's illness. It doesn't matter if his face is disfigured, but if there is a problem with his brain, it will be a big problem. You won't even be able to find a wife. That will be a big problem. Who will inherit your family business? Amid the new laughter on the street, Bilal and his son put away their grocery stall in shame. No matter when, this street can always hear happy laughter, as if the sound is not laughing at himself. Following his sullen father, Malzahar lowered his head. Dad, I'm telling the truth. That steamed bun is poisonous. The llama uncle will die if he eats it. Ahem. I also know there's an old witch doctor in the West Market, Malzahar. I'll take you to see him tomorrow. You always have weird things to say and think. Maybe you're really sick. Ahem. Child, Daddy apologizes to you. I shouldn't have hit you like that just now, but you really make me feel so disappointed in you. I, Bilal, have lived my whole life poor, but with noble ambitions. I've lived honestly and uprightly, and have never done such a despicable thing. I wouldn't be able to sleep, even if I owed someone a copper coin. Child, you really shouldn't bully others like this. It was Daddy who had to convince other stall owners with great difficulty to let the llama uncle beg there. Ahem. You may feel that Daddy is preaching too much and is a bit annoying, but Daddy still wants to tell you that people should always have their own bottom line. Even if your father is gone, you must live honestly and be a good person. He wanted to touch his son's head and apologize, but the man's cough became more and more intense. The man opened his palm and looked at the dark blood in his palm. He wiped it on the cloth in his pocket calmly. Seeing his father like this, Malzahar burst into tears. In a trance, the little boy saw the man lying on the bed without breathing in the vision. There was another body on the chair beside the bed. It was the mother who had already suffered from heart failure and looked haggard after losing her husband. The death of his father finally made the grieving mother unable to hold on any longer and left together. This was the cruel truth that the illusion wanted to tell him. If he went home today, he would become an orphan and lose his father and mother forever. Woo woo woo. Dad, let's not go home, okay? Please, let's not go home, okay? Can you take me to see the witch doctor now? Malzahar's crying finally stopped the man. He felt even more distressed for his child. Bilal regretted that he had been too heavy-handed just now. After hesitating for a while, with a sour look in the corners of his eyes, Bilal first shook the light money bag in his arms, then looked up at the early sky, and the man finally made up his mind and nodded. Okay, let's go now. Don't worry, our family is rich. We have to treat the disease, no matter how much it costs. Dad still hopes that you can be filial to dad when you grow up. For you, dad has to make a lot of money to support the family. Tomorrow, I will go out to apologize to that lame uncle. As soon as the voice fell, Malzahar, whose head was buzzing, desperately saw the scene of his father falling in a strange room in the new illusion. There was blood everywhere, and the blood of his father was everywhere. An old man with an animal bone mask fell to the ground in fear, treating himself like a plague, and his mouth was full of foul language, as if he was the son of a curse. Dad's body was thrown out by the witch doctor, just like a rotten bone thrown away by a rich man, but the old witch doctor held Dad's money bag tightly. Unable to suppress his grief any longer, Malzahar held his father's dry hands eroded by the wind and sand, hugged the man in front of him tightly, and buried his head in his father's arms. Dad, let me hug you, can you? He caressed the little head that was acting coquettishly to him lovingly. For some reason, the man's dry eyes began to shed tears uncontrollably. The man squatted down with a smile and tears, and met his son's small request. Although he couldn't make money, he would always try his best to meet his son's wishes within his ability. Ahem. How old is your child? Still crying and acting coquettishly? When you recover from the disease, go to your mother to act coquettishly. Don't expect that this will make your father forgive your behavior today. The father and son stood on the street hugging each other. Malzahar did not let go of his father, and his father did not let go of his son. 10 minutes later, half an hour later, it was the same. Until about an hour later, someone finally shouted in a joking tone, "Billa, I know that you two have a deep relationship, but the question is, can you go home and disgust people again? Isn't it an eyesore standing on the street? Is this a joke? This is not a joke." If the father could be tougher and scold back, this sentence would become a joke, right? The remaining warmth of his father on his chest has turned into a chill that freezes his heart. Malzahar opened his tearful eyes and had to accept the reality that his father had left him forever. He originally wanted to hold him like this, as if his father was still by his side. But now, his father can no longer talk to him. Wiping his snot on his father's dirty collar, Malzahar cried silently. This was the only thing he could leave for his father. The little boy looked at the person who was talking. He still remembered that it was his clever father who made a wooden bed for the family for free. Just because the man begged for a few days, his father gave up asking for wages and said that it was not easy for him. His father regarded him as a neighbor who needed help. What did he regard himself and his father as? Who has an easy life in this world? Chapter 519 The Escaped Prophet. Malzahar couldn't help but think of the rich man who dropped the big bone stick and poison bun on the 3rd floor of the hotel. If he had money, would it be easier to live? Dad, I'm sorry, I can't take you home. Malzahar found a road that was not the most desperate among the desperate roads. In the bustling crowd, no one helped, and no one came up to ask what happened. It was obvious that they owed their father, but at this moment, it seemed as annoying as their father owed a foreign debt. I'm afraid they knew that their father was going to see the old witch doctor who cheated money for treatment, and they were afraid that their father would borrow money. Just like the female stall owner who made the suggestion, she wanted her father to give all the money to the old witch doctor so that no one would steal her business. What did his father's honesty and kindness get in return? At this moment, Malzahar could only recall the happy laughter echoing over the street. With his small body, he tried his best to support his father's cold body. Malzahar brought his father to a remote place, faced the night, and started digging a pit with a stolen shovel. At some point, a lame man staggered over, first knelt down on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to the boy, then took the bloody shovel from the boy's bloody hands, and started digging the pit with a limp. Although they were not full, adults were still stronger than children. With the farewell of the old lame man and his son, Bilal embraced the air, and the man lay down in the yellow sand with a gentle expression. It was already late at night when the shovel was returned. Malzahar carefully opened the door, only to see his mother sitting on the bench made by his father with an oil lamp and weaving straw sandals. On the table was a bowl of cold risotto, the largest bowl of which looked a bit eye-catching. Malzahar, why are you crying? Where's your dad? I thought you would come back together. Is he still setting up the stall? Did he beat you again? In the shabby tiled cabin, Lydia looked at her son with doubts. His hands were wrapped in cloth strips and his eyes were red, as if he had just cried. She didn't know that her son was racking his brains to try to deceive her. Dad, he went out with Uncle Duncan. Uncle Duncan said that he found an ancient tomb that had not been dug outside. In order not to be taken advantage of by others, Dad asked me to come back and take care of the stall first. He decided to try his luck with Uncle Duncan. Duncan? Humph, I didn't expect that stingy guy would be generous one day. Maybe he can really dig out some treasures this time. Then we will have a good meal and let you grow taller. The woman's mood became much better in an instant. The desperate illusion finally faded from her mind, and Malzaha's face had a few more forced smiles. Mom, you will get better soon. Silly child, Mom believes in you. I will go and heat up some food for you. Since your dad is not coming back today, you can eat your dad's share as well. I know you are a good eater, but our family depends on your dad's stall to support us. We must make sure your dad is full first. After watching his nagging mother leave with the bowl, Malzaha just sat on the bed and prepared to take a breath. But the next moment he suddenly burst into tears and ran straight to the kitchen without even bothering to put on his shoes. The bowl had been smashed to pieces, and the thin woman lying on the ground had stopped breathing. Malzaha knelt on the ground. He knew that he would never hear the voice of the woman who was always worried and nagging again. Why? Why do you want me to see this? I don't want to see this. I just want my parents to be healthy. Why can't such a simple wish come true? Why? The lame man who was guarding the door heard the boy's loud cry, hesitated for a moment, pushed open the half-closed door, walked into the house, and soon saw the child kneeling in the kitchen who had completely collapsed. The cold risotto spilled on the ground made the lame man's stomach rumble, but this time the lame man did not pick up food from the ground, but limped to the boy's side, and knelt on the ground, and spoke in a mysterious way. You are a prophet. You are a great prophet. You can see the future. You can see the future. I know. I know. You can see everyone's future. Tell me. Tell me. What is my future? What is your future? Tell me. Tell me. Malzaha bit his lip and knew that even if he cried, no one in the world would feel sad for his tears. So the boy stopped crying and stared at the lame uncle beside him with red eyes. He saw 3 ferocious domesticated hounds pounced on the lame man from behind. The hounds tore open the lame man's throat with their fangs and ate the lame man's body, tearing the lame man into pieces of meat. It was not until the hound's owner laughed and lifted the curtain and stuck his head out of the carriage that the hounds withdrew their ferocity and turned into beasts wagging their tails. Malzaha recognized the familiar agate ring on that hand. In the slums of Amekla, there is no finger that is fatter, fresher, whiter and tenderer than this one, but the dogs only eat the lame man, and not this finger, because the finger belongs to the dog's owner. If I fail to kill the lame man today, the lame man will die in the hands of that person tomorrow. The lame man will die like his parents, meaningless. Just like his parents, meaningless. I can't do anything. I can't change anything. I can only watch the established facts happen in front of my eyes. You will die under the bite of the hunting dogs. The one who released the dogs is the one who threw the poison bun to you today. He sat in the carriage and watched you being killed by his dogs. Malzaha's voice was very hoarse, and it didn't sound like the voice of a 5-year-old boy at all. However, the crazy cripple believed it without a doubt. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the little boy again and again. Save me, please save me. You are the great prophet. You can definitely save me. You saved my life today, and you can save my life tomorrow. I listen to you. I will listen to you in everything. Please save me, prophet. Please save me. The boy moved his empty eyes away from his mother. He recalled what his father said to him before he died. Did I save you? Yes, prophet, you saved me. Standing up from the ground, Malzaha whispered to the cripple. Go and get the shovel in the house. At least in the end, I want my mom and dad to sleep together. Have you heard? The only one left in Bilal's family is Bilal's son Malzaha. I've known since I was a child that the kid with the brain problem is a jinx. He will kill Bilal and his wife sooner or later. I have to stay away from that jinx in the future. What a pity. Bilal, such an honest man, died so early. I was thinking of asking Bilal to make me 2 sets of chairs when my daughter gets married. I only have so much money. Who can I ask for help after he dies? Go find Marilyn. Isn't her store right next to Beryl's? Her husband's craftsmanship is pretty good too. Forget it. Marilyn raised the prices a day after she knew Beryl was dead. Her carpentry charges were higher than Beryl's before, and now it's even more outrageous. A chair costs 1 silver coin. It's crazy. Alas, I still owe Beryl a silver coin. If I had known that Marilyn, this money-hungry woman, was so annoying, I would have given Beryl more business. Alas, the Beryls are not in good health to begin with, and don't talk bad about that kid Malzahar. What can a 5-year-old know? Maybe he'll get it when he grows up. Yes, it's too hard. Too hard. The slums of Amakra have not changed much compared to the past. Most people are worried about their livelihood today. Only a few people can sit on the high ground and look down at the people who are running around blindly like ants. If there is any change, it is that many people find that Bilal, who is setting up a stall, has become his 5-year-old child. The Lame man who used to beg in the hotel and the stall no longer begs, but follows the 5-year-old boy to set up a stall. Malzahar, this is the money I owe your father. I was short of money and couldn't pay it back before, but now, alas, I'm sorry about your father's matter. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to me. I will definitely help you if I can. After all, your father helped our family a lot when he was alive. Taking the 20 copper coins handed over by the man, Malzahar nodded calmly. Thank you. Looking at the boy who seemed more and more dumbfounded, the man sighed and asked again. Malzahar, are you going to take over your father's grocery stall? Do you want me to help you? Finally looking at the man, Malzahar's face showed a grateful smile. Uncle, no, I plan to close a stall after selling my father's things, and I won't run a grocery stall in the future. Then how are you going to make a living? Prophet. He is a prophet. The cripple who suddenly spoke scared the man. Malzahar pulled the cripple's hand and calmed the crazy cripple down. I'm learning the divination art at home recently. Maybe I can become a fortune teller and earn some money to make a living. This, alas. The man was more certain that Malzahar had a problem with his brain, and he sighed and left. Malzahar no longer cared about what others thought of him. The boy just sat on the bench quietly waiting for the next customer. He believed that he would soon sell out the things on the stall at a low price. The day before yesterday, the rich businessman who was driving dogs could not find Cripplestone and had to give up. Today, he saw the vision of Cripplestone being taken away by the soldiers of Amakra in the evening and put into the dungeon to be killed. They attacked Cripplestone 3 times in a row, as if they would not stop until Cripplestone was killed. Malzahar knew that this matter could not be avoided, and he needed to understand it no matter what. It was impossible to survive if he took Cripplestone away from Amakra to the Little Say Desert in the west. Going east to Icathia, which made the Shurimans shudder, was a dead end. The world was so big that he could not find a place to stay. After all, he was still a child. After thinking for a while, and not being able to think of a way out, Malzahar looked at Cripplestone with some annoyance. Cripplestone, who had been paying attention to Malzahar, asked, Prophet, what did you see? I'm not a prophet, and don't call me a prophet, just call me a grasshopper. People living in the Akmala slums are worthless, and maybe they don't live as well as grasshoppers. At least grasshoppers on the grassland have grass to eat. Malzahar first refuted the Lame man's address to him, and then explained. Uncle Lame, if you are destined to die today, this is an unchangeable fact. Will you accept it calmly? If my death is the will of the prophet, I will accept it calmly. Why? Aren't you very afraid of death, and don't want to die? Why are you willing to accept death now? Everyone will die one day. If I can die in the prophet's promise, my life will also have meaning. I don't know. When Malzahar couldn't understand what the Lame man said. Before he knew it, it was already afternoon. The things on the grocery stall were getting fewer and fewer. After knowing that Beryl's stupid son was selling his belongings at a low price, people from the entire Amakra slum took action. Even if they didn't buy anything, they had to come and take a look. Finally, when the son began to disappear, the foolish man who bought out the grocery stall at a low price with the arrogant attitude of caring for his younger generation had left. Malzahar patted his butt and stood up with his bulging bag of money. This money was enough for him to leave Makara. He didn't go to the Little Say Desert or the terrible Akasha. He believed that, as long as he took a step, he would always find a place to stand. As for the shabby but warm little house, it was no longer a home after his parents left. We are leaving. If we don't leave, you will die. Prophet, will I die? I saw your death, but I don't want you to die. Then I won't die. The crazy cripple became organized again when he spoke, which made Malzahar suddenly curious about the origin of the cripple uncle, because many of the words the cripple said didn't sound like something a beggar could say. Why do you say that? Because you are a prophet. The cripple's extremely sure look made Malzahar remember the somewhat difficult Shurima term prophet thoroughly in his mind. He didn't know whether it was the word prophet that made the cripple choose to believe in himself, or whether it was the result of his saving the cripple that made the cripple choose to believe in himself. There are still many questions that need to be considered, but no matter what, they must go now. He can even hear the rustling sound of armor and spears vibrating the ground, causing burrowing gerbils to flee everywhere. The two did not even close the stall and walk towards the northeast gate of Amakra together. At the same time, a team of bribed soldiers were divided into two waves to block the grocery store and the location of Biryl's house. The soldiers' marching route just staggered the path of Malzahar and the cripple, so that the two groups did not meet at all. Malzahar and the cripple successfully left the city and avoided the rich businessman's fatal blow. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 520 No War in Icathia. The cripple who changed his fate lit a bonfire in the wilderness. The two ate the dry biscuits prepared in advance and enjoyed a moment of tranquility. Looking at the starry night, Malzahar felt for the first time that the vision he saw was not useless. But he still couldn't see the road ahead clearly, because he could see others clearly, but he couldn't see his own future clearly. Just like he could never avoid his father's slap, he could only walk in the dark, but at least at this moment, he was close to the prophet in the mouth of the cripple uncle. The land of Icathia is different from the conventional landform. The brown-purple mountain slopes are full of holes eaten by insects. There are few plants on the bare landform. Only a kind of dark purple sawtoothed grass is rooted in the cracks of the stones that have basically no nutrition. I don't know how it survives in such a harsh environment. Bending down and gently stroking the edge of the dark purple sawtoothed grass, a blood mark appeared on the man's finger. As if it smelled the smell of blood, the sawtoothed grass began to shake its head following the movement of Lester's finger, which looked quite interesting. After stepping on the void grass that wanted to suck his blood, Lester looked up at the sky, covered with purple mist, and held Artrix. "Where did your ascendant seal the void?" "Humph." A rough snort came from the great sword, and Lester asked back with a smile. "Aren't weapons meant to be used? Do you pull up your pants directly when you go to the toilet without paper? Shouldn't you use your hands?" "Humph. We noble ascendants have always used gold-plated frosted wipes, and only the lowest Shurimans would use cheap things like paper." Even the knowledgeable Lester couldn't help but be shocked at this moment. "Please allow me to ask, what is a gold-plated frosted polishing board?" "Frosted? Are you sure this thing is not used for sharpening knives or rubbing wood burrs?" After a long wait, the time of glory for the Ascenders has finally arrived. Artrix doesn't mind letting the humble and ignorant Lester understand a little bit about the glory of the Shurima Empire. The gold-plated frosted but cleaning board is a noble magic tool made of crystal, also known as the crystal plate by us. As long as magic power is poured into the crystal plate, it can deeply clean the intestines. It has the ability to rotate and flush, so there is no need to use paper to wipe it every day like mortals, and you will stink wherever you go. I don't know why I suddenly thought of some kind of long-winged angel that can be used day and night. Excuse me, are the buds of you Ascenders made of iron, copper intestines and iron walls? Humph. The buds of us Ascenders. Can you lowly maggots speculate at will? Well, although you can speculate, but think about it and forget it. I don't believe that the buds of you Ascenders are fragrant. Looking at Lester, who was a little shocked by himself, with pride, Artrix said a few more words. Thinking back to the time when the Ascended Legion was invincible and all the nations of Shurima surrendered to it, Icathia, as a vassal state of the empire, was so arrogant. Who would have thought that these despicable Icathians not only did not know how to be grateful to the empire, but also chose to rebel, because the empire rejected the Ascended Legion nominated by Icathia, and even killed the noble Ascended Legion with despicable and dirty means. Icathia was doomed to destruction from the beginning. Even if these inferior people had not dug these disgusting purple bugs out of the ground, Icathia would eventually be annihilated by the Ascended Legion one day. Everything can be tolerated, but traitors cannot be tolerated. They must be killed. From Artrix's words, Lester felt the tyranny and ruthlessness of the Shurima Empire, and could vaguely see the supreme arrogance of the Ascended Legion. Recalling the conversation he had with Jax in the Ionian Cloud Forest hundreds of years ago, Lester sighed. From Jax's perspective, the Shurima Empire was an absolute tyrant country that didn't take the Icathians seriously at all. Just because there were no Icathians in the Ascended Legion, the Shurimans could bully the Icathians at will. In Artrex's eyes, Icathia, who was blessed by the Shurima Empire, was a despicable traitor who betrayed the suzerain state and offended the Ascended Legion. I'm afraid that in Artrex's eyes, Icathia was like a dog raised by Shurima, eating and drinking from the master, and humbly trying to please the master, but chose to bite the master back. Then the dog's fate seemed to have no other way out, except to be put into the pot. How can a dog be compared with a human? Have you ever considered that the reason Icathia rebelled is because you Shurimans call Icathians inferiors every day? As far as I know, although Icathia is protected by the Shurima Empire, it also contributed troops and manpower during the expansion of the Shurima Empire, and did not just sit back and reap the fruits of its labor. Why was there no share of the fruits when the fruits were divided? Artrix said disdainfully to Lester's question. What can those useless Akasha do on the battlefield? All the glory of the Shurima Empire was won by the Ascended Legion. What role can that bunch of trash play? Are they worthy of sharing the fruits of victory with us? What's more, the Imperial family has long since banned the worship of false idols. In this world, only the Ascended God Warriors are worthy of respect and praise. However, those Akasha villains have refused to change their ways and insisted on worshipping their Mage King. How can those idiots who can't tell who the real god is deserve to be mentioned in the same breath with us? The story of the Shurima Empire banning the worship of false idols was already verified by Lester on Jaina. Oshravazhuan was originally a city that worshipped the wind elf Jaina. Under the rule of the Shurima Empire, it abruptly abandoned its belief in Jaina, which greatly weakened Jaina's power. At this moment, Artrix's words made Lester more or less understand why the Shurima Empire has always been strongly dissatisfied with the loyal Icathia, so that it refused to give the Icathia a place in the Ascendant ceremony. The Mage King is the ruler of the Icathia people since ancient times. Worshipping the Mage King can be regarded as an indispensable national tradition of the Icathia people. It is not realistic to force the Icathia people to abandon the worship of the Mage King and believe in the Ascendants who have nothing to do with them. But how can the arrogant and domineering Shurima Empire care about this? It has put forward opinions, but does not change. That is, Icathia is unwilling to sincerely approach the Shurima Empire and is unwilling to obey the rule of the empire. How can it give the Ascendant quota related to the core national strength to a half-hearted younger brother? It must be said that the contradiction between Icathia and the Shurima Empire cannot be reconciled from the beginning. There must be a war between the two. The only difference is that it breaks out early or late. Do you know how much the Icathians hate you Shurimans? You are a bunch of lowly bugs. Even though we Shurimans are rampant in the country of Icathia, those Icathian cowards dare not even change their expressions and can only smile. Lester, what threat can the hatred of cowards pose? Why bother about it? Maybe you can have a chance to talk to Jax. Say Jax. As people of the same era, you should have a lot of topics to discuss. Say Jax. Say Jax. A very familiar name. Say Jax. Say Jax Kale Rains Icathron, the weapon master of Icathia. I remember this person. I didn't expect this bastard is still alive. Artrix's tone finally had a feeling of gnashing teeth, which made Lester very curious about what kind of existence Jax was in the eyes of Artrix. Do you know Say Jax? There is no Ascended who doesn't know Sajax. As the Shurima rebel with the most strength and rebellious spirit among the Icathians, he led that group of stupid Kohari to kill my companion Karame and Bezek. Killing him would have been fine, but what's more hateful is that he hung Karame's naked body on a prison cart used to carry death row prisoners, and pierced it with steel nails, and paraded it around. This is an eternal shame and hatred. It's a pity that I haven't seen that bastard since the outbreak of the Icathian Void. I thought he had died in the disaster caused by the Icathians, otherwise I would have taken off his head and made it into a mummy, hanging it under the sun disk for 1,000 years. So, Sajax really killed an Ascended God Warrior. How did he do it? In response to Lester's question, Artrex, who had calmed down his anger, chose to keep silent, and Lester could only let it go. After walking for most of the day, Lester, who was walking on this barren land, suddenly stopped. He felt the earth vibrating slightly, as if something was moving in the earth. He lay down and put his ears on the surface rocks. The sound from the ground was even more obvious. The rustling crawling sound came from the underground cave, which was enough to prove that there were still remnants of void creatures living on the land of Icathia. Lester observed the surrounding environment and soon found a steep slope against the wall. Holding Artrex, Lester leaned against the steep slope and waited for the uninvited guest to appear. In a few minutes, purple insects the size of a human head and shaped like beetles came like a tide. These insects had huge and hard mouthparts, short and sturdy limbs, and eyes that were like rocks like dark purple crystals. They kept vibrating their membrane wings. Looking around, there were thousands of them. Artrex, do you know this kind of void creature? Each of the void bugs I killed was 10 meters tall. I didn't need to fight this kind of small bug at all. You don't know. Look at what you can do. Lester immediately named this void creature Void Beetle. He raised his great sword and prepared for battle. Swish, swish, swish. The mouthparts of the Void Beetle staring at Lester dripped highly corrosive saliva. The purple saliva corroded small pits on the rocky landforms. Fortunately, the Void Beetle could not spray acid through the air, otherwise it would be even more troublesome for Lester. It didn't take much effort to kill these Void Beetles, and the saliva of the Void Beetle would not cause damage to Artrex's sword. The only problem was that there were too many Void Beetles. After killing for a long time, there were more and more, and there was no end in sight. Artrex, who was mumbling, had reached the limit of his patience, and shouted to Lester, "These low-level void creatures that grow by devouring rocks and soil are simply impossible to kill. I used divine magic to kill them directly in the past. The wasteland of Icathia has been hollowed out by void creatures. I don't know why you are stupid enough to bring me alone to a place like this to seek death, but I suggest that, if you want to die, you can go deeper. When you reach the territory of some large void creatures, these little things will naturally retreat. I'm unlucky to meet you." That makes sense. After picking up Artrex and throwing him onto the mountain wall behind him, Lester retreated without hesitation and quickly climbed up the mountain wall. Because the Void Beetles were too small and could not climb rocks, they could only take a detour from other places. This was the retreat route Lester had chosen for himself in advance, and it really came in handy at this moment. You tried so hard when you needed me, but you were so rude when you abandoned me. Lester, where is your bottom line? What am I in your eyes? Putting the cursing Artrex on his back again, Lester moved his legs and ran deeper into the cave and soon shook off the Void Beetles following behind him. After confirming that those troublesome little creatures could not catch up for a while, Lester slowed down his pace. It was not easy to confirm the direction on the unchanging purple-brown rock surface. Lester could only roughly distinguish the east, west, south, and north from the purple clouds that block the sun. Go further south. According to Jax, the province of Sabra where the Void Rift was discovered is located on the southwest coast. Since it is the origin of the Void in Icathia, there must be something there. Hearing Lester's muttering, Artrex sneered. Sabra province. Lester, that is a forbidden land, where it is difficult for us god warriors to survive. Although it has been sealed by us, there are still many powerful void creatures surviving and evolving. I really don't know where you got the courage to challenge those void creatures with your mortal body. What is your purpose in coming to Icathia? Are you really going to throw me to a place where there is no sunlight and seal me up? Lester rolled his eyes and was a little speechless to Artrix. Thinking carefully, there was nothing to hide about the void consciousness condensed in the runeland mentioned by the monitor, so Lester was not going to hide it. You think too much. I came here just to find a new void overlord. It is probably because you did not completely clean up the void creatures at the beginning that this sequelae was left. Now that sequelae is quietly growing. Lester said his guess. For the overly abstract description of the Riddler monitor, he could only think of his goal in this way. Where did you know this news? Lester, have you become a servant of the void? Anyway, you want to destroy the world, don't you, Atrex? Chapter 521 The Beautiful Lady Rixay. Hiccup, 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 ha ha ha, In Icathia, somewhere in a cave full of graves, dozens of void beasts with chitinous shells and their own characteristics were crawling on the ground around a huge insect mother. 3 void beasts that were larger than the other beasts used their mouthparts to make sharp chirps. There were 2 rows of sharp teeth on their dark purple protruding gums. 3 male insect servants under the control of the insect mother were conveying the news they received from the outside world to their masters. The overlapping of the sounds created a chaotic sound wave, which made the insect mother who was listening carefully a little confused, and began to become irritated. Hiccup. The eyeless insect mother suddenly interrupted the voices of the 3 insect servants and let out a hissing sound, causing all the void beasts to close their mouths and start to tremble. It was time for an undisturbed feeding. Following the impatient command of the worm mother, the 3 male worm servant responsible for mating took the initiative to retreat and formed a triangle to protect the worm mother. In silence, the worm mother climbed down from the high circular rock wall and swallowed the corpses of the void zerg near the worm nest one mouthful after another. The owners of the corpses were other void beasts that were not from her tribe. They were hunted by the clan members from outside to fill the worm mother's everlasting hunger. After thousands of years of evolution, the worm mother no longer had to go to the area where humans lived to prey. Instead, she evolved egg sacs in her abdomen below her tail that could revitalize the tribe. As long as there was enough food, the worm mother could continue to reproduce with the worm servant and cultivate powerful clan warriors. This was also the reason why the worm mother had the supreme status. Strictly speaking, all the digging worms, including the worm servant, were the descendants of the worm mother. Since the outbreak of the void thousands of years ago, all creatures in Icathia have been hunted down by the insects that have been transformed into hunters by the void erosion over time. It seems that, because of the adaptive evolution of the void, the remaining void beasts have formed a new food chain in the devastation and hunger. With the new food chain, Icathia has become a real forbidden land of life. All intruders will be divided up by void creatures. Because food is too scarce, once they enter the stomach of the void beasts, they will not even have the chance to become fesses. In the food chain, the lowest level of void beetles that can eat soil, rocks and void purple plant roots and void crystal insects that absorb solar energy are producers. Other forms of void beasts are consumers and decomposers. They do not care about meat or vegetables in the face of hunger. It was not until the last corpse of the void beast was eaten that the insect mother let go of the clean insect shell in her hand and swung her thick tail to sweep the insect shell from the high platform to the bottom. These insect shells were her reward to the 3 insect servants, and they were also the only chance for the insect servants to eat before they consumed all the energy in their bodies. Hiccup. After receiving the order from the insect mother, the 3 insect servants quickly lowered their heads and began to scramble to devour the hard insect shells, and soon they had eaten all the shells. Hiccup, hiccup. The insect mother suppressed her hunger and selected the smartest male insect servant. The male insect servant quickly climbed up the platform and overlapped with the insect mother, gaining the opportunity to be favored. While the lower part was not idle, the vocal organs above were not idle either. The male insect servant who wanted to please the insect mother quickly recounted the turmoil on the surface. This time, the insect mother finally understood why there were so many void beetles on the surface rioting on a large scale. Knowing that human invaders had come to her territory, the insect mother immediately lost interest in breeding the clan. She turned around and slapped the insect servant lying on her off the platform. The insect mother shrank the egg sac in her abdomen with a loud chirping sound, and once again turned from a reproductive machine into a top-level killing machine. Hiccup, hiccup. Pairs of hind legs propped up the huge body, and the worm mother stretched out her claws that were sharp enough to tear steel and hard rock, and issued a hunting order to the tribe. The roars echoed in the cave, and soon all the void-burrowing beasts, including the worm mother, left the nest, and rushed to the surface through the wormholes that extended in all directions, to search for the smell of prey. After walking in Icathia for 6 months, Lester, who was moving southward, followed the trend of the mountains, and finally found a vaguely recognizable city ruins in a place surrounded by mountains. This was the only trace of human beings he could see on the way. It seemed that other than this, other relics of civilization had been completely annihilated by the purple twilight in the sky and the pus-oozing earth. The solemnity and sadness of the disappearance of this civilization made him feel a little heavy. This city was once built on bedrock, with magnificent palaces and majestic terraces, and perhaps even unrepaired walls for countless people to look up to. Now it has become a pile of rubble that can't even be called a ruin. Perhaps in the terrible disaster in the future, the Emerald Territory will be the same. He was sure that he had already penetrated deep into the heart of Icathia. He was also sure that the disaster and suffering faced by Icathia were more profound than what Jax said. He seemed to understand a little bit what supported Jax, who dared not even show his face, walking on this land with the eternal flame like a walking corpse. Perhaps those Icathian mages had already discovered the threat and terror of the void, but insisted on releasing the void and opening the passage to another world, just to deal with the Shurimans and the god warriors who set foot on the land of Icathia. The hatred between the two countries and the two nations has far exceeded the fear of the destruction of the world. Perhaps this is the nature of human beings who like to fight. In many cases, no one will choose to retreat in a dispute. The only outcome is to fight to the death. Perhaps when he is at the end of his rope, he will choose to fight to the death, but he does not seem to be qualified to do so now. Lester, remember everything you see. After betraying us saviors, this world will sooner or later become what you see. Lester looked at the great sword in his hand. For some reason, Artrix seemed a little calm at this moment, no longer as crazy and tyrannical as before. Logically speaking, Artrix, who returned to his old place, should continue to stand on the position of the ascendant to despise Icathia. Without you angel warriors, there will be someone in this world to deal with the void. Artrix didn't know that Lester was talking about Jax, who was running around. There will be fools who claim to be saviors to deal with the void, but no one can really deal with the void. Lester, you don't know how terrible the void is. Since the stupid Akasha people chose to release those monsters that polluted the world, this world was doomed to its end. I'm waiting for the day when the void breaks the seal. Everyone will die in the void. No one will be an exception. I don't know how your companions who died on the land of Akasha would feel when they hear you say this, but I can be sure that they must look down on you who gave up on yourself. Artrix rarely refuted, but fell into silence. Walking in the ruins of the city, Lester observed the surrounding environment, trying to find something special, but unfortunately he couldn't find anything, except the vibration sound coming from his feet. Something else is coming. Hiccup, hiccup, hiccup. A Nihilus monster with a body size of an adult bull, which looks like a void-burrowing beast, but has no dark purple void crystals on its back, knocked away the rocks and soil on the surface, opened its mouth wide, and pounced on Lester. The sword flashed, and with a scream before death, the void monster was split in two, and its organs, like dough and tentacles, flowed all over the ground, which looked disgusting. As if it was a horn of attack, the land around Lester was instantly broken, and more than a dozen burrowing beasts wielding hardened claws emerged again, and attacked Lester at the same time. The battle broke out instantly. With the hardness and sharpness of Artrix, Lester quickly cleared the difficult burrowing beasts by exchanging injuries for kills. It seemed that they found that Lester was not an easy prey to deal with, and the remaining burrowing beasts quickly dispersed and drilled into the ground again. The next second, a numbing sound came from under Lester's feet. The man realized that the previous attack of the burrowing beast was just a feint, and the real purpose was to attract his attention and prevent him from discovering the true intentions of this group of void beasts. The underground rock that had been hollowed out collapsed directly under the destruction of the burrowing beasts. There was no chance to jump to other solid ground. Lester, who lost his center of gravity, fell into the collapsed pit with the rubble. The underground pit of several hundred square meters was full of narrow holes. Dozens of burrowing beasts surrounded Lester and danced with joy amid the rustling sounds. At a certain moment, Lester had the feeling that he was in an octagonal iron cage match. Climbing up from the ground, Lester looked up. The cave where he was more than 10 meters away from the top of the pit. Lester knew that if he did not kill the void beasts that plotted against him, he would have no chance to leave. These guys who were good at digging holes would drag him to death here. You should be thankful that the place where you fell was not the void abyss. Thank you. I have seen the void abyss and know what it looks like. You don't need to show off your knowledge here. Humph. Responding to the sneer of Artrex, Lester looked at the leader of the burrowing beasts who was protected by other burrowing beasts. If he guessed correctly, he might have seen the void burrowing beast in League of Legends, the beautiful Rixay. Rixay's size alone is far superior to that of her peers. Her two front paws that conform to the law of killing are covered with a layer of daunting carapace. Her arms and crown are covered with hard bone-colored chitin carapaces. In particular, there is a cluster of quartz-like crystals on her back that emit void energy. I'm afraid that in addition to close combat, Rixay can also carry out long-range attacks. The void monster in front of him is definitely not an easy enemy to deal with. Hiccup holding Artrex in a defensive posture. Lester thought he would be attacked by a group of people, but to Lester's surprise, the huge void beast that looked very similar to Rixay actually dispersed its subordinates, raised its right claw to point at him, and beat the ground behind it with its tail rhythmically, as if inviting him to a duel. I accept your challenge. Looking up at Rixay, who was twice and a half his height, Lester pointed Artrex at the void beast and said tentatively. For some reason, Lester actually heard a hint of joy in Rixay's voice. Entering a certain hole tunnel on the spot, Rixay began to move quickly in the crisscrossing and interconnected tunnels. Lester chose to lie on the ground and use his ears to confirm the direction of Rixay's movement. Whoa. The ground 3 meters behind Lester suddenly bulged. The next moment, Rixay's two sharp claws tore through the ground, propping up the ground on both sides of his body to push his body. The huge Rixay opened his mouth with an irresistible impact and bit Lester, who was close at hand. I knew you would come. Lester jumped high and chopped down with all his strength while holding Artrex. What greeted Rixay's huge mouth was Artrex's broad blade. He had no time to block it with his claws at his sides. Rixay's head, which was deliberately pressed down, was chopped down by the giant sword, and his shell was broken. Purple blood splashed everywhere, and a small half of it was cut off on the spot. The burrowers watching the battle around began to get agitated, showing hostility to Lester with their teeth bared, which made Lester keep a mind to prevent interference in the duel. On the other side, the injured Rixay screamed wildly, slapped the giant sword with his claws, and chose to turn around and swing his tail. The thick tail hit Lester's waist and abdomen, who was not standing steadily. Lester flew backwards and hit the purple-brown cave wall, suffering serious injuries. While Lester was still standing, Rixay began to activate the void energy crystal on his back, and a lavender explosion void ray flew straight towards Lester. Bang! The ray hit Artrex, who used the sword as a shield. The shockwave of the explosion broke Lester's right arm. He could no longer hold the big sword and his body rolled out. Artrex spun twice and then stuck straight into the ground. Hehe, Hiccup. Rixay laughed triumphantly, and the burrowing beasts watching the battle around him slapped the ground with their claws and tails to celebrate Rixay's victory. Amid the noise and tremors that shook the earth, Lester spat out a mouthful of blood, climbed up from the ground, and walked towards Artrex. The scene before him made the proud Void Burrower clan a little stunned, as if they did not quite understand why the human in front of them was completely different from the other humans. Only the leader, Rixay, restrained his joy and allowed Lester to hold his right hand on the hilt again. Crack, crack. Lester took the initiative to straighten the twisted bones, gritted his teeth, and waited for his right arm to recover slightly under the life force of Alina. However, Rixay refused to give Lester any chance and lowered his head to fire the void explosion ray again. Under Rixay's attack, Lester narrowly jumped into a tunnel nearby. The ray flew past his head and hit the rock wall. stirring up a cloud of dust. Seeing that his attack missed, Rixey jumped directly into the tunnel and crawled towards Lester. Lester, give me your body. I will help you kill this ugly little void bug. Chapter 522 The Interrupted Defeat CG. Artrix's rough voice seemed very tempting at the moment. Although he didn't want to admit it, Lester was sure that he had a moment of hesitation. He didn't want to be alone in the underground with a group of hiccup bugs that couldn't even speak after Lester's death. Artrix was still trying to persuade him. Lester, let go of your body consciousness and let me control your body. Only I can exert the full power of Blade of the God Slayer. When I kill these disgusting bugs, I will return your body to you again. Otherwise, you will die here and become bait for those bugs, and I will be buried by you, a self-righteous fool, in this dark place, and I will never be able to get a new body to kill the Twilight Star spirits. Artrix, you have been longing for my body every moment for so many years. Do you really think I will believe your nonsense? The fracture of his right arm has begun to heal. Lester jumped out of the tunnel and ran to a higher place to buy himself time to recover. Unlike the game where Rixey can clearly see the raised mounds of earth after burrowing into the ground, the real Rixey will not make any movement or signs of attack except the sound of crawling. It is extremely difficult to judge the attack direction without understanding the structure of the tunnel. Lester, if you are eaten by insects, you will never have a chance to recover. You will lose everything you have worked hard for. Don't forget that you are now just a mortal with sealed power. You said that I can't let go of my arrogance as a god warrior in the past. Lester, how can you let go of your own arrogance? Just like your woman Sinner said, you are no longer the lord of the Emerald Territory. You are just an ordinary mortal who flees everywhere, and you still dream of saving this and that all day long. You talk about love with other women heartlessly. You have not made any progress in all these years. In the final analysis, you don't learn from your mistakes. You think you are strong, but I only see your cowardice. You even give up the last choice for ridiculous dignity. I, Artrix, look down on you. Shut up. Haha, Lester, because I touched your pain point, you got anxious, but you probably don't have a chance. I've already lost everything, and I'm not afraid of losing what I've gained, even if it means I'll experience 1,000 years of loneliness again, but you'll truly become a beggar with nothing, sleeping forever with your pride. Breaking out of the ground, Rixey waved his claws to attack Lester. 3 consecutive heavy blows broke Lester's right arm, which had not healed yet, again. The bone stubble pierced the skin at the elbow and was exposed. The blade of the God Slayer slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground beside him. Artrix's voice fell silent, and Lester knew that he probably didn't have the chance to hold the blade of the God Slayer again. Rixey, the winner, looked up at the sky and laughed continuously. Lester, with his head down, looked at his right arm, which was twisted into a knot again, and slowly lowered his head. Artrix said that he had no choice but to hand over his body. Only he knew that he always had another choice. The Void Watcher did not tamper with the Void Pearls, but he could find the adaptive power belonging to the Void in the Void Pearls. In particular, the Deep Sea Pearls given to the Lunary by the mermaids also contained Void energy. After the fusion of the Deep Sea Pearls and the Void Pearls, the Void energy was completely stimulated, allowing Lester to actively accept the power of the Void. The only problem is that Lester knows that once his body is completely voided, no matter what the result is, he will completely lose his way back and become a member of the Void Camp. Notes on Frost/Void Watchers. Due to the particularity of the cross-border invasion of the Void, there are multiple Watchers in Runeterra. Each Watcher has a special energy channel, sharing the senses and everything obtained from Runeterra. This is why Lysandra uses human dreams to exchange for the calm cycle of the Frost Watchers, so that other parts of Runeterra will not erupt in the Void Wave due to the Watchers. In a sense, Lysandra has indeed replaced the Protoss as a savior. Frost Watchers and Void Watchers can be regarded as the same concept. For the sake of distinction, the Watchers sealed under the 9 halls of Freljord are called Frost Watchers, and those in the dark abyss of the Conqueror's Sea of Merfolk are called Void Watchers. He has always deliberately suppressed the evil attribute of the Void, which represents mutation and evolution. Now that there is no way out, he seems to have no other choice. Hiccup. Rixey opened his mouth wide, ready to enjoy his spoils. Lester closed his eyes and prepared to embrace the Void. Time is still. Time is accelerating. I've caught up. I've caught up. I finally caught up this time. The ticking of the clock echoed in his ears, and a layer of light curtain barrier enveloped the crypt, causing all the burrowing beasts, including Rixey, to enter a state of time stagnation. The person who spoke Shurima had a strong southern accent. Lester opened his eyes, and a short old man with blue hair had appeared in front of him at some point, blowing his beard and glaring at him. His eyes, which emitted the light of the arcane, shone with a white-blue light, just like the spiritual perception of the spiritual world, and were very similar to cataracts. Timekeeper Jillian? Why are you here? Lester said the name and title of the old man in the game, but the old man was not surprised at all, but looked unhappy. He stood on tiptoe, as if he was familiar with him, and hardly hit Lester's chest with his fist. Lester felt a little intimate with Jillian's offense, as if the old man had done this many times, and knew that he would not be angry. Lester, do you know what you are doing? Do you want to accelerate the destruction of this world? Looking at Kieran, who suddenly appeared in front of him, Lester relaxed his body. He knew he should be safe. So what if I become the Void? I believe I can control the power of the Void. Putting aside those illusory concepts, the Void life in Runeland is just a special form of life. As for the destruction of the world, even without me, with so many disasters, this world will eventually be destroyed. You are a master of the arcane and the field of time. You must know how dangerous Runeland is better than me. If you have a way to save it, you must have lifted the time freeze of Acathia long ago. You who can travel through timelines can't do it. What can I do? I'm just a prisoner who has lost his power. For some reason, Lester found that, after listening to what he said, Kieran became even angrier. It's because of this casual attitude that you always make mistakes. You go deep into such a dangerous place without knowing anything, and you have no choice but to take refuge in the Void. So what if you lose your power? So what if you have many enemies? Can giving up solve the problem? Can you be worthy of those who trust you and spend their time and even their lives on you? I tell you, Lester, listen carefully. Runeterra is so big, but no one can connect everything like you can. Artrix can't, Xenamissa can't, even the solar aspect, the lunar aspect, the twilight aspect and the child of the stars who will become your wife in the future can't do it. Only you have enough time and action to know most of the secrets of Runeterra. Use all possibilities and save Runeterra. Save Runeterra. Are you kidding? You think too highly of me. The current Risen Jax, the future Swain and Karma, and even you, the hope of Icathia's revival. There are so many saviors and heroes in Runeterra. What am I? You expect me to save the world? I'm dying of laughter. Now I just want to watch this world disappear faster. Lester laughed. Don't think that you can tie me to this broken ship of Runeterra by saying that. I'm willing to do my own thing. If I don't want to do it, no one can force me. Not you, not anyone. With a sigh, Jillian was not surprised that his persuasion failed. In the end, he still had to come up with a big show to inspire the man who was a little depressed in front of him. After experiencing too many separations and deaths, coupled with the void erosion that he suffered unknowingly after setting foot in Icathia, the tough heart of the man in front of him was already riddled with holes. Too much pressure was not conducive to Lester's growth after all, so Jillian decided to throw out the bait. Have you ever thought of a possibility that there is a miracle power in this world? This power can revive all those who have passed through time, make up for all your regrets, and make up for all the women who have disappeared in the long river of time. What do you mean? Lester frowned, staring at the old man of time, Jillian, who didn't seem to be lying. According to what you said, the miracle power should be to reverse time. Just because you can do this doesn't mean others can do it. World Rune, the power you have obtained since you came to this world. Why did the woman you love most become a rune and live in your body? Why can you control multiple different and even contradictory powers without conflict? Have you forgotten that runes are your most fundamental power? It is your greatest reliance in this world. When you had nothing, who gave you the capital to gamble with LeBlanc? Who gave you the power to gain a foothold in Naxos? Lester was stunned. Elena. Knowing that his persuasion had worked, Jillian struck while the iron was hot. Lester, this world chose you for a reason, and turned your beloved woman and apprentice Elena into life runes for a reason. As long as you are willing to do your best to do one thing, the entire Runeland will be your backer, and the whole world will make way for you. Mordekaiser can't stop you, the Protoss can't stop you, and the Void can't stop you, provided that you want to, instead of coming to Icathia with the Blade of Godslayer to die. The will of the world is always paying attention to you, allowing everything around you to develop in the direction that is most beneficial to you. Otherwise, why do you think so many outstanding and proud women like a fickle scum? Do you really think this is just the attraction created by the breath of life exuded by Alina? Think about it carefully. With such a big advantage, you are still blindly making self-righteous arrangements. In the final analysis, you are just wasting time and letting things take their course. You have never thought about really doing something. Where is the ambition and determination that you had when you stood on the upper tower of the Immortal Bastion? As Kieran spoke, Lester touched his chin blankly. The beard on his chin was a circle. He hadn't shaved for a long time. When did he become so careless? Was it when he held Splash's hand and watched Splash stop breathing in the Shurima Desert? Was it when he kissed Octavia and closed her coffin on Mount Targon? Was it when he watched the tearful Soraka return to the astral world in Freljord? Or when he threw down his cold iron spear on the sparkling coast and embraced Grace, who had been looking for him for more than 100 years, but had to say goodbye to her forever in hysteria? He left Demacia without saying goodbye, fled from everything he was familiar with in Ionia with guilt, embraced Rose and Naxos, made promises to Margaret and the others that he could not keep. Things that he could remember, and things that he could not remember. One by one, every flesh and blood person was torn out of the game world by himself, taking away part of his expectations for a better life. One after another, powerful and irresistible enemies appeared in front of him, blocking his way, and wearing away his former ambitions. There were happiness, sadness, pain, and satisfaction. Time was really too long, so long that he lost himself. So long that he had the arrogance of an immortal, and no longer had the sense of urgency of ordinary life about time. He didn't know when he became a lost person who couldn't find his way. Even though he was sealed by the power of the Protoss, he still had Alina, who turned into a life rune, to accompany him. However, he was so stupid that he didn't know that the biggest key was actually on himself. He knew that the world runes collected by Riz were in the underground secret vault of the Demacia Forbidden Stone Forest, but he didn't try to collect the power of the world runes. He knew that the place the Protoss was most afraid of was the runes of the Runeland, but he didn't know how to use the god-killing power that the Protoss feared to deal with the gods. When did he become this disgusting idiot who made his previous life feel sick? He didn't even learn from his mistakes. After killing Alina, he used the same stupid reason to make Roy leave sadly. Lester, have you figured it out? Gillen stared at the man in front of him. He finally saw the chilling light in the man's somewhat dark and depressed eyes. Okay, I see. Thank you for helping me remember who I am. Please tell me, who are you? Lester Lee, an iron-blooded warlord who will not be swayed by emotions and will do anything to achieve his goals. Chapter 523 Inside the Clock Tower. It seems that you already know what you should do. My time magic has been maintained here for too long. Lester, we need to leave. You can come with me to the time tower to rest and then decide where to go next. Will it affect my taking away the blade of the Godslayer? No, just go and get it. After Lester took the blade of the Godslayer that imprisoned the soul of Artrix, the two began to climb up along the rock wall and soon climbed out of the collapsed cave. I thought you couldn't climb up with one hand. Kieran's expression was a little complicated. Lester knew that Kieran meant to use time acceleration to help him recover his broken right arm. Even if I don't have any special abilities, I can do this. It's not a problem for me. Returning to the surface, Lester looked at Kieran, who was a few seconds slower than him. Let's go to the time tower you mentioned first. If I'm not wrong, that's the last hope for the revival of Icathia. Yes, for thousands of years, I have been looking for a way to reverse time. Unfortunately, time is much more complicated than I thought. Many times I can only see the established facts happening. No matter what I do, the timeline is difficult to change. If there is a change, it is just from one bad result to another bad result. In fact, it is me who should be the one who is in trouble, not you. Jillen shook his head and sighed, looking a little lost, and pointed his finger to a place a little further west. This place is not far from my time tower, which is why I can get here in time. Let's go. Lester couldn't understand the mystery of the acceleration magic. In Lester's view, it was as if Jillen had unfolded a kind of time field, which could separate the time around him from the timeline of the main world, and adjust the size by himself. The specific manifestation is that after Jillen's influence range exceeds Rixey, Lester can see Rixey appearing not far behind him in an instant, and being fixed by Jillen again with his fangs and claws bared. When he leaves Jillen's time influence next time, Rixey will suddenly disappear again, and appear near him to attack him. It seems that the acceleration of time does not mean that Jillen's time axis can exist independently from the main world. Time does not appear or disappear out of thin air. It is just that Jillen has been stretched or shortened without limit, while the total amount remains unchanged. As for why Jillen did not die of old age, or become a baby during the change of time, Lester is a little confused. After following Jillen for about 3 hours, Rixey behind him has disappeared. Lester walked to the edge of an empty pit. After Jillen cast some magic, a regular hexagonal black tower with blue light arcs appeared on the pit, which just filled the pit. The curtain wall of this magic tower is more than 30 meters, and there is only an obsidian stone door with various magic runes carved on it in the east. At the same time, countless phantoms of void creatures suddenly appeared within a radius of 100 miles around the pit, each of them looking fierce and aggressive, and their destination was the time tower. I still don't understand why I affected these monsters when I froze time. I hope I didn't scare you. Let's go in. The obsidian door was half open, and Kieran walked in first, withdrawing his gaze from the various abstract and perverted phantoms of void creatures. Lester followed behind, passing through the seemingly unreal building, and came to the interior of the tower. Then Lester saw the bustling and crowded crowd of people trying to escape. It was all-encompassing, and saw all kinds of things in the world, including the stone stairs leading to the second floor. There were a total of thousands of illusory human bodies on the first floor, maintaining different postures, and still in their own world, sleeping for 1,000 years. These people were wearing clothes with the characteristics of Icathia. There were wizards wearing hoods and holding staffs, merchants wearing gold and silver, and hanging jewel necklaces, beggars in ragged clothes and civilians in short clothes and coarse cloth, thieves and robbers, and soldiers with a righteous face. There seemed to be all kinds of people. When their lives were threatened, people of different classes and statuses all ran to the last refuge equally. How do we get through? Just go through. Their time belongs to the tower, not in the same time and space as us. Seeing that Jillen passed through the Icathian body, as if it were a ghost, Lester followed behind. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that his skin was a little hot when he touched the Icathian. Looking at his palm, Lester didn't find anything unusual. Deliberately letting his palm overlap with the head of an Icathian man, the hot feeling came again, and Lester suddenly asked, "I can feel my palms getting hot. Is this normal?" Kieran stopped, quickly returned to Lester's side, held Lester's hand, and gradually frowned. "Your time affects his time, and you don't know how to adjust your own time, so you created time fragments that are not under your control in the time fragments I created. As expected, Lester, you are the most special, which also means that you have a talent for learning time magic." Lester heard the hidden meaning of Kieran. "So, I'd better not have contact with these illusory bodies for a long time, right?" "Yes, in the new time turbulence, these stabilized timelines will undergo unknown changes, and you'd better avoid them. But there is really no way to avoid them, because there are too many people here, and you won't be left with much room for action. There are about 44,000 Akasha people taking refuge in the time clock tower, and I can't ensure that every one of them has perfectly preserved time. No matter what you do in this world, time will always pass. Let's go. The top floor is my personal magic laboratory, and there are not many people there. The time tower has a total of 7 floors, and each floor is densely packed with all kinds of people. It was not until leaving the 6th floor that the field of vision suddenly widened. The 7th floor was a standard magic laboratory style, with several small rooms with different functions, containing various magic items and magic materials that Lester could not understand. The largest room was the library with magic books, followed by the lobby used for magic experiments, and the smallest was Kieran's personal dormitory. Judging from the simple and plain dormitory style, Kieran was also a guy who forgot to eat and sleep. Compared to sleeping, Kieran preferred to study spells. Pouring a glass of water for Lester, Kieran took the initiative to explain while sitting beside the marble coffee table. Because my time and the time of the tower have been frozen in a certain time and space, I don't need to eat or drink water to survive. The water outside is polluted. This is elemental water, you can make do with it. Although I really want to refute, I also understand that it's good to have elemental water here. Lester picked up the cup and took a sip. Elemental water has no taste like high purity pure water, and it tastes quite bland, so he put down the cup and looked at the magic experiment table. He didn't come here to eat and drink, but to integrate intelligence with Kieran and decide on the next course of action. After all, judging from Kieran's attitude towards him, he might have dealt with Kieran more than once in another timeline. Otherwise the old man of time would not be so familiar with him. After organizing his words, Lester spoke. This year is 419 AD in the Narxan calendar. If I remember correctly, it has been more than 2,900 years since Icathia was destroyed by the Void. After so many years, you still haven't found a way to safely remove the time and space seal. Gillen shook his head and sighed deeply. If I could find it, I would have destroyed those void monsters outside the clock tower in the time axis and led the people in the clock tower to rebuild their homes elsewhere. However, I have not gained nothing in the past 3,000 years. What have I gained? I have found a way to remove the seal of the time clock tower, but the problem is that I can't reverse the time of the refugees in the clock tower. After the spell is lifted, only the clock tower will retain the state when it was just frozen and return to reality, but the people in the clock tower will die instantly because of the excessive passage of time. At that time, all my efforts will be in vain. It is meaningless to do this. Lester frowned and pondered, tapping the coffee table with his fingers. In other words, you are trying to find a time spell that can preserve the time of the refugees in the clock tower, right? Yes, only by letting them preserve their own time can they avoid turning into a pile of skeletons the moment they return to reality, but this is the most difficult thing to do. I'm afraid that the outer gods of Runeland cannot do it either. Outer gods? Are you talking about the Titan star spirits on the Targon Peak? Gillen nodded, his face very serious. Yes, it is the group of aliens from the starry sky. In my time travel, they have destroyed Runeland more than once. For them, Runeland is just a garden for them to play. The things that can really threaten the outer gods are still in the depths of the universe. Seeing that Gillen didn't want to say more, Lester didn't plan to ask any more. Besides this time, have you and I seen it many times in other timelines? In the future, what kind of pattern will the world develop into? It was no surprise that Lester could think of this, and Gillen admitted it directly. To be exact, this is the 114th time we have met. Just like you know, that I'm actually a game character who can only disgust people and throw time bombs, I'm also very familiar with you. In other timelines, you have encountered various accidents. These accidents prevented you from reaching the end and seizing the last chance. After your death, the world gave up struggling and quickly entered a state of destruction. Lester, believe me, you don't want to know what the scene is like. Revealing the future to you will only affect your choice. I have been stupid many times, and I will not do it again this time. Well, it seems that you are unwilling to tell me about the possibilities of the future. Of course not, don't even think about it. After a silence, Lester spoke again. In fact, this time I came here to find another void consciousness mentioned by the Void Monitor. The newly generated void consciousness should be in Icathia. We should be prepared in advance for things that can make the Monitor feel difficult and fearful. I wonder if you know anything about this? This time, Gillen's face was no longer firm, but a little more hesitant, and his eyes flickered like cataracts. Knowing that there was a chance, Lester persuaded him to strike while the iron was hot. It's fine if I don't reveal other things, but please share some information with me. When I came to this world, the game company that created this world did not reveal any information about this. This world is not complete. If I don't have enough accurate information, I'm afraid I will make a wrong judgment. After carefully thinking about the pros and cons of revealing information, Jillian finally took a deep breath and said slowly, I know where she is, and what her name is. In fact, you are right. She is also one of the destroyers of Runeland, although she does not really exist now. At this point, Jillian could no longer suppress the depression and pain in his heart. He stood up and pressed Lester's shoulders, leaving Lester stunned, not knowing what Jillian was crazy about. Lester, I really want to know, are the game company planners who created the game, League of Legends, full of shit in their brains? Can they really not contain anything except destruction? How can a fragile world suffer so many such powerful world-destroying disasters? Using a broken ship to describe the current situation of Runeterra is not enough to describe the danger of Runeterra. What on earth do people in your world think about all day long? Why do they think about such dangerous things? Can't they think about something good? For example, an Icathian time mage can easily reverse time and space to save the world. What did the humans of his era think about? Lester pondered. Building a powerful arsenal of weapons for a nuclear peace world, planning to start WWII, carrying out cleansing and enslavement operations against third world countries, discharging nuclear pollution in the ocean to create Godzilla, selling the reality of water shortages, developing biological viruses to clean up excess populations and earn capital, using hedonism to eliminate nationalism and patriotism, establishing a new world regime with capital. Cheebles is the world government, developing genocide genetic weapons to castrate the fertility of special races, building space-based kinetic weapons, Zeus's rod, located on the planetary ring belt, launching interstellar rockets carrying nuclear electromagnetic cannons, Valkyrie, into the universe, and even developing antimatter bombs that can cause damage to planets and laboratories located thousands of meters below the Earth's crust. From this perspective, it is not difficult to understand that the planners of a certain game company can create such a world that can be destroyed at any time. After all, in a world that can enter a nuclear winter at any time and eat non-radioactive cockroaches all day long, it is very difficult to maintain optimism in life. Maybe it's because the people living in that world don't live very well. Chapter 524, Finding the Way to Find the World Rune. After skipping some heavy topics, Zilean finally began to describe what he saw and heard. In countless time travels, I have accidentally seen a fragment of the future in the long river of time and space. The origin of this fragment may be older than the birth of Freljord, but it has always been a huge threat that Runeland cannot bear. That was the prosperous era of Runeland. Icathia, which had been sinking for thousands of years, was still a paradise for void creatures. The Fireborough disappeared. A prophet received the revelation of destruction in numbness. He bewitched the villagers of Shurima to constantly sacrifice to evil, and served his master for 100 years. In the end, the evil born of the void broke the boundary, and came to the material realm. A port city on the southern coast of Shurima became a victim of the void invasion. The entire city melted in the lavender energy of the void in an instant. All life, humans, insects, livestock, and even the ancient walls of the city that were suffering from wind and sand, became part of the will of the void. The name of that city is Belvis. In the ancient Shurima semantics of the Sajic tribe, Belvis is the incarnation of the god of annihilation, meaning the queen who coldly erases everything and replaces it. No one knows that the disappearance of Belvis represents the birth of another void master. Lester, if I guess correctly, I'm afraid the target you are looking for is Belvis, who has not yet come to this world. The prophet you are talking about should be Malzahar, which means that Malzahar has not been serving the Watcher all along, and his master is someone else. Belvis, you mean, in the future, the void that swallowed the city of Belvis itself became Belvis? Became the evolution of Runeterra to adapt to the void? Recalling the description of the Watcher, Lester found that there was no more suitable target than Belvis. That's right. It inherited everything from the city of Belvis. At that time, the void consciousness named Belvis would lurk in the dark and wait for an opportunity to move, constantly manipulating its people to devour more surface civilizations until the entire world was devoured. Belvis has not fully awakened yet. Do we have a chance to destroy it? although I also want to say yes, but in fact, we won't have any chance, because in your timeline, I don't know where Belvis is. Shaking his head at Lester, Kieran sighed. Rather than saying that it has not awakened, it is better to say that Belvis's consciousness, that has not yet been born, is sleeping in a secret space. Even I can't know where Belvis is, not to mention that with our current state, even if we find Belvis, it will only wake it up and let the memory of another runeland become its prey. If you master the power of runes and break the seal, you may still be able to do it, but now you have no chance of defeating Belvis. The two looked at each other in silence, went around in a circle, and returned to the time when they were not strong enough. After a moment of silence, Lester looked at Ziran seriously. In that case, let Belvis continue to sleep. Ziran, tell me, how can I find the world rune? In fact, I have also considered traveling to find the world rune like Riz did, but as you can see, it is a bit difficult for me. I have traveled in Runeland for more than 400 years. Apart from the green rune and red rune fragments I got at the beginning, I have never seen other world runes. Aimless search will only waste time. The rune secret vault hidden under the forbidden stone forest of Demacia will be exposed to the eyes of the Protoss. Based on my understanding of the Protoss, if I'm not wrong, the birth of the rune secret vault may be related to the Protoss. Only the Protoss will sit back and watch Riz imprison the threatening and uncontrollable world rune and the secret vault, so that he can eliminate the threat without doing it himself. Watch the show from Riz's perspective. The suffering that Riz suffered along the way was probably only worth a laugh in the eyes of the Protoss. You are really smart. Take a look at this. Looking at Lester, who was no longer depressed, with complicated eyes, Kieran stood up and took a notebook from the bookshelf and handed it to Lester. Lester took it and flipped through it. It described various strange symbols with extraordinary powers. Looking at the symbols that looked like ghost paintings, the man was shocked because he had seen these symbols in the sacred forest of Omika Yalan, where the spiritual maze of Ionia was located. Many of the symbols on the gate guidestone were exactly the same as what he saw in the notebook. What exactly is this symbol? I have seen this symbol on the guidestone in Ionia. This is an astral symbol. It is a kind of self-created rune with special rules created by the outer gods through studying the world runes. To activate this kind of self-created rune of the outer gods, you must have the blessing of the rune power. I have seen it many times when I shuttled through various timelines. After understanding the cause and effect, I recorded all the rule runes I saw. If my judgment is correct, the outer gods actually want to use the rule runes to establish a method to use the world runes. The world rune is the last resistance force in the Runeland, which is related to the secrets of the beginning of creation. The world rune is also the greatest wealth of this world. The secret of the rune is even older than those outer gods imagined. Only those who master all the world runes can. In the middle of his words, Gillen suddenly closed his mouth in disappointment, with an expression that he shouldn't continue. Confused by Gillen's words, Lester asked directly, Gillen, I don't quite understand what you mean. According to what you said, there are actually world runes hidden in the gate Gidastone? Do I need to collect all the world runes? Yes, if you encounter this kind of astral symbol, then there is a high possibility that there are world runes placed by the Protoss hidden there. At present, the rune fragments are divided into 4 parts. The first part was collected by Riz under the Forbidden Magic Stone Forest in Demacia. This part of the rune fragments is under the surveillance of the outer gods, and you cannot obtain it now. The second part is hidden for some reasons in Runeland. At the right time, Runeland will emerge. The third part is that the rune fragments have already appeared and are being used by people like you. You should try your best to master this part of the runes. The fourth part of the world rune fragments is in the hands of the Protoss, hidden in the form of astral runes all over the world, monitoring the entire world and playing an unknown role. In addition to the runes obtained by Riz, other rune fragments are objects you can strive for. Aren't you very worried about how to find the rune fragments? On this point, I have a way. Lester perked up and patted Kieran's shoulder vigorously. Don't keep me in suspense. Tell me what you have to say. With a smug smile, Kieran rummaged through the boxes and took out something similar to a compass. Unlike a compass, the crystal thing in his hand didn't have a pointer at all. It looked like a crystal inkstone. It can find the location of the world rune. This thing must be very valuable, right? Lester pointed to the palm-sized purple crystal disc in Kieran's hand. Yes, it's very valuable. I spent a lot of money to make this thing. Because of the materials, I'm afraid I can't make a second one. Here, give it to you. Take it and don't lose it. Speechless to Kieran's enthusiasm, Lester took the heavy crystal disc. Why do you just throw such a valuable thing into a box with the groceries? What does it matter? Anyway, I'm the only one here, so I'm not afraid of it being stolen. Well, okay, you have a point. Stop rolling your eyes. The key is how to use this thing. I didn't roll my eyes. I've been affected by the time magic, so my eyes have always been rolling. Rubbing his cataract eyes, Jillen smiled and sat back in his seat. This is the rune crystal disc that can capture the breath of rune fragments. Injecting rune power of any attribute can make the crystal disc show the location of rune fragments within a certain range. As for how large the range is, I have never used the world rune, so I don't know, but it's much better than you wandering around aimlessly. Lester, who was playing with the rune crystal disc, didn't say anything. Jillen scratched his head, and his light blue beard and hair looked a little messy. The old man suddenly stood up and bent down to Lester, who was bowing his head. This is the only way I can help you right now, Lester. Although it is unreasonable to force this world to be handed over to you, I still want to ask you to do more, for the sake of your love in this world, or to save the female companion who came with you. Your fate is already entangled with the Runeland, and you can only go far if you keep moving forward. Please. Finally raising his head, Lester also stood up. He did not bend down to return the gift to Kieran, but held the rune crystal plate tightly and straightened his chest. Lester deserved this gift from the Guardian of Time. I'm tired of being chased like a rat and hiding from others. Even if it's for this hatred, I will keep moving forward until the moment I fall forever. Jillen, this is my last promise to you and to Runeland. Thank you, Lord Lester. When Jillen sent Lester out of Icathia and broke away from the laws of time, he came directly to the land of Southern Shurima in a sense of time and space confusion. He went to the village to ask, and found out that 2 years had passed unknowingly. No wonder Jillen was always very irritable later, as if he wanted to drive me away. I only stayed for a few days and 2 years had passed in the outside world. I didn't expect that the time difference between the time clock tower and the outside world was so big. He was able to save me from Rixay just in time during such a big time difference. Jillen's strength is worthy of the reputation of the Alliance support. After a little sigh, Lester turned around and walked towards Ixtal. He did not forget that there was still a passionate girl from the Mistale tribe waiting for him, but it would take some effort to find out how to get to Mistale Island. We can take our time to find the Mistale Island. I still have to go to Omika Yalan in Ionia. I have to hide my identity and discuss with a group of immortal Vastayazaru to see how to get the runes and the guide stone out. The action goal is very clear, but the question is how should I use the rune crystal disc? Since Jillen is unwilling to explain in detail, the method of using the rune crystal disc should be very simple. The power of the life rune controlled by Alina has been passively manifested in my body. I can't use it actively, and I can't directly inject the rune power. In addition to direct infusion, what else can I do? In the remote wilderness, Lester was a little distressed holding the purple crystal disc. Then, as if he thought of something, Lester bit his finger and dripped blood on the disc. The vital blood was instantly absorbed by the disc, and a light curtain was projected from the disc above the disc. A flashing light spot appeared on the east side of the light curtain, which was very conspicuous. After less than 5 seconds, the light curtain disappeared, and the rune crystal disc returned to its original state. Sure enough, my blood contains the breath of the life rune, which is enough to activate the disc. In this way, it is very convenient to find the rune fragments, and the nearest rune fragment is somewhere in the east, which is consistent with my action goal. As long as I locate it many times, I will soon find the location of the rune fragment, and obtain the first rune fragment. Carrying the god-killing blade that sealed Artrix, Lester rode on the newly bought Skarash and headed east. As the great elementalist of Ixta, he naturally knew how to quickly pass through the gloomy jungle and return to Ixta. In a remote underground cave somewhere in Icathia, a strange world that has not yet been born is bred. The lavender ocean of Mars filled every space, and the void energy turned into rippling energy waves in the form of liquid fluid, presenting continuous and twisted light bands, embellishing this dead and empty place. The space where the Lavender Sea is located is a forbidden area that even the Void Watchers cannot perceive. A non-existent void well is like a baby in a cradle, absorbing the element of the runeland shared from the mother before the severance of the relationship in the interlayer of space, constantly expanding its own consciousness structure and evolving itself in an unknown direction. It seems that it has sensed some fatal threat. The Lavender Sea, like a palace, began to shrink autonomously, as if it had life, wrapping up the void consciousness and sinking deeper into the ground, reducing the void fluctuations it emits. At the same time, in the deepest part of the broken void consciousness chain, several Void Watchers who personally brewed all the void creations, broke the world domain, and were eager to make everything return to silence, lost their perception of the newborns and rebels. This special situation even affected the Frost Watchers sleeping under the Freljord ice, and the dreams of all the Watchers were briefly shattered. The betrayal defined by humans is enough once between us. Lester will find it, and we will annihilate it. Chapter 525 The Scumbag Returns. 3 years have passed since the last generation of great elementalists disappeared. Queen Angelia of Ixter had to choose an old wizard from Yuntha who was far less virtuous than Archmage Lester, but still useful to become the new great elementalist of Ixter. Queen Alle's evaluation, as always, reflects the arrogance of the royal family of Yuntha, and also shows from another aspect how amazing the previous great elementalist was, making it difficult for others to flatter him. In the close country of Ixter, the more offensive rune magic has become a new magic second only to elemental magic. Only Ixter people who have passed the Ixter wizard test and fully mastered the basic elemental magic and the original axiom can obtain the qualification to study rune magic with the approval of the royal family of Yuntha and go to the Tower of Ixoten City to practice rune magic. At present, rune magic is still firmly in the hands of the royal family of Yuntha, and only a part of the Ixter wizards who are loyal to the royal family can access it. Thanks to his great contribution to Ixtal, the human-faced statue of Archmage Lester also appeared outside the Kindred Temple in various Ixtal villages for people to worship and admire. Everything in Ixtal was developing in a better direction. The faces of the people were full of smiles, and the faces of the mages were full of admiration and curiosity. They groped forward on the road, paved by Archmage Lester. Only a few women in the royal family could only look at the night sky every night and use Mr. Crystal to solve their problems in the unbearable loneliness and sorrow, and briefly pour out the depression in their hearts, hating men to death. For a few women, it was not a problem to find another male slave who could be used. At most, they could kill a batch of the same batch and treat it as a disposable tool. The problem was that, after contacting a man who liked to play missing, they could no longer tolerate the bodies and smells of other men, so they could only give up this fine tradition of the Ixtal royal family and become a chaste heroine. In the pavilion of the Grandis Manor, the night was just right, with insects and birds chirping. The blood roses in the flower bed swayed in the refreshing breeze and moonlight, showing charming smiles to the world's top dignitaries. Unfortunately, several women never noticed this. Under the service of the servants, Angela, holding a teacup, was accompanying her sister Alyssa and mother Savannah, telling what happened in the morning court today. Most of the things were reports from the elders of Yuntal on the situation in Ixtal, including but not limited to the harvest of crops and grain, the recommendation of elemental mage apprentices, and Eri who worked well. The scriptures in their ears made the two noble ladies Alyssa and Savannah drowsy, especially Savannah. She didn't know how she had been doing such boring things for more than 10 years. Now think about it, how can being an empress be as happy as being a princess? Angela waved her hand and signaled the servants to leave, sighing, knowing that her mother and sister who were changed by a certain man didn't like to hear this. Angela could only change the subject and tell the heavy news. Master Wilmot closed his eyes peacefully in the afternoon. It is said that before he left, he kept calling the man's name, with tears in his eyes, and said that Maxter would become the heir of the Waters family. Of course, these are all said by Maxter's mother, Master Wilmot's 13th concubine. There is no way to verify the specific situation. After all, there were only Master Wilmot and herself in the bed at that time, and no one knew whether what she said was true or false. Now the Waters family is handling this matter secretly. After the Waters family decides who will be the new head of the family, the news of Master Wilmot's death will really come out. This time, there will probably be a big storm. What? Lord Wilmot passed away? Alyssa widened her eyes, and Savannah, who was drowsy beside her, also perked up, with regret in her words. The last time I saw Lord Wilmot was 3 months ago. At that time, Lord Wilmot was already skinny, like an old man in his twilight years. At this point, Savannah had more gnashing of teeth and indignation. I've long said that, even if Lord Wilmot took the royal secret medicine, he wouldn't be able to take care of so many families. I wanted to persuade Lord Wilmot to do things within his ability, but Lester insisted that the great wizard could freely control the flow of water and would not hurt the foundation. I saw him working day and night and not losing weight, so I couldn't help but believe him. Who would have thought that in just a few years, the tall and strong Lord Wilmot with white hair and a youthful face would become a thin pole and lie in the grave, leaving 13 women to be widows. What a sin. How come Lester is so energetic and never tired? He always makes it difficult for others to fall asleep. Knowing that her mother meant something, Alyssa whispered to comfort Savannah amid her sighs. Oh, mother, don't be too sad. Who can control such a thing? How many people are like Teacher Lester in this world? Others are eager to become the most honorable elementalist in Ixtal, but he doesn't care at all. He just leaves when he wants to. After all, how can Master Wilmot be compared with Teacher Lester? The mother and daughter looked at each other, sighed, and stopped talking. After taking a look at the sky, Angela was ready to return to the palace. As soon as she reached the door, she saw a close guard whispering in her ear with a happy face. What? The former elementalist, Lord Lester is back. Nodding vigorously, the female guard's face was filled with admiration that could not be concealed. Your Majesty, Lord Lester is outside the manor. Hurry up and ask him to come in. After the female guard turned and left, Angela realized something. She hurriedly tidied up her slightly wrinkled robe and returned to the pavilion, which surprised Savannah and Alyssa. Blinking, Alyssa suddenly had a malicious smile on her face. Why are you back? Are you going to sleep with us tonight? Her face turned red. Angela certainly knew how ridiculous her sister and mother were in the manor at night to solve their problems. As the queen, Angela would certainly not lose her dignity, even in front of the former queen and her own sister. This was her bottom line and principle. Of course not. It's Sir Lester who is back. Ah, Sir Lester is back. Alyssa stood up in disbelief, but saw a straight figure walking slowly towards the pavilion under the leadership of a female guard. Looking closely, who else could it be but Lester? 3 years have passed, and Lester has not only not aged, but seems to be younger. After shaving his beard, I'm back. Did you miss me? Looking at the 3 women who were surprised, Lester hugged each of them without hesitation. Even Angela, who was arrogant, was picked up and turned around twice and kissed several times. This made Angela, who had never lost face in front of her subordinates, somewhat embarrassed. Bah. Who missed you? After pushing the man hard a few times, but failing to push him away, Angela suddenly felt a kind of dominance from the man that she had never felt before. The queen's legs softened, and she was no longer able to push him away. She could only hang on the man. You still remember to come back? Now the great elementalist has become Lord Merion. Do you regret it? Savannah rolled her eyes at Lester and hugged Lester's body from the other side, staring at the man covetously. Seeing this, Alyssa no longer hesitated and hugged the man's arm from the other side, venting her lovesickness. The close guards and servants at the side took the initiative to retreat, leaving enough space for the man who defiled the palace and his mistresses to avoid being killed. Surrounded by the 3 women, Lester's eyes softened a lot. I regret not taking you away and letting you suffer. Teacher Lester, are you leaving this time? Can you not leave? Alyssa's words made Angelia and Savannah prick up their ears at the same time and look at the man. I have to leave. Not to mention that the establishment of the Sentinel of Light has just begun. In addition to establishing the Sentinel of Light base, I also need to do other things. Time is very tight. The disappointment on the faces of the 3 women was beyond words. Lester opened his arms and hugged the 3 mothers and daughters at the same time. Although I will leave, I will spend more time with you before I leave. Of course, if you want to go with me, I'm willing to take you with me. It is up to you to decide what choice you are willing to make. Just tell me the specific answer before I leave. No one is allowed to leave tonight. Just follow me obediently." He walked into the manor with the 3 most beautiful and noble women in Ixtal in his arms. The empty big bed was put to good use, but Mr. Crystal, a frequent visitor to the Royal VIP channel, was ignored. A week later, because Sammy, the 13th concubine, could not prove that Wilmot had indeed said that he would pass the position of head of the family to his son Maxter, the Waters family decided to pass the position of head of the family to the eldest son Lucaster Waters in accordance with the tradition of primogeniture in Ixtal. Lester attended the funeral of Master Wilmot on time and learned from Angelia about Wilmot's last words before his death. Not far away was a cold tombstone surrounded by flowers. Lester sighed. Inadvertently, he turned another old friend into a standing stone. However, after learning from Kieran that he might be able to reverse time, Lester felt less melancholy. "Teacher Lester, what did you mean when Master Wilmot called your name at the end?" Beside Lester, Alyssa, with her face covered, accompanied Lester to the funeral as a female companion. "If you ask me, I guess I want to express gratitude." "Grateful?" "Yes, grateful, because I made Master Wilmot understand that as a man who stands tall and upright, life should not only be about principles and element, but also about building a warm home." Staring at Lester's calm profile, Alyssa's expression was a little strange. "But you haven't established a family, Teacher Lester. My mother and I have tried the royal secret medicine, but there was no movement in our stomachs. How did you make Master Wilmot understand the importance of family? You should know that Master Wilmot gave birth to 26 children in just a few years." Lester's indifference froze slightly, and his smile was forced. "Well, it's not necessary to have children to establish a family, right?" Alyssa said nonchalantly, moving her eyes away from Lester's somewhat embarrassed face. "Anyway, Sister Angelia is ready to adopt a daughter from her brother as an heir, and her brother agrees. Thanks to you, he has many sisters-in-law and children, so he doesn't mind adopting one for her. By the way, you are the first man who made the Queen of Ixtal not give birth to a child. How do you feel?" "I feel a little embarrassed when you say that, and maybe a little proud." In order to set off the atmosphere, the central tower transformed the weather into a gloomy, foggy and rainy day. Amid the sound of weeping, Wilmot, who enjoyed his life to the fullest, slept into the history of Ixtal and became a monument of Ixtal's admiration. In the year 422 of the Narxan calendar, in the core city of the Emerald Territory, a hurried Nightblade assassin walked into the Lord's castle and handed over a magical secret letter of the highest level to his master. Waving her hand to signal her subordinates to leave the room, Cinna took a deep breath and gently placed the silver letterbox on the table. In order to prevent the theft and leakage of the contents of the letter, the magic secret letter will be encrypted and protected in various ways. The wax secret letter of the crowned sword in Cinna's hand represents the highest level of military secrets of the Emerald Territory, which is related to Lester's instructions and orders. In order to safely hand over the secret letter to the Lord of the Emerald Territory, the silver metal box has taken 3 security measures. The outer silver letterbox uses the crack-to-cache magic pattern board technology. Once it suffers an unrecognizable magic shock or a physical shock exceeding a certain limit, the magic pattern board will destroy the wax letter placed in the box through the principle of magic resonance. To remove the protection of the magic pattern board, the nodes on the silver magic pattern board must be unlocked one by one according to the specific element flow order. Any mistake will trigger the insurance mechanism. After unlocking the silver magic pattern board through a specific magic operation, the wax seal that sealed the letter was the second layer of security. There was a third layer of security on top of the double layer of security. The letter text was not in the native language of Runeland. After opening the wax, the letter text was in standard simplified Chinese. For most people, simplified Chinese was an absolute heavenly book. In Runeland, except for a few people close to Lester, only the library of the Black Rose Mage Academy had a reference book in simplified Chinese. Because Chinese characters could not play any special role in Runeland, there were only a handful of mages in the Black Rose who deliberately learned Chinese. A small silver letterbox could be said to have achieved the ultimate in confidentiality. Taking out the letter, Hina unfolded it with excitement, and soon the woman frowned. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.